Chapter 2002. Rumble. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook like thunder. Endless air currents surged, Dragon Palace shined with a bright light as it retreated. Qi Ancestor did not chase it, the air currents around him piled up again like a mountain or a sea. Both sides had fought for a day and a night, they exchanged blows but could not do anything to the other party for now. Around the battlefield, countless pairs of eyes were watching. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivator Gu Immortals came to watch the battle, not to mention the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. Senior Qi Ancestor is truly amazing, his methods are grand and imposing, Wushuai's attacks are all in vain. Hua Clan's first Supreme Elder Hua Kaiyun sighed. Qing Yuan, who was beside her, said, "But Wu Shuai cannot be underestimated, don't forget that he only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he can actually resist Qi Ancestor." Hua Kaiyun sighed, "Wu Shuai has been reborn, he is also an old monster. His immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is truly powerful, if not for it, he would not be Qi Ancestor's match." While the two were talking, a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. A huge demonic dragon that resembled a mountain range appeared on the battlefield, it could be seen from 10,000 li away. Oh heavens, such a terrifying dragon, this can be considered the #1 immemorial desolate beast in the world, right? This is the evil dragon Di Zongsheng. Just by watching the battle, I am already shaken, my fighting spirit is gone. I can't imagine how the Gu Immortals who are fighting it feel. Wu Shuai finally released the evil dragon, this proves that Qi Ancestor has already pushed him to his limits. The following battle is the crucial point. The Gu Immortals who were watching the battle were all shocked. Many of them did not participate in the Fate War personally, they only saw it through everybody's vision, they did not experience it personally. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they had a different feeling. The evil dragon roared as it charged towards Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor snorted coldly, his voice echoed throughout the surroundings. He clapped with both palms as an immortal killer move flew over, creating a tsunami of Qi currents. Di Zongsheng rushed forward, but when he was hit by the tsunami, his momentum came to a halt. Di Zongsheng shook his dragon body and wanted to move forward, but the tsunami of air currents was endless and unstoppable, and he was actually crushed to the ground. Seeing this, the spectating Gu Immortals were all shocked. Qing Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, Shen Zongsheng, and the others cheered loudly, and their faces were flushed with joy. Zhou Xianxia and Jun Shenguang, who were specially dispatched by the Celestial Court, were also shocked and quickly looked at each other. Thinking back to the Fate War, the two transformation path great experts of my Celestial Court could not stop the evil dragon's charge and were directly crushed by it. To think that Qi Ancestor actually blocked it. Jun Shenguang had a shocked expression. Zhou Xianxia squinted as he sized up Qi Ancestor from afar, he had already used his information path methods to gather all the information and clues in the battlefield. Zhou Xianxia analyzed solemnly, Qi Ancestor is a peerless expert who fought to a draw with Lord Duke Long, it is not strange that he could resist the evil dragon Di Zongsheng. But this new killer move of his seems to have traces of the primordial Qi wall. Lord Duke Long had once given half of primordial origin's true inheritance to Qi Ancestor. To think that after the Fate War, he had already innovated and created an improved Qi wall killer move. Jun Shenguang blinked. If that is the case, did Qi Ancestor really go into closed cultivation during the Fate War to comprehend this killer move? Zhou Xianxia did not deny it, there is no conclusion yet. But at least for now, Qi Ancestor's methods are very different from the Qi path methods that Fang Yuan has. Saying so, Zhou Xianxia sighed, Qi Ancestor's origin is too mysterious, he is hidden too deeply. Even now, we have not investigated his identity. If it were in the past, we might be able to use the River of Time to trace his origin and figure out his identity. But now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the River of Time has become extremely dangerous, there are huge waves, even if a time path great expert enters it, their lives will be in danger. This road will be cut off. Other than time path, there was also wisdom path. But regretfully, Fang Yuan destroyed most of the immortal graveyards. Fairy Myrtle defected to Spectral Soul's side. This caused the Celestial Court to have an unprecedented lack of wisdom path experts. Boom! A huge wave crashed down, shaking heaven and earth. The evil dragon roared, its mountain-like body moved, but it was still suppressed by Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor had a grand aura. Every move of his had the power to topple heaven and overturn the sea. The grand evil dragon was not his match. The human Gu immortals cheered. At this moment, Qi Si Ancestor's reputation rose rapidly in the 5 regions. At the crucial moment when the 5 regions' Gu immortals could not make a move and human path forces were weak, Qi Si Ancestor stood up and attacked the variant human forces. This made the human Gu immortals feel joy. This is how a true man should act. Even though Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not come personally, he sent Shi Clan Gu immortals to witness the battle. Wu Yong was also in southern border. Seeing this, his heart sank as he thought, in the future, when we attack Eastern Sea, this Qi Si Ancestor will be a huge obstacle. Inside the Celestial Court, Qin Ding Ling sat in the central Great Hall with complex emotions. In the past, Celestial Court would stand up and fight at the front lines, but this time, Qi Si Ancestor took over Celestial Court's position, bearing the expectations and responsibility of humanity. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were still suspicious of Qi Si Ancestor's identity and his unclear relationship with Fang Yuan, this battle had indeed raised their impression of Qi Si Ancestor greatly. While the human Gu immortals were feeling happy, the Two Heavens Alliance army was solemn. The Gu immortals were filled with fear. How can this be? Even after sending Di Zongsheng, they still could not turn the situation around. Humans are truly strong. This is the foundation of the 5 regions. We were too hasty to start a war. Even if we don't attack, they will definitely attack us in the future. For millions of years, they have treated us variant humans like this. That's right. We need to act first to have a chance of survival. We cannot interfere in this battle, Sai, we can only pray for Lord Wu Shui to win. The variant human Gu immortals conversed. Many had grim expressions as their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Among them were many rank 8 Gu immortals with high cultivation level. They were ancestor-level characters in their respective grotto heavens. But after witnessing this terrifying battle, they did not dare to participate. Qi Si Ancestor, you have been arrogant for too long. Right at this time, Dragon Palace rose up. Wu Shui's voice could be heard from within. The immortals saw that Dragon Palace was like an orange-gold meteor, crashing towards Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor's body surged with Qi currents. He tried to block it, but the effect was not good. Dragon Palace broke through the wind and waves with great momentum. Once a Dream Path Killer move was activated, a trace of smoke swept towards Qi Si Ancestor with unstoppable momentum. Be careful. Seeing this, many human Gu immortals shouted, their hearts were in their throats. Even though they knew that their warnings could not reach the battlefield. Right now, Dream Path was unparalleled in the world. Qi Si Ancestor could only retreat and avoid the attack. This time, Wu Shui had the upper hand. The variant human Gu immortals showed expressions of joy, while the human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Qi Si Ancestor was not hit by the Dream Path Killer move. That was great. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shui's battle affected the hearts of all the Gu immortals in the world. Every change was soul-stirring, it affected the direction of the entire world. Both sides fought intensely for a long time. The immortals heard a loud sound coming from the west. The sound was like a torrent, it had a grand momentum that covered heaven and earth. The Gu immortals heard this sound and quickly shifted their gazes. They saw that Qi tides were surging in the sky, connecting to the sky and the sea. They were crashing towards the battlefield. The crucial battle is actually being disrupted by the Qi tides. Let's retreat, the Qi tides will shake our immortal apertures, we will suffer huge losses. Then what about this battle? The Gu immortals were dumbfounded. This was an unexpected change. Jun Shenguang's expression was grim. Oh no. Qi Si ancestor is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, he is restricted by Qi Si, his situation is severe. In contrast, Wu Shuai is a new dragon man, he has undergone refinement path modification, he is not restricted much. This information came from Duke Long. During the Fate War, Duke Long had secretly used Dragon Man extermination, but he could not kill Wu Shuai. Back then, he left behind this information. Humans alike dragons was a Gu refinement method created by Duke Long, it could transform humans into dragon men. Back then, the first generation of dragon men were born because of this method. The Celestial Court had information about Duke Long, and with the humans alike dragons method, they deduced a portion of Wu Shuai's details. Thus, when they found out that Wu Shuai led the Two Heavens Alliance to invade Eastern Sea, they were not surprised that Wu Shuai was able to take action. Zhou Xiong gritted his teeth, the Qi tides are Qi path disasters, Qi Si ancestor is a Qi path great expert. He definitely has an advantage in dealing with the Qi tides compared to us. Now, let's see how they deal with this influence. This might also be the turning point of this battle. Qi Si ancestor, heaven is not on your side. Let's see how long you can last against the Qi tides. Wu Shuai shouted excitedly, he activated Dragon Palace to cooperate with the evil dragon, attacking fiercely. This scene made the human Gu immortals retreat while gritting their teeth. Many prayed in their hearts, Senior Qi Si ancestor, you must persevere. But at the next moment, Qi Si ancestor laughed loudly, Wu Shuai, you fell for my trap, I was waiting for you to take the bait. The moment he said that, the Qi waves surged back like a blooming flower turning into a bud, they quickly enveloped Qi Si ancestor and Dragon Palace before shrinking into a dot and vanishing. In the battlefield, only evil dragon Di Zongsheng was left roaring. What battlefield killer move is this? At the crucial moment, Senior Qi Si ancestor actually trapped Wu Shuai in a battlefield killer move. This is too amazing. So Qi Si ancestor had been planning this all along. Wu Shuai fell into the Qi path battlefield and was separated from the evil dragon, he is at a disadvantage now. That might not be the case. Right now, Qi Si ancestor's Qi path battlefield is facing the impact of the Qi tides. Once the battlefield is destroyed, Qi Si ancestor will suffer backlash instead, he might fall into a disadvantage. Now, let's see if Qi Si ancestor can take down Dragon Palace first. If not, once his Qi path battlefield is destroyed, Wu Shuai and the evil dragon will meet up again, Qi Si ancestor will be in trouble. Regardless of which side, the Gu immortals were all worried. They couldn't witness such a crucial battle with their own eyes. Not just that, they had to retreat quickly, they could not be affected by the Qi tides, otherwise, their immortal apertures would suffer huge losses. Right when the immortals were guessing what kind of intense battle would occur in the Qi path battlefield, Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor were leisurely tasting wine in Dragon Palace. Other than wine, there were also delicacies. Fang Yuan's main body and clone had a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Wu Shuai's clone handed the incomplete human sea to Fang Yuan's main body. After Fang Yuan's main body received it, he started to discuss the future plans with Wu Shuai's clone. Chapter 2003. To think that at the crucial moment, a Qi tide would appear. Prince's Impatience was wearing a golden cloak as he sighed. Beside him was a female immortal, it was Celestial Court's female immortal Baizang Shui, she said meaningfully, this is a good thing, isn't it? Other than the two, there was also Guiyue Fangzheng. These three Gu immortals were currently inside the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board, they were no longer in Central Continent, they had entered immemorial Black Heaven. Guiyue Fangzheng's expression changed, he knew what Baizang Shui was implying. He could not help but recall Qin Ding Ling's instructions and arrangements for him before leaving Celestial Court. Yuan Guiyue and Fang Yuan are mutually exclusive, this is the arrangement of the heavenly Tao. Even if Fang Yuan transforms, this relationship will not change. Precisely so, you will be the leader of this mission, you will lead Princes Impatience and Baizang Shui to attack the Grotto Heaven headquarters of the variant human Gu immortals in the two heavens. Qin Dingling cultivated luck path. She had always placed importance on Guyue Fangzheng. She knew that Guyue Fangzheng's luck was closely related to Fang Yuan's, it was also faintly restraining him. And the facts proved this point. Qin Dingling's awakening and the discovery of the Dragonman blessed land were all to suppress Fang Yuan's changes. But now, Celestial Court lost in the Fate War, Duke Long died, Feng Jioge betrayed them, the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed, but star constellations did not respond. The huge Celestial Court fell into its weakest moment in a million years. Qin Dingling was the temporary leader of Celestial Court. She naturally had to make use of all the resources she could to protect herself and resist the enemies. Thus, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the more Qin Dingling valued Fangzheng. To nurture Fangzheng, Qin Dingling not only spared no immortal materials, she even let him be the leader this time to train his leadership skills. Fangzheng was no longer a teenager. He knew that this was an immortal opportunity that was hard to come by even in 1,000 years. Although the Celestial Court had been defeated, their background was still unfathomable. With such an organization supporting him, of course, he had to seize this opportunity. Fangzheng still had rank 7 cultivation level, he had not reached the standard to join the Celestial Court, thus his rank 7 blessed land was not contributed. In fact, Qin Dingling also needed his cultivation to continue to grow. Thus, even if Fangzheng became a rank 8 Gu immortal in the future, as long as he had room for improvement, Qin Dingling would not let him contribute his immortal aperture. After all, after transforming into a phantom aperture, the Gu immortal would have little growth left. Senior White is right. Right now, Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shui are fighting, it is the best time for us to attack. Let's do it now. As Guyue Fangzheng spoke, he acted decisively. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was activated, it turned into a blood-colored meteor, with a loud sound, it pierced the Grotto Heaven's wall and entered Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. The three immortals looked down from Demon Judgment Board, they saw that inside Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, there was a beautiful scene of mountains and rivers. The Ink Men lived in peace and contentment here, they had a huge population and were extremely prosperous. Grand blood red light spread out from Demon Judgment Board, spreading to the world. Immortal Gu houses were immortal killer moves in essence, they were formed from all kinds of Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu. Thus, according to the different Gu worms, they had different structures, and Immortal Gu houses had their own emphasis. Demon Judgment Board itself had incredible power, it had a stable and reliable performance in the Fate War. To be able to participate in the Fate War and survive, it showed that Demon Judgment Board was one of the top rank 8 Immortal Gu houses in the world. Right now, Demon Judgment Board was displaying information path power that it had not shown in the Fate War. Everywhere the blood red light went, all kinds of information flowed into Candle Demon Board like a waterfall, before flowing into the three immortals' minds in detail. Prince's Impatience frowned, showing a look of hatred. The Ink Men here are actually capturing humans and using them as slaves, they deserve to die. These variant humans deserve to die. Let's kill a batch first and search their souls. Baizang Shui shook her head, these are just mortals, even if we soul search them, they won't know much about the higher-up secrets. It is better to give them a taste of their own medicine, we will capture them and sell them as slaves to Jewel Yellow Skies, not only will we obtain benefits and replenish Celestial Court's treasury, we can also display the prestige of our Celestial Court. Fangzheng frowned internally. He had once been arranged by Fang Yuan to live with the hairy men in Langya Blessed Land for many years, he experienced the culture of variant humans. Even though these Ink Men treated humans as slaves, he could not bear to kill innocent people. But Fangzheng did not refute the two immortals' opinion, he said, these ordinary Ink Men are not important, the urgent matter now is to get rid of the Inkman Gu immortals here. Let us take a look at Demon Judgment Board. A brand new Demon Judgment Board was formed. It listed the names of the Inkman Gu immortals in Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. Let's go! Fangjing shouted, activating Demon Judgment Board and following his senses, he quickly found the nearest Inkman Gu immortal. This Inkman Gu immortal had already sensed something amiss. He was about to sneak away and meet up with the other Inkman Gu immortals. Seeing Demon Judgment Board approaching, he desperately flew away, but how could his speed compare to a rank 8 immortal Gu house? Ah! With a miserable cry, this Inkman Gu immortal was directly killed by the immortal Gu house. The blood-red light captured his soul and brought it to the three immortals. The three immortals quickly soul-searched and found a large amount of precious information. This Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven had a huge population of ink men. There were many cities. Among them, the largest city was the center of the Grotto Heaven. It had the most Inkman Gu immortals. Of course, at this moment, there were still several Inkman Gu immortals scattered outside. Demon Judgment Board Lord, what should we do now? Baizang Shui asked Fangjing. Fangjing did not hesitate, directly attack that immortal city. Demon Judgment Board tore through the sky at an extremely fast speed. It arrived in front of the immortal city in a moment. During this period of time, the Inkman Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven had basically gathered. Celestial Court. I have not offended you in any way, but you sneakily attacked me. Are you still of the righteous path? An Inkman Gu immortal scolded from the immortal city. Princess Impatience laughed heartily. My celestial court is in charge of the righteous path of humanity. Your entire Inkman tribe is an unorthodox demon. Everyone has the right to punish you. Why are you wasting words with these people? Fangjing was more direct than Princess Impatience. He directly activated Demon Judgment Board and smashed it down. The Inkman Gu immortals gritted their teeth and scolded. Then I will let you taste the power of my Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's main formation. In an instant, thick fog rose and dyed the sky pitch black. Demon Judgment Board fell into the fog. It could not distinguish north, south, east, west, or the universe. Not only that, the pitch-black fog continued to seep into the immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. Fangjing was not flustered in the face of danger. He first tried to use a killer move to probe it. Lumps of blood flames floated everywhere. Wherever they went, the black fog would dissipate. But soon, the black fog seemed to have adapted to it, surging over and devouring the blood flames. Fangjing tried to probe it several times, but they all failed. Demon Judgment Board flew around but could not see the light of day. It was unable to get out of the black fog. After thinking for a while, Fangjing resolutely activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest power and bombarded everywhere. After a few minutes and expending a large amount of immortal essence, Fangjing finally saw the black fog dissipate, revealing the world again. But the immortal city in front of him had already been destroyed. The surrounding thousands of li were in ruins. Who knew how many living beings had died under Demon Judgment Board? Most of the Inkman Gu immortals guarding this place had already perished. Only one was left with a single breath of life. He stared at Demon Judgment Board with extreme hatred, gritting his teeth. Laughable, the Great Celestial Court is actually using blood path methods. Slaughtering these innocent lives was even more merciless. You are the true demonic path members. Princess Impatience snorted coldly, replying in a disdainful tone, blood path is just a method, using it on you is the true path of humanity. I, the Lord of Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, will not let you off. The Inkman Gu immortal died with hatred. It ended just like that? Fangjing, who had single-handedly created this result and secured the victory, stared with wide eyes, finding it hard to believe. Baizang Shui knew some of his feelings. She smiled and explained, "Oh Board Lord, do you think this is a fate war, a battle that will last for months?" Fangjing got this hint and came to a realization, sighing, so that's it. The previous fate war was already at the peak of the world. After Fangjing personally participated, his impression of battles between Gu immortals rose immensely. Now that he was fighting against these rank 7 and rank 6 Inkman Gu immortals, relying on the power of the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board, he suddenly realized it was so simple. It was so easy. What should we do next, Board Lord? Prince's Impatience asked. Fangjing pondered for a while before replying, right now, these variant human Grotto Heaven Lords are with Wu Shuai in Eastern Sea. Since this place has already been settled, we still have time to attack other Grotto Heavens. We need to make good use of this opportunity to attack. Senior Baitsang Shui, please guard this place and clean up the battlefield. For the sake of ordinary ink men, Fangjing did not leave Prince's Impatience, who was more extreme and hated variant humans. Here, he chose Baitsang Shui instead. Baitsang Shui and Prince's Impatience looked at each other, seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Fangjing's actions as a leader this time had been remarkable all along. Be it his choices or his personality, they made people feel that he was reliable. He had the disposition of a great general. Then I will stay here, please be careful. Baitsang Shui instructed. Fangjing nodded with a solemn expression, Senior, don't worry, I will not underestimate the enemy. And the most crucial point is that I have never forgotten. That is Wu Shuai's actions. Baitsang Shui was completely at ease, she separated from the two. Eastern Sea. As soon as the air tide dissipated, the dilapidated dragon palace crashed into the blessed land of the Xia clan's headquarters. Ah, Lord Wu Shuai is back. What was the result of the battle? Lord Alliance Leader, you are injured? The variant human Gu immortals rushed into Dragon Palace, seeing Wu Shuai who was pale and covered in blood. Qi Si Ancestor is truly amazing. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Wu Shuai coughed, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The variant human Gu immortals were pale with fright and panic. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, don't worry, I expended most of human C and used human path methods. That Qi Si Ancestor was also heavily injured. The variant human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that this battle was a draw. Chapter 2004. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's exclamation shocked all the variant human Gu immortals present. Soon, they reacted. We need to save them. This is our base camp. Great Wisdom, do you know who invaded your Grotto Heaven? It is Celestial Court. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's expression was grim. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, the invading Gu immortals are using Demon Judgment Board. This is Celestial Court's rank 8 Immortal Gu House, it cannot be faked. Humph, so it is Celestial Court. Celestial Court is too shameless and despicable. They actually started an undeclared war. Celestial Court is an organization created by demons. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was once the greatest demon in the world, he was even greater than Fang Yuan. This is recorded clearly in the history of our tribe. When the immortals were criticizing Celestial Court, suddenly, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wu Shuai, shouting, Lord Alliance Leader, please uphold justice for us. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knew clearly, she did not have the ability to save them, just that rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board alone was beyond her ability. Moreover, who knew how many Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals were hiding in Demon Judgment Board? Wu Shuai nodded, Great Wisdom, you don't have to do this, stand up first. His expression was dark on the surface, but he was not surprised inwardly. Celestial Court's actions were within his expectations. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court had made a similar large-scale attack. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression as he said resolutely, Great Wisdom is one of us. Now that Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is being attacked by Celestial Court, we need to save it. Not only that, Celestial Court's losses to Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven will be repaid 1,000 times over. We will not let this matter rest. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader. Hearing this, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's heart calmed down, she shakily crawled up. She originally had the appearance of an old woman, now she looked very pitiful. She urged, I wonder when we will set off. Wu Shuai pondered and said, "This is a serious matter. We need to plan carefully and not lose our footing in the midst of panic." The Daji Grotto needed to be saved, but the Eastern Sea Xia clan's territories also needed to be guarded. Even though I fought to a draw with Qi Si ancestor this time. However, the Eastern Sea righteous faction will definitely not let this go. They will definitely retaliate. We've worked so hard to build this foundation, and we have to protect the fruits of victory. Fortunately, we did not use any mere people. In the upcoming battle, the Merfolk royal court can act as spies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stepped out at this moment, reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, "I am willing to defend Xia clan's headquarters. If the Eastern Sea's righteous Dao attacks, I will do my utmost and fight to the death." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were filled with righteousness, they were beautiful. In reality, he was unwilling to directly confront the Celestial Court. There were many variant human Gu immortals who had the same thoughts, they sighed at this moment. They were too slow, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was ahead of them. Among them, several variant human Gu immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were very happy. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch defended this place, they would definitely stay as well. After all, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch alone could not defend this place. Very good. Wu Shuai nodded, he looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a look of praise. "Ice Crystal, you are very strong and have a steady nature, you are a general of our alliance. With you defending this place, I can be assured. After I recover from my injuries, you will defend Xia clan's territory in my stead." The more Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard, the more anxious she got. They had discussed so much, why did they not say when to leave? She urged again, "Lord Alliance Leader, allies, time waits for no one, my Daji Grotto is in danger, we need to save it." Wu Shuai sighed, "After the battle with Qi Si ancestor, my injuries are not only severe, they are also very troublesome to heal. I need a lot of immortal materials to repair my body. Let me tell you, my Dragonman body is different from Duke Long's, I modified it and created something new. Back then, I used a lot of immortal materials to refine this body, the price was huge. This healing is also the same. Regretfully, I lack many immortal materials, I need to buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had heard of the humans-alike dragon's method, she did not doubt it, she asked, "May I ask Lord Alliance Leader, how many immortal materials do you need to heal your injuries? We can provide them." Wu Shuai gave her a list. The variant human Gu immortals sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was too high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was tongue-tied, she was shocked, to think that Alliance Leader's body was so precious. Wu Shuai smiled, he did not speak, he only used his gaze to gesture at Gu Tribe's leader. Gu Tribe's leader immediately said, "I can testify to this, many of my tribe's disciples have also turned into dragon men, thus, the amount of immortal materials needed is far more than this." This was a lie of course, but Gu Tribe's leader was closest to Wu Shuai, he was also an Eastern Sea rank 8, his words carried great weight. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother naturally suspected that Wu Shuai was using this chance to ask for a high price, but she did not dare to question him, she was also forced by the situation. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth, she said with difficulty, "Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to provide immortal materials to help you recover as soon as possible." The variant human Gu immortals quickly gathered the immortal materials. Wu Shuai accepted the immortal materials but shook his head, "Even if we gather all the immortal materials, it will take at least 3 days and 2 nights. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard this and almost fainted on the spot. She was extremely anxious, she was about to speak but Wu Shuai waved his hand, she could only keep quiet. At the next moment, Wu Shuai spoke, "As the Alliance Leader, no matter which one of you is attacked, I will save them. The Celestial Court is our common enemy. But the situation now is too special. How about this? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, you are the Vice Alliance Leader, you will lead a group to reinforce Black Heaven. You must preserve Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's foundation. What? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes, showing a troubled expression. To think that this matter still landed on him, he quickly thought about it and found that he could not refuse. He gritted his teeth and said, I am willing to go. But I am alone and do not have enough strength. I am afraid of delaying the reinforcement. I would like to borrow Lord Alliance Leader's Dragon Palace. With it, I will definitely complete the Alliance Leader's mission. But Wu Shuai shook his head. I cannot lend Dragon Palace, I need it to recover from my injuries. Is that so? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to say something. But Wu Shuai's expression changed as he said, Everyone, the situation is urgent now, there is no time for discussion. Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is only the first to be invaded. Do you think your Grotto Heaven headquarters will remain unscathed? You need to save yourselves. If I am not the Alliance Leader, are you going to surrender in this situation? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, I order you to reinforce them. You can choose any 5 people from the hall to go with you. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. He could only lower his head and accept the order bitterly. He carefully chose 5 Gu Immortals, they all had rank 8 cultivation level. These people were the leaders of forces that were close to him. There was no helping it, resisting the Celestial Court to reinforce Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven was too dangerous. He did not want to fall into a desperate situation due to internal conflict. However, just as they were about to set off, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suddenly went into a daze. She said dejectedly, It's too late, my Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven has already been invaded by the Celestial Court. The Gu Immortals were in an uproar. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt down in front of Wu Shuai again, tears flowing down her face. Lord Alliance Leader, please take revenge for me. My tribe has been trying to collect Xian Kun Crystal Wall, we have already collected 50%. If we collect another 10%, we will be able to activate our Ingman racial inheritance. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly spoke about her racial inheritance. Her meaning was clear, she was trying to lure Wu Shuai with benefits. This concerned the racial inheritance. The other Gu Immortals heard this and their eyes shined brightly. Right at this time, another Gu Immortal called out anxiously, Oh no, my Grotto Heaven is also being attacked by the Celestial Court. Quick, quick, quick. We need to go back and save them. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. This is an urgent matter, why aren't you going back? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He led several Gu Immortals back to Immemorial Black Heaven. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and another Gu Immortal went back to save them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest also went back. The number of Gu Immortals in front of Dragon Palace decreased by half. The remaining Gu Immortals had unsightly expressions, they were filled with fear like startled birds. Who knew, one of them might be the next one to be in trouble. Wu Shuai ignored them, he ordered them to guard Xia clan's territory, he closed the door of Dragon Palace and urgently healed. These variant human Gu Immortals are truly useless, hee. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was among the Gu Immortals, he was the only one who was calm. We Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals do not interact with each other normally, we are even wary of each other, we feel like we are not hiding ourselves well enough. With such vigilance, how can we improve in such a short period of time? Even if we gather together, we will still be a disorderly bunch. My decision to side with the Celestial Court was indeed correct. After this matter, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was even more determined to side with the Celestial Court. After parting with the Immortals, he secretly reported this matter to the Celestial Court. Wu Shuai created the Two Heavens Alliance, it was naturally restricted by the alliance agreement. But Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's information path Dao marks were already unraveled by Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest. Thus, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord did not have to worry about any backlash from the alliance agreement. In the central Great Hall of the Celestial Court, Qin Ding Ling soon obtained this information. She thought about it, she did not inform Eastern Sea's righteous path, instead, she informed Fangzheng. Fang Zheng was about to take down the second grotto heaven now. The remaining Gu immortals in the grotto heaven were hidden very well. Fang Zheng could not find them in a short period of time. Fang Zheng thought about it. He immediately asked Princess Impatience to stay here and clean up the mess. On the other hand, he controlled the Demon Judgment Board alone and attacked the third heavenly abode. At the same time, Eastern Sea, Qi Sea. Qi Sea ancestor had a pale expression. He sat at the main seat, looking at Xia Ruiji and the rest. The representatives of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces were all gathered here. Chapter 2005. Xia clan's first supreme elder Xia Ruiji heard Qi Sea ancestor's words and was shocked. After being dazed for a while, he replied cautiously, reporting to ancestor, "My Xia clan is indeed secretly creating a human path secluded domain. It is called Human Sea. But this human path secluded domain does not have any offensive power. The reason why we created this secluded domain is to let our Gu immortals have a way to revive in the future when we face war." Xia Ruiji's words were vague, but they were not lies. Xia clan's true purpose in creating Human Sea was to revive their Gu immortals. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, when Xia clan's Gu immortals died in battle, they were not completely dead. They could be revived from Human Sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would vanish, the Gu immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia clan displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia clan. This caused Chai clan to imitate Human Sea secluded domain and create Human Mountain secluded domain. Qi Sea ancestor stroked his beard. It seems that Wu Shuai led the two heavens Gu immortals to invade your Xia clan. One of their goals was this Human Sea secluded domain. He clearly has a different way of using it. The human path killer moves that he uses are hard for me to block. The Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Ruiji frowned, muttering softly, "Did the news of our Xia clan being invaded get leaked, a strong enemy lured here by Human Sea secluded domain? But this Human Sea secluded domain has not been fully constructed yet." Qi Sea ancestor's expression sank. If Wu Shuai does not have a complete Human Sea secluded domain, doesn't that mean that after he repairs it and obtains a complete Human Sea secluded domain, wouldn't his human path killer moves be even more powerful? Xia Ruiji smiled, "Ancestor, don't worry, the Human Sea secluded domain's construction method originated from an ancestor of our clan. It was perfected by generations after generations. Wu Shuai does not know the profundity behind it. If he constructs it rashly, Human Sea will only become fewer and fewer." Qi Sea ancestor shook his head. Wu Shuai is an old monster of the past. He used Fang Yuan's strength to revive. He is a crafty person who plans before taking action. Every time he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt or a gust of wind, and he would definitely gain something. Since he knows that the Xia family is building the Human Sea secret realm, perhaps he knows the method of building the Human Sea secret realm. Xia Ruiji's smile became strained. This possibility isn't too great. The method of setting up the Human Sea mystic realm is only known to the 3 grand elders in our clan. Now, everyone who knows is here. Could it be that there's a traitor among us? Qi Sea ancestor sighed. There might not be a traitor. Don't forget, Dragon Palace that Wu Shuai controls has a dream path killer move. Maybe he attacked you in your dreams. This. The smile on Xia Ruiji's face completely stiffened. If it was any other sect, Xia Ruiji would at least have some confidence. But he was not clear about dream path methods. Lord Xia Ruiji, friends from Xia clan. At this time, Tang clan's Gu immortal spoke. Is it really good to continue hiding it? There's no harm in publicizing the construction method of Human Sea to the public so that everyone can study it and find the flaw in Marshal Wu's human path method. Xia clan's Gu immortals stared with wide eyes. The construction method of Human Sea was one of the greatest trump cards of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. How could they casually publicize it? Tang Clan's Gu immortals were saying this because they wanted Human Sea's secret realm. Xia Clan's Gu immortals scoffed, "Pardon my bluntness, but friends of Xia Clan, what are you still holding on for? You've already lost your territory. Do you still want to build a brand new human ocean secret realm out of thin air? Do you know what the key point is now? Ancestor fought with Wu Shuai because of his human path killer move. Wu Shuai managed to retreat. As long as this human path killer move is broken, what can Wu Shuai and the Two Heavens Alliance do? By then, won't you be able to take back your homeland?" Xia Clan's Gu immortals gritted their teeth. Tang Clan and Xia Clan were the two super forces of Eastern Sea. They were neighbors with Xia Clan. They naturally had many conflicts. Thus, Tang Clan and Xia Clan's Gu immortals made things difficult for them. However, even though the two clans' Gu immortals were making things difficult for them, their words were reasonable. Even Xia Clan's Gu immortals had to admit this. Xia Ruiji thought about it before making up his mind. The construction method of Human Sea is our Xia Clan's secret. We will not publicize it. I am only willing to offer this human path essence to Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor fought with Wu Shuai and was injured as a result. Moreover, Xia Clan's future hopes were basically on Qi Si Ancestor. Because the Two Heavens had Wu Shuai, Eastern Sea only had Qi Si Ancestor who could suppress the evil dragon and resist Dragon Palace. Xia Ruiji's actions were to curry favor with Qi Si Ancestor and also for his own clan. But Qi Si Ancestor shook his head. "I am only asking this to confirm something. Your Xia clan can keep this Human Sea construction method. I have no foundation in human path. Even if I obtain this method, I will not be able to break Wu Shuai's method." Xia Ruiji was anxious. He was about to speak when Qi Si Ancestor waved his hand. "Xia clan, don't worry. Wu Shuai is a dragon man. The Two Heavens Alliance is mainly made up of variant human Gu immortals. They are the common enemies of the 5 regions. If they invaded the other 4 regions, so be it. But they chose to attack Eastern Sea. As a member of the human race, I have a duty to resist the variant humans. Ancestor is righteous." The Gu immortals present praised. Qi Si Ancestor continued, "But I am injured now. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. As for Wu Shuai, his injuries are even more severe. He will not move for the time being. You can all rest assured." Qi Si Ancestor paused before saying, "When I recover, I will ask all of you to join forces and attack the Two Heavens Alliance. We will follow Ancestor's instructions. With Ancestor as the leader, Eastern Sea has no worries. Without Ancestor, Eastern Sea would have perished long ago. With Ancestor guarding Eastern Sea, it is Eastern Sea's fortune, it is the fortune of all living beings." The Eastern Sea Gu immortals started to flatter him. Xia Ruiji, however, had a gloomy expression. He and the other Xia clan Gu immortals were homeless now. They could not take back Xia clan's territory in a short period of time. What should they do now? Qi Si Ancestor smiled. "Before the army attacks, friends from Xia clan, why don't you stay in Qi Si as guests?" Xia clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. Xia Ruiji cupped his fists and thanked Ancestor's kindness. "Xia clan is deeply grateful. We will definitely repay you in the future." The other clans' Gu immortals looked at Xia clan's Gu immortals with different gazes. Other than disdain and sympathy, there was also some envy and jealousy. Maybe Xia clan obtained a blessing in disguise? They were able to interact with Qi Si Ancestor so closely. As time passed, they would form a relationship. They would be able to gain Qi Si Ancestor's support in the future. If they knew the truth, who knew what expression they would have? After the discussion, Qi Si Ancestor went into closed cultivation. The other Eastern Sea Gu immortals also returned to their headquarters, making preparations for the army attack. Mermaid Lien Ku Xian broke out in cold sweat. The Merman Imperial Court had already sided with the Two Heavens Alliance, but Wu Shuai did not expose their identities. They were sent as spies to report information. At this moment, Cold winds blew from the clouds. Lian Xianxia gradually relaxed. She frowned as she thought to herself, it seems that Eastern Sea will be peaceful for a short period of time, there will be no more battles. But this is only the temporary calm before the storm. Sigh, in the future battle, where will my merman imperial court go? Lian Xianxia was one of the 3 immortals in charge of the merman imperial court. She had a high status and authority, but now, she felt powerless and hesitant. The 5 regional walls vanished. Everyone knew that the 5 regions would be in chaos. And this chaos had just started. Lian Xianxia felt like she was in a turbulent situation. Her future was dark, she could not see any light or hope. If she was careless, not just her, the entire merman imperial court would be destroyed. After receiving the report, Shen Zongsheng learned of Qi Si ancestor's decision. It seems that Eastern Sea is truly led by Qi Si ancestor now. Shen Zongsheng sighed, if ancestor Shen Shang returns, things will be different. To let a secluded cultivator lead the entire righteous path. Shen Zongsheng shook his head. He naturally had ambitions. He wanted Shen clan to become the overlord of Eastern Sea, the #1 super force. Different from the other righteous path clans, Shen clan returned with Shen Shang. They had a strong character that could compete with Qi Si ancestor. But Shen Shang's whereabouts were still unknown. Shen clan had already searched for him but there were no results. Shen Zongsheng felt a headache. Oh ancestor, where are you? At the same time. Divine Emperor Palace, Painting Path World. Hong Yi and Yi Fan walked side by side on a bustling street. At the corner of an alley, a group of muscular men surrounded the person in the middle, punching and kicking the person in the middle. Stop! Hong Yi could not stand it anymore, he shouted to stop them. After Yi Fan saw the situation, he was furious. Are you not embarrassed to attack? So many people bullying a beggar? The group of muscular men turned around. Rascal, don't be a busybody. This lunatic is courting death. He dared to startle my esteemed guest's horse and almost caused her to fall. We will not rest until we kill him. Hong Yi sighed, you are really going overboard. Bam bam bam. Hong Yi and Yi Fan acted righteously and chased the group of muscular men away. The beggar was curled up on the ground, his body was covered in bruises, he was also trembling as he mumbled incoherent gibberish. He is truly a lunatic. Hong Yi sighed. Sigh, even if he is a lunatic, he is still human. It wasn't his intention to collide with the horses, was it? Yi Fan also sighed. Come, let's help him settle down, we cannot leave him here. The two of them placed the crazy beggar in a secluded alley, bought some buns for him, and threw them beside him. After doing this, they left. What they did not know was that not long after they left, this lunatic beggar suddenly regained his rationality. Where am I? Damn it, the black fire is causing me to go crazy again. Chapter 2006. The streets were bustling with people, the shops on both sides of the street had bright signboards and banners. Wow! This is the painting world. Amazing! Everything looks so real. Sun Yao only felt her body shake slightly, her vision changed as she entered this place, she could not help but shout. The surrounding people looked at this young lady with astonished gazes. However, Sun Yao didn't notice it at all. Her eyes were wide open and glowing as she swept her gaze around her surroundings. Her face was filled with excitement and curiosity. Sun Yao was a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House, she was heavily nurtured by the sect as a Gu immortal seed. Originally, Spirit Affinity House's spot belonged to Feng Kim Hong. Unfortunately, because of Feng Jioga's betrayal, Qin Ding Ling hesitated. Spirit Affinity House changed their recommendation in time, thus Sun Yao replaced Feng Kim Hong. However, the sect's nurturing was different from Sun Yao's expectations. Spirit Affinity House only told Sun Yao the origin of this painting before sending her here. Sun Yao wandered around the streets and shops, forgetting to return home. She had grown up in Spirit Affinity House since young. Her senior brothers and sisters were all cultivating and abiding by the sect's rules. She rarely came into contact with the secular world. Now, everything was so interesting and novel to her. She used yuan stone to buy many sticks of candied haws. She watched as she ate. She saw paper cutters in the alleys. The red paper quickly turned into vivid and lifelike butterflies and flowers under the scissors. She entered the theater to enjoy the opera. Those people had all kinds of makeup on their faces, they wore extravagant clothes, and their singing was long and resounding. She stopped at the entrance of the street and saw two strong men performing an acrobatic performance of breaking rocks with their chests. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder lightly. Sun Yao turned around and saw a young man with a square face and an upright appearance. Without waiting for Sun Yao to speak, this youth with a righteous temperament said with a simple and honest smile, "Are you from the 10 great ancient sects?" Sun Yao immediately stared with wide eyes, shouting in joy, "Senior brother, you too?" The young man nodded and cupped his fists, "I am Wind Cloud Manor's Chen de Jiang." "So it's senior apprentice brother Chen." Sun Yao's heart shook, and she hurriedly returned the greeting. Chen Dajiang was the current chief disciple of the Wind Cloud Manor. Sun Yao had long heard of his great name. Sun Yao felt as if she had met a celebrity. When Chen Dajiang made a name for himself, she was inconspicuous. She was just Feng Kim Huang's follower. Just like Sun Yao, Chen Dajiang was a candidate recommended by Wind Cloud Manor and was sent to the world in the painting. The two of them met in a strange place. Even though it was their first meeting, there was a natural intimacy between them. "Senior brother Chen, I wonder, what are the sect's arrangements for sending us here for training?" Sun Yao asked. Chen Dajiang shook his head. "I know nothing about this either. I thought that by entering this place, would be able to receive guidance on the next step. I didn't expect the sect to have made no arrangements." The two of them discussed in secret to no avail, so they decided to travel together. "Give me something to eat, I beg you, we haven't eaten for 3 days, Wang Yao begged. "Give me some money, please. My old father has passed away. This little girl is selling her body to bury him, please help me." The two of them wandered aimlessly. When they reached a street, it was filled with hungry people. Many of them were emaciated, leaning against the corner of the wall. Many of them were begging, holding their hands or holding a broken bowl. The pedestrians on the street were in a hurry, avoiding them. Few of them stopped to give alms. "How can this be? We're only separated by 2 streets." Sun Yao was shocked when she saw this scene. Chen Dajiang analyzed in a low voice. "This is the world in the painting of Divine Emperor City. Every single major scene that occurred in the history of Emperor City would be merged into numerous murals. Looks like this is the situation in Emperor City during one of the famine years in history." Sun Yao couldn't help but feel sympathy. "Senior brother Chen, although they are only people in the painting and not real existences, they are too pitiful. But they are so pitiful, and I still want to help them." Hearing this, Chen Dajiang immediately looked at Sun Yao in a new light. He smiled cheerfully. "I'm not afraid of junior sister laughing at me. I also have the same idea. Why don't we move together?" "Okay." Sun Yao jumped in joy and agreed. The two of them contributed money and effort. Not only did they give out yuan stone, they even bought porridge, steamed buns and so on, sending them to these beggars. Good people. Many thanks, benefactors. We will never forget your kindness. Benefactors, please allow this lowly one to follow you to repay your kindness. The people in distress were filled with gratitude and praises. Right at this time, a frivolous voice interrupted, "What are you doing?" Sun Yao and Chen Dajiang turned around and saw a Gu master wearing a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. His posture was straight like a sword and his expression was filled with arrogance as he walked towards them. "So it is brother Shao Qi Xing of Spirit Butterfly Valley." Chen Dajiang cupped his fists and greeted. Sun Yao gasped. Shao Qixing was also a famous person, she hurriedly said. Spirit Affinity Houses. Sun Yao greets senior brother Shao. Shao Qixing sized up Sun Yao. You are Spirit Affinity House's candidate this time? It seems that Feng Kim Hong was really frozen. It is no wonder, her father openly betrayed the celestial court. It is normal for Feng Kim Hong to end up like this. Hearing this, Sun Yao frowned. Senior sister Feng doesn't care about such things. He, she is indeed proud and arrogant. What a pity, a phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. Shao Qixing showed a mocking smile. You are actually helping these refugees? They are not real people, why are you doing this? No reason, we just want to help them. Chen Dajiang smiled. Sympathy. Shao Qixing shook his head with a look of disdain. That means you don't know the importance of this fortuitous encounter, you are actually wasting time here. Oh? Chen Dajiang's eyes brightened. What does brother Shao know? Shao Qixing looked at Chen Dajiang. There is no harm in telling you, this painting world is vivid and lifelike. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's contented lifestyle killer move. We were all recommended by the sect and nurtured by the celestial court. We were sent here to further our studies. I believe you have also noticed that there are Gu masters cultivating here, but they mainly cultivate human path. The sect's intention is to let us cultivate human path. We will strive to advance to Gu Immortal and cultivate human path as our main path. Although this world is fake, human path cultivation is real and not fake. The human path Gu worms we obtain from here can also be used outside. So it is like this. Sun Yao's eyes opened wide, but soon revealed some doubts. But why did the sect not tell me? Chen Dajiang asked straightforwardly, how did brother Shao know about this? Shao Qixing smiled and puffed out his chest, saying proudly, Spirit Butterfly Valley did not tell me about this either, I only learned about it after asking my great-grandfather. Chen Dajiang nodded, and seeing that Sun Yao was still doubtful, he explained, Brother Shao has a noble status and has a long history, his great-grandfather is Lord Gu Immortal Shao Baihong. Oh, so it is like this. Sun Yao's gaze towards Shao Qixing changed again. Alright, I am going to the military camp now and join the city guards. I have already investigated, only the city guards can obtain Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, Centurion Gu, and so on. These human path Gu worms are very outstanding and can be the solid foundation of human path cultivation. We might as well go together, we can take care of each other. Shao Qixing suggested. Chen Dajiang, however, shook his head, Brother Shao, you go first, I have not finished helping the refugees here. Shao Qixing looked at Chen Dajiang and nodded, you are still the same, what about you? He looked at Sun Yao. Sun Yao hesitated for a moment before shaking her head, no, senior brother Shao, I intend to help senior brother Chen. Ha! Shao Qixing laughed with a profound meaning, then I will not disturb you two from your good deeds. He directly left, sneering in his heart, these two fools don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter they have missed. Shao Qixing could not help but recall the words of his great-grandfather, O Qixing, entering the painting world this time is an unimaginably great fortuitous encounter. If possible, you can even inherit Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and become the Lord of Divine Emperor City. You need to do your best and grasp this opportunity. Remember, you must make good use of your time. You are only the first batch of candidates, the Celestial Court will arrange for some rank 6 Gu Immortals to enter. These people are also the elites that the Celestial Court has focused on nurturing, but the Qi tides have yet to subside, so they have no choice but to recuperate. After entering the painting world, you need to race against time and establish an early advantage so that you can deal with those Gu Immortal level opponents in the future. Don't be afraid, these Gu Immortals can only follow the rules of the painting world. Immortals and mortals are almost equal. Every time Shao Qixing recalled these words, he could not help but feel excited. This was a peerless fortuitous encounter, he naturally wanted to grasp it. Sun Yao and Chen Dejiang did not know the inside story, so Shaoqi Xing wanted to deceive them and make them help him. Unfortunately, these two actually wanted to do good deeds, their temperaments were really incompatible and they could not work together. Shaoqi Xing saw through this and did not want to waste his precious time and energy on them. These are steamed buns and porridge, eat slowly, don't choke. Sun Yao placed a bowl of porridge and steamed buns in front of Shen Shang. Shen Shang was still covered in injuries and looked like a beggar, sitting in a dark corner of the wall like a stone statue. Sun Yao did not mind, after all, there were many silent beggars like him. She did this good deed to help others, not to hear some words of gratitude. Shen Shang's eyes shined with brilliance as he looked at Sun Yao who was right in front of him, and then looked at Shaoqi Xing's disappearing figure in the distance. These people are all Gu immortal seeds of the Celestial Court. In order to welcome the waves of the Great Era, the Celestial Court has already made a long-term plan. Xiao Baihong is short-sighted, he did not even know that he harmed his own great-grandson. Sun Yao and Chen Dejiang were kept in the dark earlier, and even though they learned some of the inside information, they still acted according to their nature. If these two continue, they will definitely benefit greatly. Shen Shang evaluated inwardly. Although these three were conversing via voice transmission, they could not hide from a person like Shen Shang. Shen Shang sighed inwardly. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is truly grand, it is truly worthy of respect. In history, the true inheritance of human path belongs to the legends of Renzu. Although this book looks superficial, it is actually extremely profound. Since ancient times, only a small group of people have comprehended its essence and created human path killer moves. However, for a path, these killer moves are merely superficial, they are like the bright moon in the clouds, they are not something that ordinary people can reach. Human path has high-end achievements, but it has no foundation, thus it has never been able to develop. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created this world in the painting, he absorbed the scenes of the human world for millions of years and derived all kinds of foundation stones of human path. His contribution to the development of human path is truly too huge. He can be said to be the founder of human path. The development of human path here is also of great help to me. I wonder what happened when I went crazy, I was actually able to mix in. Unfortunately, I cannot contact Fang Yuan's clone, Fang Di Chang. What is the situation on his side? Shen Shang had cooperated with Fang Di Chang previously and successfully deciphered the Venerable's human path method, adding a huge weight to the scales of victory in the Fate War. Shen Shang knew that Fang Di Chang had once refined Divine Bean Palace, he had a lot of authority. If he could cooperate with Fang Di Chang again, it would be a good thing for both of them. P.S. Congratulations to Filthy Demon King who works hard to get up reader for becoming this book's Silver Alliance Master, the current #1 fan. Thank you for your support, I also remember your message, I will work hard to update this chapter with high quality. I also thank all the readers who participated in the crowdfunding, I have finally organized the detailed list today, I will send it to the related sections later. Chapter 2007. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. In a valley, Shi Cheng was inspecting the stone mushrooms in the valley. If these stone mushrooms were growing well, they would be 5 feet tall, shaped like short trees, and their caps were like umbrellas. But these stone mushrooms were all short, they were like wooden stumps left behind after trees were cut down. Moreover, their bodies were not the healthy gray color of stone, instead, they had a distorted multicolored color, it was very strange. This field of stone mushrooms is destroyed. Shi Cheng finished inspecting and confirmed this, his expression was very ugly. Even though he only had rank 6 cultivation level, Fang Yuan thought highly of him, he arranged for him to lead the Rockman tribe in Mini Southern Border. Shi Cheng was very respectful towards Fang Yuan, he wanted to develop the Rockman tribe and not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. This field of stone mushrooms was a medium-sized resource point that he personally constructed for the benefit of the Rockman tribe. In order to construct this resource point, Shi Xianxia had specially requested a lot of immortal materials from Fang Yuan's time path clone as the initial investment. Back then, he had even promised that there would be ideal profits. In the end, reality was like a slap to Shi Xianxia's face. How could this be? I clearly followed the tribe's records and meticulously nurtured the stone mushrooms, there was no mistake. Shi Xianxia was very confused. A few days ago, these stone mushrooms were growing well, everything was normal. But after a few days, these stone mushrooms had become like this. How can I explain this to Lord Fang Yuan? Shi Xianxia frowned as he sighed. Right at this time, light flashed, Fang Yuan's will was transmitted in the air. The will was condensed into a solid form, it was vivid and lifelike. Shi Xianxia gasped and immediately bowed, this subordinate greets master. Fang Yuan's will waved his hand, I already know about the situation here, the stone mushrooms were destroyed, it was not your fault, it was a natural disaster. Go back first, another batch of immortal materials will arrive after some time, you can just build a second stone mushroom valley. Shi Xianxia was overjoyed, he quickly bowed and thanked him, he wanted to say something but hesitated. Fang Yuan's consciousness revealed a knowing smile. You want to ask what exactly caused these stone mushrooms to be destroyed? Shi Xianxia nodded. Master is very perceptive. I still want to ask, can these stone mushrooms be reused? It would be a pity to abandon them. The initial investment to build the stone mushroom valley was huge. Of course, it was nothing in Fang Yuan's eyes, but in Shi Xianxia's eyes, it was a sky-high investment. In addition, he had invested a lot of effort and time into this place. He did not want to see all his efforts go to waste. However, Fang Yuan shook his head. You don't have to think too much about the details. If I can solve it, you won't have to worry. If I can't solve it, it's useless for you to know. As for these stone mushrooms, they could not be used, even if they were used as goo materials to refine goo, it would only lead to greater losses. You can go now. Yes, my lord. Shi Xianxia respectfully retreated. He couldn't help but feel worried. Why is there so much trouble this time? Judging from your tone, you might not be able to solve this problem. After Shi Xianxia left, only Fang Yuan's will was left in this valley. Fang Yuan's will had a solemn expression. He first looked at the whole valley. The countless stone mushrooms in the valley had become twisted objects. Their smooth surface was now filled with countless wrinkles. The colors were bright and colorful, like a gathering of venomous creatures, it gave people a terrifying feeling. But this was only on the surface. In Fang Yuan's eyes, he could see that the earth path Dao marks in these stone mushrooms were scattered and disrupted. There were Dao marks of many other paths mixed in, like wind path, lightning path, poison path, dark path, fire path, and so on. Precisely so, these stone mushrooms could only be discarded as trash. At least for now, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to use them. Providence. Fang Yuan's will suddenly snickered, he found the hidden providence in the valley. With a loud sound, he turned into clouds and mist, enveloping the whole valley and chasing after providence. The battle of wills soon came to an end. Fang Yuan won, he succeeded in eliminating the hidden providence in this place. Of course, he paid a huge price. After this will condensed again, it was no longer as lifelike as before, it was illusory like a shadow, giving off a feeling that it could dissipate with the wind. Fang Yuan's will sighed. The victory this time was merely a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. A new problem had appeared. The Stone Mushroom Valley was not an isolated case. Recently, hidden providence had appeared all over the sovereign immortal aperture, many resource points were destroyed. Fang Yuan's main body was in charge of the goo refinement and destroyed Fate Goo, he obtained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. These Dao marks did not belong to him, they were imposed on him. The Heaven Path Dao marks evolved on their own, causing the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture to change, becoming more balanced and stable. In the long run, these changes were more beneficial than detrimental, they greatly increased the sovereign immortal aperture's development potential. But in the short run, Fang Yuan would suffer heavy losses. Fang Yuan did not belong to a super force, his assets were all in the sovereign immortal aperture. If this foundation suffered losses, it would definitely affect his battle strength. Fang Yuan did not want to fall into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He had been working hard to command the humans and variant humans in the Grotto Heaven to resist the heavenly calamities. At the same time, he collected the Thousand Wish Tree and the Incomplete Human Sea, using Human Path to restrain the changes in the heavenly Tao. With these two methods working together, the sovereign immortal aperture situation improved greatly. But Fang Yuan did not expect the natural evolution of the Heaven Path Tao marks to produce providence. The heavenly Tao was impartial, it had no ill intentions towards Fang Yuan, changing the environment was just a natural evolution. But providence was not like that. Providence was born from the heavenly Tao, it was more flexible. The heavenly Tao could not get rid of the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan, he was an existence that affected the balance, so providence went one step further, it started to destroy the various resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. The heavenly Tao could change the Tao marks of other paths. Providence used this ability to completely mess up the Tao marks of the resource points, turning them from orderly to terrible. Stone Mushroom Valley was just one of them. I have the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation, but the sovereign immortal aperture is too huge, the heavenly Tao is constantly evolving, it can produce providence anywhere. It is too difficult for me to clear up all of these providence. Even if I use my full strength, the efficiency is very low. Fang Yuan knew that the solution was to directly refine these Heaven Path Tao marks, making them truly belong to the sovereign immortal aperture and himself. But he did not know how to do it. He had never heard of anyone cultivating the heavenly Tao. The only way was to use Human Path to suppress the heavenly Tao. Fang Yuan thought for a long time, he found two possible ways out. The first was Emperor City. Emperor City was meticulously arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it has now become a Human Path sacred land. If I obtain it, I will definitely be able to suppress the heavenly Tao. The second way was Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave was arranged by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years, the 8th layer contains the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, demonic sounds wreak havoc in Crazed Demon Cave, causing living beings to go crazy, all kinds of immortal materials are useless, Tao marks are mixed together. This situation is exactly the same as the stone mushroom and other resource points. If I can grasp all of Crazed Demon Cave's secrets, should be able to improve my current situation. But these two ways were extremely dangerous. Emperor City was at the center of Central Continent, if Fang Yuan went there, he would definitely become enemies with the Celestial Court. With his current strength, he could defeat the Celestial Court on the surface. However, Fang Yuan was wary of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable schemed against him, causing him to lose Fang Di Chang. When he inspected luck earlier, Fang Yuan did not discover Fang Di Chang's luck, it was likely that he had died. Red Lotus Demon Venerable also schemed against him, if not for the Heaven Path Tao marks, how could Fang Yuan's immortal aperture produce providence? Of course, Red Lotus also schemed against Spectral Soul. The Heaven Path Tao marks were both a danger and an opportunity for Fang Yuan, they were also a protective umbrella. At least, Spectral Soul's arrangements could not be activated. If Fang Yuan wanted to take Emperor City, he would have to face the methods of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for Crazed Demon Cave, that place was filled with danger. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had promised Fang Yuan that they would participate in the Fate War, but after the battle, they disappeared without a trace. It was not that Fang Yuan did not try to contact them, but they had completely lost contact with him. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave that caused the 3 crazed demon eccentrics to disappear mysteriously? Fang Yuan guessed that Longevity Heaven might have made a move. The loss of Wisdom Gu made Fang Yuan realize that this was Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Giant Sun's attack made Fang Yuan realize that Giant Sun Immortal had a backup plan all along. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, it was not impossible for a Venerable to revive. If Fang Yuan went to Crazed Demon Cave, he would have to face Giant Sun Immortal and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. There was another thing that made Fang Yuan worried: the River of Time's abnormality was happening. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, the River of Time's water had become extremely violent. It was extremely dangerous. Even if Fang Yuan used Myriad-Year Flying Warship, he could only barely enter the river. He would have to return to the 5 regions after a while. He could not explore for long. Fang Yuan understood the reason. Earlier, the River of Time could move forward smoothly and flow smoothly because everything was fixed by Fate Gu. No matter what existence it was, they had a fixed life trajectory. Precisely because of this, Time Path Gu Immortals could often observe the downstream to predict things. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to plot and destroy Fate Gu because he observed the downstream and obtained many secrets about the future. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, all living beings no longer had a fixed trajectory. They could change at will. Thus, the River of Time had become extremely violent. Everything was turbid and chaotic. With such a change in the River of Time, Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used for the time being. Spring-Autumn Cicada could travel in the river because the water was gentle. Now that the river had become chaotic, once Spring-Autumn Cicada entered the river, it would be crushed by the river water. Unless Fang Yuan developed another killer move that could protect Spring-Autumn Cicada. Although the river water is troublesome, it is not a big problem. My true worry is still Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is someone who planted a stone lotus island in the River of Time. I wonder what other arrangements he has made in the River of Time. Fate Gu was destroyed in the end. Fang Yuan finally got rid of the guillotine hanging over his head. However, there was a dense fog in front of him. He was walking in a mountain range. In this fog, which one was solid ground and which one was a cliff? That path that led to eternal life, the path that he had been pursuing, did it exist in this fog? If it existed, where was it? Chapter 2008. In immemorial Black Heaven, a group of Gu Immortals concealed themselves as they flew rapidly. These Gu Immortals had outstanding cultivation level. They were all rank 8 variant human Gu Immortals. The leader was a Gu Immortal with white skin and blue hair. He had a solemn expression. It was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch received orders from Wu Shuai to reinforce the Grotto Heaven headquarters and resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Along the way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was filled with worries. This is not what I expected. I appointed Wu Shuai as the alliance leader because I wanted him to be the vanguard. But now that we are going against Celestial Court, I have become the vanguard instead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to make excuses, but the situation at that time made it impossible for him to do so. Wu Shuai fought with Qi Si Ancestor after all. He was injured. Speaking of which, I did make use of him to resist Qi Si Ancestor. As the Vice Alliance leader, I have to take responsibility for this situation. Logically speaking, I have to go to Black Heaven to reinforce them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to go against Celestial Court like this. Regardless of the outcome, he was going to become a thorn in Celestial Court's side. Currently, he still wanted Wu Shuai to attract their attention. But the world was like a game of chess. The world was filled with dangers and uncertainties. In the blink of an eye, he was pushed to the front. I really have no choice. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed deeply in his heart. He had to reinforce them, but how to do it was something he had to ponder over. Vice Alliance leader, a large number of Gu Immortals have been discovered ahead. The investigative Gu Immortal suddenly said, before continuing, they are our people. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. He was not surprised. Go and gather with them. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch regretted taking the position of Vice Alliance leader, it was too late now. He could only make full use of this position. Before they set off, he had already used this position to command the other Grotto Heavens to defend and help each other, to fight against the enemy Celestial Court. He wanted to contribute his strength. The two groups of Goo Immortals gathered. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the reinforcements and felt anger in his heart. Chaotic Rock Grotto Heaven sent an immemorial rock monster. Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven sent 6 Eggman Goo Immortals. They could form the ancient battle formation Rotten Evil Cloud Formation, while Hair Monster Grotto Heaven took out the incomplete Immortal Goo House Black Emperor building. These 3 Grotto Heaven forces were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, thus, they took out their trump cards. But other than that, the other forces did not do anything. Especially some human forces, they only sent a few rank 7 Goo Immortals for show. In front of a great enemy, these Grotto Heavens still want to protect themselves. Sigh, the distance between the heavenly abodes is too great, and the communication between them is sparse. The reason why they are united is only because of the pressure of survival. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's anger turned into helplessness and coldness. If that's the case, I might as well hide my abilities and put on a superficial show. At the very least, the troops I've brought with me are quite impressive. Celestial Court was powerful. If possible, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to clash with Celestial Court directly. He knew what he was capable of. If he really rushed forward, it was very likely that he would lose his life. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was thinking about this, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes opened wide, almost spewing fire. The other Goo Immortals sensed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's abnormality. They turned to look at him. Someone asked, Vice Alliance leader, what happened? Did something happen to Xia clan's headquarters? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. Xia clan's headquarters are guarded by Lord Alliance leader. How can anything happen to them? My Grotto Heaven is being invaded by Demon Judgment Board. My clan's Goo Immortals are fighting with their lives on the line. We need to go and reinforce them now. This Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was still thinking of saving her Grotto Heaven. She hesitated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. Your Grotto Heavens have already fallen into the enemy's hands. The outcome is set. But my Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven is still holding on. There is still hope. Quickly come with me to reinforce them. If anyone slacks off, I will report to Lord Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used Wu Shuai's name, along with the variant human Goo Immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and the rest had no choice but to obey this order. The Immortals did not bother to conceal their traces. They flew towards Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven at their fastest speed. The Grotto Heaven's entrance opened. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was anxious as he charged in. The rest followed behind him. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was already engulfed in flames of battle. Demon Judgment Board was like a red meteor in the sky. It rampaged around unstoppably. The rank 6 and 7 Snowman Goo Immortals guarding Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven were nowhere to be seen. They were controlling the formation, activating countless hailstorms to attack Demon Judgment Board, but there was little effect. Demon Judgment Board suddenly shot out a blood-colored light. The light shot towards the center of the defensive formation. The Snowman Goo Immortals hurriedly put up their defenses. The blood-colored light seemed to be reflected by a mirror. It changed its direction and shot far away. Boom! With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. The blood-colored light exploded, causing the entire sky to be dyed red. A huge snowy plain that was thousands of li in circumference was turned into nothingness by this attack. Ah, Blizzard Icy Plain! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and his eyes widened in anger. This icy plain was the largest gathering place of the Snowman tribes in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Now that it was destroyed, close to 10 million ordinary snowmen died. Blizzard Icy Plain had even more significance to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. His coming-of-age ceremony was carried out in this Blizzard Icy Plain. Once, his father had brought the young ice crystal immortal monarch to the periphery of the blizzard icy plain. You are an adult now, my son. This icy plain in front of you is your trial ground. You need to survive here for at least 7 days to pass the trial. You will have the qualifications to become a Gu master and awaken your aperture. The young ice crystal immortal monarch looked at the vast snowy plain. He had a perplexed expression. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. His father saw through his expression. It is natural to be afraid, because you might die here. The trial is fair. As long as you take the risk of death, you will have the qualifications to become a Gu master. Even though I am a Gu immortal, I cannot protect you. I can only give you one suggestion. What is it? The young ice crystal immortal monarch asked. You need to survive in this icy plain for 7 days. It is too difficult, there is almost no hope. His father shook his head, but there are many snowman tribes living in this icy plain. If you can follow their traces and find them, they will definitely protect you. But I do not know them. The young ice crystal was very worried. His father said in a heavy tone, Don't worry. The snowman tribes will definitely protect every tribesman who lives outside, because these tribesmen will also protect the entire tribe. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you pass the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Sure enough, the young ice crystal endured for 3 days and 3 nights in the icy plain, chasing after the tribe's traces. At the final moment of his life, he crawled to the periphery of a tribe's hunting grounds. He was luckily discovered and survived. That tribe accepted him and healed his injuries for free, welcoming him to settle down and become a member of the tribe. Even though the young ice crystal left in the end, his experiences in that tribe were deeply engraved in his young mind. They influenced him deeply for the rest of his life. When he cultivated to rank 8 and inherited the title of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, becoming the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he focused on developing the explosive snow icy plain, causing the sparsely populated icy plain to become rich in resources. The snowmen who struggled to survive inside also experienced a huge improvement in their lives. Their population gradually increased. But now, all of this was destroyed. It was all destroyed. The entire explosive snow icy plain was destroyed by a strong enemy's killer move. Not only was the fruits of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's hard work destroyed, the memories in his mind were also just memories. He could not find any reference in reality. Anger and hatred were like raging flames, burning fiercely in his chest. For an instant, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became silent. He took in a deep breath. The air in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was always so cold. It was still so cold. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch recalled his father's teachings. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you succeed in the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Indeed. It is my turn. It is time for me to protect the entire tribe. Rumble. At the next moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura erupted, creating a huge storm as he charged towards Demon Judgment Board. The Gu Immortals behind him were shocked. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was actually so powerful. The reinforcements from the past 2 heavens have finally arrived. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Wuxia Xianxia breathed in deeply. His expression was solemn. Many people came. There were many rank 8 Gu Immortals. Wuxia Xianxia was only rank 7, but he was not flustered. This battle had already nurtured his fighting spirit and confidence. Of course, most of it was his confidence towards this rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Demon Judgment Board. You have a strong aura, but can you resist Demon Judgment Board? Wuxia Xianxia smiled coldly. He did not use any killer moves. He controlled Demon Judgment Board to charge forward. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He had to retreat. He was an Ice and Snow Path Gu Immortal. He did not cultivate Transformation Path or Strength Path. How could he use his body to resist an Immortal Gu House? Let's go. Quick, let's attack together and help Vice Alliance leader. The other two Heavens Alliance army shouted as they attacked. Guyue Fangzheng saw this and used Demon Judgment Board to advance by retreating. He pulled some distance away agilely. Blood light flashed on Demon Judgment Board as all sorts of killer moves were used. The immemorial rock monsters became slow, the Eggman Gu Immortal was bleeding profusely, he could only save himself, he could not form the ancient battle formation. The incomplete Black Emperor building that Strange Hair Grotto Heaven sent was cowering at the back, it did not dare to fight Demon Judgment Board head-on. The other two Heavens Gu Immortals were even worse off, even though there were many rank 8 Gu Immortals, they cherished their lives, they only dared to use killer moves from afar, once they got close, they would escape first. A disorderly mob. This term appeared in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's mind, he was furious and anxious. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had nothing to do with them, they would not fight to the death. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that he could only rely on himself now. I can only use that move. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made up his mind. Master, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch seems to be unable to hold on, should we help him? Soul Path Gu Immortal and Sun asked Spectral Soul secretly. He was sent by Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven this time, while Spectral Soul had been hiding in the dark. Chapter 2009. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch floated in the sky, his aura continued to rise as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Around him, countless strands of cold air condensed, giving rise to howling waves. Such power far surpassed ordinary rank 8 killer moves. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch succeeded in activating it, it would shake heaven and earth. Fangzheng immediately sensed it, he wanted to use Demon Judgment Board to interfere. Let's help fellow Daoist Ice Crystal. Stop Demon Judgment Board. The other two Heavens Gu Immortals had some battle experience, they quickly blocked Demon Judgment Board. At once, all sorts of killer moves flew around like fireworks. Demon Judgment Board's movement was obstructed by all sorts of attacks, but at the crucial moment, a blood-red rainbow shot out again, attacking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still preparing his killer move, he did not move. At the crucial moment, Sun suddenly opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, throwing out an immemorial soul beast. The immemorial soul beast moved quickly, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but was hit by the blood-red rainbow. With a loud sound, an explosion occurred. The immemorial soul beast cried out, its body was mostly destroyed as it fell to the ground. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately looked at Sun with gratitude, his aura stabilized rapidly, he had passed the most dangerous juncture, his killer move was about to succeed. Immemorial soul beasts have no blood, Demon Judgment Board's blood path killer move is not effective. Sun was excited, Master, if not for your guidance, would not have been able to block this blood-red rainbow, that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch would have been in trouble. No. Spectral Soul analyzed, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's killer move is very profound, it has a certain level of defensive power during the activation process. Even if he is hit, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch will only be injured, the killer move will not fail. Celestial Court. I will let you have a taste of my tribe's signature killer move, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Wang De shouted, his rampaging aura was completely concealed. At the next moment, his entire body exploded with a loud sound, turning into countless cold lights. Cold lights shot out, they were extremely cold. Everywhere they went, the air froze, turning into pieces of floating ice that fell to the ground. Fangzheng had a bad feeling, he wanted to use the Demon Judgment Board to move, but how could his speed compare to the extreme ice crystal light? In an instant, the Demon Judgment Board was hit by countless ice crystal lights. Kacha. Every time the crystal light hit the Demon Judgment Board, it would turn into a small piece of ice, adhering to the surface of the Demon Judgment Board. Countless crystal lights shot out from all directions, Demon Judgment Board could not dodge at all, countless layers of ice formed on the surface of the immortal goo house. Fang Zheng's heart sank. He quickly activated Demon Judgment Board and used a killer move to block the ice layer. However, his speed could not match the speed of the ice. Very quickly, the Demon Judgment Board was surrounded by a thick layer of ice that was half a meter thick. Not good. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light that comes from the outside is. This discovery made Fang Zheng turn pale with fright. This move was unavoidable from the very beginning. It was powerful, but the true power was yet to come. The further it went, the more powerful this move would be. Fang Zheng quickly activated Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 immortal essence that he stored was expended as he activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest killer move. Blood light shone as the layer of ice on one side melted. However, the cold light in the sky reacted. They moved towards the direction that Fang Zheng was trying to break out of. Demon Judgment Board's effect became weaker. The goo immortals present were all stunned. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is actually so strong. He actually used his own strength to seal the rank 8 immortal goo house of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board. Truly amazing. What is this move called? Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. At once, the immortals chewed on the name of this killer move. It was deeply engraved in their minds. This is the olden antiquity era signature killer move. To think that the snowmen here actually obtained a racial inheritance. Spectral Soul, who was in Ansun's body, laughed lightly. Ansun realized now, so this move is the racial inheritance of the snowmen. No wonder it is so strong. Wait. Can an olden antiquity era killer move still be used now? The current world is very different from the olden antiquity era. Won't such an ancient relic be obsolete? Spectral Soul laughed. Back then, variant humans dominated the world. Killer moves were as numerous as the stars in the sky. But killer moves that were carefully chosen and placed into the racial inheritance naturally have their own profundities. Take this Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin for example. Its core is not an immortal goo, but the variant human who used the killer move. Spectral Soul was not knowledgeable in the ordinary sense. He had once plundered countless souls in the door of life and death. Many of these souls came from the olden antiquity era, the remote antiquity era, and even the immemorial antiquity era. Thus, Spectral Soul knew a lot of information about these eras. Even though his attainment level fell to rock bottom, his memories were still intact. Like what Spectral Soul said, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin had some similarities with Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind killer move. When Wu Yong used Unlimited Wind, his wind path Dao marks would be permanently expended. Meanwhile, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin not only expended Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice and snow Dao marks, it would also reduce his lifespan. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin used Snowman Goo Immortals as the core. It was less affected by the changes of time. At the same time, even if Goo Immortals of other races obtained this move, they would not be able to use it. Guyu Fangzheng's forehead was already covered with a layer of cold sweat. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's battle strength was far beyond Fangzheng's expectations. The Great Demon Judgment Board was actually trapped in the ice. There was little hope of breaking out. Even if Fangzheng wanted to deal with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, he could not do it. Because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already turned into countless cold lights, this was the specialty of Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Just as Demon Judgment Board was about to be completely trapped in the ice, at this moment, a phoenix cry resounded. Next, waves surged. Prince's Impatience and Baizang Shui arrived together. It turned out that when Fangzheng fought with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch earlier, he had already informed Celestial Court, Prince's Impatience, and Baizang Shui. Baizang Shui had already cleaned up the battlefield. She left immediately. Meanwhile, Prince's Impatience gave up on some of his gains. He quickly went to reinforce. The two rank 8 Goo Immortals saw that Demon Judgment Board was trapped. They growled together. one sent out golden flames while the other sent out waves. The ice was attacked from both inside and outside, it could not hold on any longer, the outer layer of ice was quickly destroyed while Demon Judgment Board became restless. The two Heavens Gu immortals saw this and attacked, but they were suppressed by Prince's impatience and by Tsang Shui. They had many times more rank 8s than Celestial Court, but they had no advantage. In a battle between Gu immortals, numbers were not the crucial factor. Even though the two Heavens Gu immortals had the advantage in numbers, they did not cooperate with each other, their killer moves often interfered with each other. They had great battle strength, but before they even hit the enemy, they would expend 30 to 40% of their strength. But if they fought alone, they would be afraid, they would focus on preserving their lives, they would be in danger and lose their lives. Of course, this was also because Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui were elites among rank 8s, they had outstanding battle strength. As a member of Celestial Court, they could look down on most people of the same cultivation level. After a while of deadlock, Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the ice light was weakening, he had to instruct Sun, quickly release the Soul Beast army, lend me all your immortal Gu. Yes, Master. Sun did not hesitate, he did as he was told. The Soul Beast army immediately moved. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tsang Shui did not think much of it at first, they threw out two killer moves, but the Soul Beast army suddenly split up, their movements were smooth like flowing water, they dodged most of the killer moves. Next, three immemorial Soul Beasts flew out of the Soul Beast army, attacking Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui. Both sides fought, the immemorial Soul Beasts could not match the two immortals of Celestial Court, but the immemorial Soul Beasts had the support of the army, killer moves were used at every crucial moment. Even though Prince's Impatience and Bai Tsang Shui had the upper hand, they were restrained by the Soul Beast army. As Demon Judgment Board's reinforcements fell, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice light turned the situation around. This Soul Path rank 7 is truly talented. I will go kill him. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tsang Shui quickly conversed, the former suddenly moved, spitting out fire from his mouth, forcefully burning a path through the Soul Beast army, heading straight for Sun. Sun turned pale with fright, he shouted in panic, "He is coming, protect me." The Gu immortals of the two heavens knew that enslavement path Gu immortals were most afraid of killing tactics, they quickly attacked. Prince's Impatience rampaged unstoppably, breaking through all the obstacles, but because of this delay, Sun had already pulled some distance between them. You cannot escape. Prince's Impatience smiled coldly, pouncing again. Spectral Soul would not attack personally in public, he controlled Sun's body to retreat, using the strength of other Gu immortals to block Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience charged again and again, the two heavens immortals were sweating profusely, their hearts were pounding, they were showing their might. Bai Tsang Shui shouted, "Feng Xian, quickly attack." Prince's Impatience gritted his teeth, this Sun was so slippery. At this time, the ice light trapped Demon Judgment Board again, layers of ice formed a huge ice coffin, suppressing this rank 8 immortal Gu house at the center. Oh no! Seeing this, Bai Tsang Shui's and Prince's Impatience's hearts sank. Seeing that Celestial Court side was in trouble, at this moment, heaven and earth shook, chi currents surged as the world roared. Chi tides again. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had already been destroyed by Prince's Impatience and by Tsang Shui when they came to reinforce, it was connected to the outside world. At this moment, Chi tides surged in the outside world, pouring into the Grotto Heaven. The Chi tide spread to the battlefield, everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's defensive immortal formation could not hold on anymore, it shattered, a large number of snowman Gu immortals were in danger. The ice light that trapped Demon Judgment Board shook, it seemed to be hesitating. It only hesitated for a moment, the extreme ice crystal lights shot towards the snowman Gu immortals, turning into ice tubes that protected them. But this way, Demon Judgment Board's pressure was greatly reduced. Princes Impatience and Baizang Shui saw this and attacked at the same time, breaking the remaining ice layers and saving Demon Judgment Board. Chapter 2010. Chi tides filled the entire ice crystal grotto heaven as they surged. Spectral Soul sighed deeply. This was too regretful. He had intended to let both sides fight to the death. He would take care of everything himself. Devouring goo immortal souls was much more useful than absorbing soul cores. Unfortunately, his plan was ruined by this chi tide. I do not have Dang Hun Mountain, I lack guts goo, I can only devour soul beasts and soul cores. But these need time to digest, they are not as good as guts goo, which can directly raise my soul foundation. How can there be such a coincidence? Not long ago, Chi Si Ancestor and Wu Shui fought and caused a chi tide. The battle this time also attracted a chi tide. Spectral Soul thought of this and had a realization. Don't tell me, when goo immortals fight, they cause a chi tide? Spectral Soul was only guessing, he was not certain. It is a pity that my chi path attainment level is ordinary. If I were still around, I would be able to make a decision. He had soul-searching and devouring methods, but these methods could not directly raise his path attainment level. The only way to raise his path attainment level was to absorb true meaning. Spectral Soul's attainment levels at his peak were mostly obtained from the memories he obtained from soul-searching. He cultivated and deduced them. It was not easy. Forget it. And Sun performed well this time. He made a huge contribution. He might be summoned by Wu Shui. If I rely on him, I will be able to get close to Wu Shui. I might even have a chance to enslave Wu Shui and obtain Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's plan failed. He thought of a new plan. He coveted Dragon Palace, which had Dream Path Immortal Goo. Within the surging chi tide, cold lights gathered and turned back into Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura was weak, his face was pale. The price of using extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was huge. However, he almost single-handedly sealed the Demon Judgment Board, and was the biggest contributor to the victory of this battle. The goo immortals of the two heavens came to visit him. Their gazes towards him were different now. Strength could prove everything, it could differentiate one's status. Undeniably, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, who had extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move, had battle strength that surpassed most of the rank 8 goo immortals of the two heavens. Even though we managed to protect Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, our signature killer move was exposed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced back Celestial Court, but he could not feel happy internally. At that moment, he could only comfort himself that it was very difficult to restrain the immortal subduing coffin and that he could still rely on it for a period of time. Fellow immortals, I'm not injured, I just need to rest. Everyone, please work together to protect my grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. That's easy to say. Our two heavens alliance is one. This small matter is nothing. Everyone, hurry up and do your best to protect the Ice Crystal Paradise. The goo immortals of the two heavens took action, resisting and clearing the chi tides in the grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in charge of repairing the holes in the grotto heaven aperture walls. Even though the chi tides were vast and mighty, under the combined efforts of many goo immortals, they quickly calmed down. Due to the timely treatment, the Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven did not suffer many losses due to the chi tides. Vice Alliance Leader, come take a look, we have a new discovery. When Great Wisdom Immortal Mother flew back, she brought an unexpected piece of news to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. A moment later, the immortals of the two heavens arrived at the location. They saw a fruit that was the size of a hill floating in the air. This fruit was translucent, it was completely made of heaven and earth chi, it was shaped like a gourd or a peanut. This should be a chi harvest fruit. After the chi tide spread, people would often find chi harvest fruits of similar shapes. When goo immortals obtain them and use them in their immortal aperture, they can quickly harmonize the heaven and earth chi in their immortal aperture. it will greatly increase the fusion of the two qi in their immortal aperture. But ordinary qi harvest fruits are only as big as a carriage. If this is a qi harvest fruit, why is it so huge? The immortals of the two heavens discussed, they could not make up their minds. Master, is this really a qi harvest fruit? And Sun asked Spectral Soul, if it is, wouldn't this be a blessing in disguise for Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven? As long as it absorbs such a large qi harvest fruit, won't Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's immortal aperture transform completely? It will no longer be restricted by the qi tides. This is indeed a qi harvest fruit, but whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is hard to say. Spectral Soul chuckled coldly. As expected, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried to take this qi harvest fruit, he was shocked to find a deeper secret. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression turned even paler. This qi harvest fruit is still growing, it is absorbing my Grotto Heaven's heaven and earth qi to grow. If I rashly get rid of it, the Grotto Heaven will shake, living beings will die, it will also create an even more violent qi tide. The immortals gasped. After getting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's permission, they went forward to investigate. This qi harvest fruit cannot be allowed to grow. Is there anyone who can help me get rid of this threat? I, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, will not be stingy with my rewards. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a stern expression. But the Goo Immortals looked at each other, they were helpless. Almost anyone could forcefully get rid of the qi harvest fruit. But it was extremely harmful to Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, it would shake its foundation. According to the immortals' deductions, if they directly got rid of it and detonated the qi harvest fruit, after the qi tide is formed, a second qi harvest fruit will continue to grow. This way, they had to get rid of this threat permanently without harming Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The difficulty was too high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suggested, we can't do it because we do not cultivate qi path. Maybe Lord Alliance Leader has a way. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a worried expression, he sighed deeply. Right now, we can only seek help from Lord Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai soon received Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request for help. My memories are limited, I did not know that the qi harvest fruit could have such a change. Maybe my main body knows about it. Wu Shuai then sent Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's detailed battle report to Fang Yuan's main body. Oh. This caused the danger of the two heavens Grotto Heavens, this is much earlier than in my previous life. Fang Yuan's main body knew about it indeed. In the 500 years of his previous life, the two heavens Goo Immortals worked together and attacked many places, they caused a lot of trouble to the 5 regions. Due to the qi tides, the 5 regions Goo Immortals were heavily restricted. But the two heavens Goo Immortals were much less affected by the qi tides because of their origins. Moreover, when Goo Immortals fought to a certain extent, qi tides would definitely appear. Even if the two heavens Goo Immortals had low battle strength, they could use the qi tides to defeat the 5 regions Goo Immortals. However, good times did not last long. Soon, the two heavens Goo Immortals found that qi harvest fruits appeared in their Grotto Heavens. These qi harvest fruits absorbed the Grotto Heaven's heaven and earth qi to grow, they could not be destroyed. If they ignored them, the threat would continue to grow and eventually destroy the Grotto Heavens. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch resisted the Celestial Court, causing the qi tides to sweep the Grotto Heavens. This is the reason why the qi harvest fruits appeared earlier. Fang Yuan sent this information to Wu Shuai. Suddenly, he had a thought, inspiration flashed in his mind. Wait. Maybe I can use the qi tides to deal with Providence. He was in a terrible situation now. The main reason was that he had Heaven Path Dao marks on him, he could not refine them in a short period of time. The Heaven Path Dao marks naturally manifested as Providence. The Heaven Path Dao marks had no ill intent towards Fang Yuan, but Providence wanted to get rid of him. It tried all ways to make things difficult for him and destroy his sovereign immortal aperture. And even worse, if Fang Yuan did not get rid of Providence in time, Providence would accumulate to a certain extent, even if the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was not opened, the grotto heaven's providence would resonate with the five regions' providence. Fang Yuan's location would be exposed. Once Fang Yuan's location was exposed, if he stayed in Qi Si, his identity as Qi Si ancestor would be ruined. However, it was too difficult for Fang Yuan to get rid of providence. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Fang Yuan did not know where to start. He could not predict the changes of the heavenly Tao, he could not know where providence would appear in advance. Why don't I imitate the Qi tides and sweep through my sovereign immortal aperture? Like brushes, I will sweep through all the providence wherever I go. Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that this method had a lot of potential. It seemed dangerous, like taking a risk, but with his Qi path and wisdom path foundation, there was a high chance of success. Of course, whether this method would succeed or not, Fang Yuan did not know until the final moment. If only Wisdom Gu was still around, that would be great. Wisdom Gu's inspiration was correct. At the same time, with the help of the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan deduced that the killer move to activate the Qi tides would be fast and convenient. At the same time, in Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. This is the center of the Grotto Heaven. Luo clan's 3 Gu immortals were injured, they finally reached this place. Good, what a good Qi harvest fruit. Luo Mu Zi cried out, the other 2 immortals were also shocked. According to the 3 Luo clan immortals' deductions, the center of Qi Ju Grotto Heaven should contain the Grotto Heaven's most valuable treasure. Right now, the 3 immortals took a look, there was only a small and exquisite Qi harvest fruit here. This fruit was almost solid, there was fluorescence on its surface, it was shining brightly. It was only the size of a gourd, but it had the aura of a rank 9 immortal material. There was also a huge life force that pressed down on the 3 Luo clan immortals' minds like a mountain or an ocean. This Qi harvest fruit is not ordinary, it has great profundity, we need to research it. Strange, the Qi harvest fruit is a product of the Qi tides, why would demon immortal Qi Ju hide it at the center? Don't tell me he predicted that there would be a calamity like the Qi tides in the distant future? Attack! While the 3 Luo clan immortals were discussing, there was a shout, several variant human Gu immortals appeared and attacked. The 3 Luo clan immortals were caught off guard, they were swept into the battlefield killer move. Oh no, there is an ambush. Someone found Qi Ju Grotto Heaven? Who are you people? The 3 Luo clan immortals shouted. The leading variant human Gu immortal was only the size of a finger, he had transparent wings on his back, he was a mini-man Gu immortal. Chapter 2011. Several days later, in southern borders Wu clan headquarters. Wu Yong stood on a mountain peak, slowly opening his eyes. In front of him, there were 3 to 5 mortals. They were all tied to the wooden stakes, unconscious and unconscious. Immortal killer move, farewell friend wind. Wu Yong breathed in deeply, after preparing, he activated this peculiar killer move. Without seeing any wind, the 3 to 5 mortals in front of him started to disintegrate, their hair, skin, flesh, and bones were blown away by the wind like ashes. In the blink of an eye, these mortals along with their clothes completely dissipated, not even a trace of them was left. Wu Yong showed a satisfied smile. During this period of time, he had modified Farewell Friend Wind, the results were quite good. Farewell Friend Wind was a wind path killer move with human path effect, it originally needed to hit a certain part of the target's body while saying farewell words. But now, these flaws were all modified by Wu Yong, they were removed. The current Farewell Friend Wind still needed to befriend the target before it could be used. But its range was greatly increased, its practicality rose by a large margin. Wu Yong had used unlimited wind killer move in the Fate War, permanently expending a lot of his wind path Dao marks, his foundation was greatly reduced. However, during the period of rest and reorganization after the battle, he had gained some insights from his losses, and his attainment in the wind path had improved once again. This way, he had the ability to modify Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was not satisfied with just modifying Farewell Friend Wind, the increase in attainment level would also bring about development in all aspects. Farewell Friend Wind was only one of the aspects. Next is to modify other killer moves, and even clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. After modifying it, my battle strength will definitely rise again, it might even surpass my previous peak. Just as Wu Yong was thinking about the future, an information path goo worm flew over. Wu Yong took it and glanced through it. His brows raised and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. He had wanted to enter closed cultivation for some time, but after receiving this news, he immediately stopped his modification plan. After returning to the guest hall, he saw the two Goo Immortals who had come to see him. These two Goo Immortals were wearing the same attire, dark green short sleeves and black trousers. His head was covered with a white cloth that looked like a headband, and his calves were bound with jasper. Goo Immortals familiar with Southern Borders Goo Immortal world would know, this was the uniform of Southern Borders Luo clan. Of the two Luo clan Goo Immortals, one was an old man with a bitter expression, while the other was a middle-aged man with a pale expression. He was clearly injured. Luo Zhu, Luo Ran, greets Lord Alliance leader. Luo clan's two Goo Immortals saw Wu Yong and immediately bowed. The Southern Alliance had already been established, with Wu Yong as the leader. Of the two Luo clan Immortals, Luo Ran was a general of Luo clan, an expert with rank 7 peak space path battle strength. He was very arrogant, while Luo Zhu had a high status and was the current first supreme elder of Luo clan. The two Immortals' attitude towards Wu Yong was very polite and humble, it was clear that they had a favor to ask of him. Wu Yong nodded. Sit down and talk. After the two Luo clan Goo Immortals sat down, Wu Yong asked directly, what is going on with Qiju Grotto Heaven? Luo Zhu took a deep breath and explained the sequence of events. The general idea was that a certain Luo clan Goo Immortal was using an immortal Goo house to explore in White Heaven. He accidentally found Qiju Grotto Heaven. Luo clan thus explored in secret for many years. Finally, when the Qi tide surged, they made a breakthrough and entered the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven. However, just as they were about to obtain Qiju's true inheritance, they were ambushed by variant human Goo Immortals. The three Luo clan Immortals who were exploring the Grotto Heaven were caught off guard. They were forced into a passive state. Thankfully, the leader was a space path expert, Luo Ran. He used his trump card and managed to escape with the three Luo clan Immortals. The variant human Goo Immortals did not stop, they chased after the three Luo clan Immortals. Luo clan got the news and immediately mobilized their immortal Goo house. Both sides fought intensely at the Heavenly Wind Qi Wall. Even though the variant human Goo Immortals did not have much battle strength, their leader, the mini-man Goo Immortal Xiao Hejian, was very powerful. At the same time, the variant human Goo Immortals had an incredible immortal Goo house. Luo clan was not their match and had to flee back to southern border. After passing through the Heavenly Wind Qi Wall, the variant human Goo Immortals were afraid of being attacked by southern borders Goo Immortal world. They gave up on the chase. Luo clan's Immortals were defeated. They returned to their headquarters to rest, feeling furious and helpless. They discussed for a long time. They felt that they could not take Qiju Grotto Heaven by themselves. They might as well find other forces to help. Wu Yong heard the two Luo clan Immortals' explanation and understood. The Qi tides exposed the location of the two heavens Grotto Heavens, thus the two heavens Goo Immortals formed an alliance. The two heavens alliance is mainly made up of variant humans. Wu Shuai is the alliance leader. This group of variant human Goo Immortals that defeated Luo clan is likely closely related to the two heavens alliance. The two heavens alliance first occupied a corner of Eastern Sea. Wu Shuai fought with Duke Long. Next, Celestial Court attacked. Their vice-alliance leader Ice Snow Immortal Monarch defeated Celestial Court's immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board. The commotion was huge. If Luo clan seeks allies like Ho clan or Yao clan, even though they are similar in size to Luo clan, they will not be able to resist the Two Heavens alliance. In the end, when the matter escalates, they still need to seek help from me. Thus, they directly came to me for help. Thinking of this, Wu Yong smiled. He immediately agreed, our southern border righteous path is united. Luo clan is in trouble. As long as it is a Southern Alliance force, we have the responsibility to help. And I, Wu Yong, as the leader of the Southern Alliance, have an even greater responsibility. Luo clan's two immortals spoke, Alliance leader is righteous. But there was no joy on their faces. Regarding a huge treasure like Qi Ju's true inheritance, Wu Yong would definitely agree, this was almost certain. The crucial thing was how to obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance. How should Luo clan and Wu clan cooperate, and how should they split the true inheritance? This was the true content that needed to be discussed. While the two Luo clan immortals were negotiating with Wu Yong, Wu Shuai also received a request from a Gu immortal. This mini-man Gu immortal is called Xiao Jian. Wu Shuai squinted his eyes. Yes. The reporting Gu immortal introduced, this immortal has great strength, his reputation has spread long ago, even though the two heavens forces do not interact with each other, we have heard of Xiao Jian. His strength is likely about the same as Vice Alliance leader. The so-called Vice Alliance leader was naturally Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used the killer move Immortal Suppression Coffin to force back the Celestial Court. His reputation rose greatly, everyone in the Two Heavens Alliance knew of him. What is the matter for him to come to see me? Wu Shuai purposely asked. This, subordinate does not know. The reporting Gu immortal lowered his head. He only said that he has a huge fortune to give to Lord Alliance leader, he also wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not know before, but not long ago, his main body sent him some information about this person. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Xiao Jian was a famous person. He was an expert among variant human rank 8 Gu immortals, he could even fight evenly against the members of the Celestial Court. Speaking of which, in the 500 years of his previous life, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not famous. In terms of battle strength, Xiao Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were on the same level. Even though the Two Heavens Gu immortals were not very accomplished, there were still several experts who could hold up the fort. If not for this, he would not have caused trouble to the 5 regions in the 500 years of his previous life. Xiao Jian explored Qi Ju Grotto Heaven, he likely had a conflict with Luo clan. Now that the Southern Alliance has been established in advance, Luo clan suffered a loss, they will definitely look for allies in southern border, they are likely to find Wu Yong. Even though Xiao Jian has several Grotto Heaven forces with him, how can they compare to the Great Southern Alliance? Thus, he came to me and wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Not only to protect himself, he also wants to use my strength to resist the Southern Alliance and obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance. But this Qi Ju Grotto Heaven is a dangerous place. In the 500 years of my previous life, Qi Ju Grotto Heaven self-detonated, burying many Gu immortals, the Two Heavens Alliance suffered a huge loss and never recovered. Wu Shuai estimated that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch probably died in the explosion of Qi Ju Grotto Heaven, otherwise, with his strength, he would not be so unknown. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai couldn't help but sneer, this Xiao Jian is cunning and sinister. He wants to borrow the tiger's power to kill me. Since he has something to ask of me, I must have a good talk with him. Chapter 2012. The sky was the same color, a vast expanse of blue and jade. Winds howled, killing intent condensed in the air. Two immortal Gu houses confronted each other. One was a grand palace, shining with orange gold light, it was magnificent and majestic, it was Dragon Palace. The other was a 2-story bamboo building, full of vitality, it was elegant and elegant, it was clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses carried many Gu immortals. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat, the Gu immortals of the two heavens were standing in 2 rows in the hall. On the left were Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest, on the right was the Wood Path Great Expert, Mini-Man Gu Immortal Xiao Jian, who had just joined them. As for Lady Cold Ash, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, and the rest, they were also mixed in. Not long ago, Wu Shuai had summoned Xiao Jian. After the two sides came to an agreement, they quickly set off for Qiju Grotto Heaven. On the other side, Southern Alliance's Wu Yong also knew the principle of speed. He immediately mobilized Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building as well as Wu Clan and Luo Clan's immortals to Immemorial White Heaven. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building speed was much faster than Dragon Palace. Wu Yong arrived first, but Qiju Grotto Heaven could not be casually entered. Just as Wu Yong and the rest were waiting to enter, Wu Shuai arrived with Dragon Palace. Both sides met in White Heaven and immediately confronted each other. Wu Yong. Wu Shuai spoke from within Dragon Palace, his voice reverberating in the battlefield. Qiju's true inheritance is right in front of us. Why don't we each send 3 people? We will win 2 out of 3 rounds, the winner will obtain the true inheritance, while the loser will get the Grotto Heaven. How about that? Wu Shuai, when did you become so wishy-washy? Wu Yong's snicker could be heard from within Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. Qiju's true inheritance goes to the Fated One, we will fight for it with our own abilities. The moment he said that, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building turned into a green rainbow, entering a certain gap in Qiju Grotto Heaven. Wu Yong waited for a long time, he finally found the opportunity to enter. Even though Wu Yong had brought Clear Jade Dripping Wine Tiny Bamboo Building, the Gu immortals around him were elites from Wu Clan and Luo Clan. In terms of formation, they could not compare to Wu Shuai's side. Not only in quantity, but also in terms of high-level battle strength. If it was really as Wu Shuai said, 2 wins out of 3, Wu Yong would definitely be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, once Gu immortals fought intensely, heaven and earth qi would become chaotic and form qi tides. By then, the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens would be less affected, their advantage would be even greater. Wu Yong was an ambitious and ruthless person. How could he let his side fall into a disadvantageous position again and again? Lord Alliance Master, this matter should not be delayed, let's also depart. Xiao Jian urged somewhat anxiously. Wu Shuai focused his attention on the pores of Qiju Grotto Heaven. These pores varied in size, but they were all white in color, formed by the rapid airflow. Just now, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building entered Qiju Grotto Heaven through one of the largest holes. After watching for a while, Wu Shuai saw some mysteries. These holes are of different sizes, they are increasing in number, they are likely the immortal aperture entrances of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Although Fang Yuan's main body and clone had different memories, they shared the same cultivation realm. Wu Shuai also had the main body's qi path attainment level, he could see more deeply than other Gu immortals. Just this hole made Wu Shuai's eyes brighten, he was moved. Immortal aperture entrances have always been checkpoints, they are used to connect the inside and outside of the immortal aperture. Qiju Grotto Heaven's entrance has a unique style, it is the one I have seen that can maximize the effect of the entrance's connection. I wonder what kind of gains there will be inside. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai's curiosity grew, he activated Dragon Palace and slowly moved forward. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, this Qiju Grotto Heaven self-detonated, it dealt a heavy blow to the allied army of the 2 heavens, the latter never recovered from this setback. Who knew how many rank 8 Gu immortals died here? Qiju Grotto Heaven was very dangerous, this was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not explore it before the Fate War. But now that Qiju Grotto Heaven was exposed, with the temptation of Qiju's true inheritance and Dragon Palace's protection, Wu Shuai did not have much time left, he made his move. Dragon Palace passed through the hole and quickly arrived inside Qiju Grotto Heaven. The immortals saw that the surroundings were filled with air currents, they were milky white in color and howled fiercely. Qiju Grotto Heaven's structure is quite special, it does not have the scenery of an ordinary immortal aperture, it is filled with milky white chi currents. These chi currents form into many pipes. Countless pipes turn Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven's interior into a maze, it is like the intestines of a giant. We need to quickly move through these chi currents and find the correct path to enter the center. Chi-Ju's true inheritance is hidden there. Xiao Hejian explained at an appropriate time. The immortals in the palace listened seriously. Xiao Hejian did not tell them everything. To prevent Wu Shuai from obtaining the true inheritance, he kept many secrets and made an agreement with Wu Shuai that he would only reveal them when they arrived at the scene. Dragon Palace moved through the milky white chi currents, it soon reached a fork. The two entrances on the left and right were the same, they were about the same size. How do we find the correct path? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. Xiao Hejian said, I cannot determine this, I can only try. The only rule is that the closer we get to the center, the higher the grade of the monsters and resources in the chi currents. When we get to the center, the chi harvest fruits there are already rank 9. What about Luo clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked another crucial question. Luo clan does not have a more accurate method, in fact, their exploration progress has always been far behind us. But with the appearance of the chi tides, many difficulties and obstacles were swept away, allowing them to quickly reach the center. According to our previous progress, we are already very close to Chi-Ju's true inheritance, we are only lacking the final 2 obstacles. Xiao Hejian sighed, his tone was filled with unwillingness. The immortals heard this and relaxed slightly. This is the center of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. Inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Wu Yong had just arrived at his destination. Before he could feel happy, his pupils shrunk. Heh, you are not slow. Dragon Palace quickly appeared behind clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. The center of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven was like a large hollow ball. There were a large number of chi pillars inside the ball, they intersected and moved back and forth. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and Dragon Palace entered, they were like mosquitoes flying into a beehive. The chi pillars continued to move, some were fast while others were slow, some were fast while others were slow, they even affected each other. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was carefully moved forward under Wu Yong's control, avoiding these chi pillars and moving forward in a zigzag manner. These chi pillars are made of different materials, but they are at least rank 8 immortal materials. We cannot touch them casually, otherwise, we will attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Hejian quickly said. The environment here was not suitable for fighting, thus, Xiao Hejian had specially set up a battlefield killer move to kill Luo clan's 3 immortals. In the end, Luo clan's Gu immortal Luo Ran was a space path Gu immortal, he led the other 2 immortals to pass through the battlefield, then used the terrain here to temporarily shake off Xiao Hejian's group and escape. No need to go through so much trouble. Wu Shuai waved his hand. At the next moment, a dragon roar resounded, the evil dragon appeared. Bam bam bam. The evil dragon was rampaging all the way, smashing and smashing all the air pillars in its path, directly creating a path for the Dragon Palace behind it. Wu Yong frowned. Chapter 2013. Good. Lord Alliance leader is mighty. This is the power of our 2 heavens alliance. The morale of the immortals in Dragon Palace soared as they cheered. The evil dragon rampaged in front with incomparable ferocity, while Dragon Palace followed behind leisurely. This Dragonman barbarian. Luo tribe's first supreme elder Luo Zu's eyelids twitched as he gritted his teeth. The Gu immortals of the 2 clans in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building felt immense pressure. The evil dragon chased relentlessly, it was like a rampaging mountain range. Compared to it, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was very small. Most importantly, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had to avoid the chi pillars continuously, it had to move forward with many twists and turns. Meanwhile, the evil dragon Di Zongsheng was moving in a straight line, the distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. What do we do now? The Southern Alliance Gu immortals were pale. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Wu Shuai uses strength to suppress others, he is making full use of his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. If I were him, I would definitely do the same. Don't worry, after the Fate War, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was not only repaired, it was even strengthened by me. It is not a problem to resist Di Zongsheng for now. Although the other party is strong, we do not need to tangle with them, we just need to seize Qi Ju's true inheritance. Alliance leader is right. The immortals nodded in agreement. Every battle had a goal, Wu Yong could see it clearly, there was only one goal in this battle, that was to seize Qi Ju's true inheritance. Whichever side could achieve this goal would be the winner. Even if he suffered some losses during the fight, what did it matter? After all, the evil dragon was too strong. It had the strongest battle strength among immemorial desolate beasts. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the number of people who could resist the evil dragon head-on could be counted on one hand. There were less than 5 people. Just as Wu Shuai and Wu Yong started their pursuit, the 3rd rank 8 immortal Gu house quietly arrived outside Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. It was Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was still controlled by Fangzheng, but this time, not only did Princes Impatience and Baitsang Shui come, there was also Che Wei who had just recovered from his injuries, as well as Information Path Great Expert Zhou Xiong Xian. Last time, Fangzheng took the initiative to attack the 2 heavens, even though he was repelled by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, his gains were still huge. Prince's Impatience and Baitsang Shui's spoils of war from the first 2 grotto heavens were plentiful. Although Fangzheng had been defeated, he had only lost face for the Celestial Court. Originally, the Celestial Court wasn't clear about the matter regarding Qijue Grotto Heaven. After all, immemorial White Heaven was so vast. Even if the Qi tides revealed traces of Qijue Grotto Heaven, the Celestial Court wouldn't be able to discover it. But don't forget that Wu Shuai's subordinate, the Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch, had secretly surrendered to the Celestial Court. The matter of Xiao Hejian joining the 2 Heavens Alliance could not be concealed, the Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch thus learned of the secret of Qijue Grotto Heaven, he immediately informed the Celestial Court. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was very famous in history, he was a terrifying great expert who fought against limitless Demon Venerable. Especially when he cultivated Qi Path, in the current environment where Qi tides were surging, new Qi Path resources were emerging in large numbers and emerging endlessly. All the major forces in the 5 regions wanted to research more on Qi Dao. The Celestial Court was no exception. Even though the Celestial Court had primordial origins true inheritance and others, if the Celestial Court snatched Qi Ju's true inheritance, it would mean that other forces would not be able to obtain it. This way, the Celestial Court's advantage would be even greater. Thus, Fangzheng did not rest for long. He listened to Qin Ding Ling's orders and led 4 rank 8 Gu immortals to attack White Heaven with Demon Judgment Board, arriving here. This should be Qijue Grotto Heaven. What is going on? Fangzheng had just arrived when he saw a shocking change. Countless holes appeared, milky white Qi currents surged and rotated continuously. Countless holes appeared, connecting the Grotto Heaven to the outside. More and more of these holes appeared, densely packed together. They were too densely packed, giving off a feeling of terror. More than 10 breaths later, the huge silhouette of Qijue Grotto Heaven appeared. On the surface of the silhouette, there were countless milky white Qi currents. Within the Qi currents, there were countless holes that were constantly moving in and out. The surrounding air was sucked into the Grotto Heaven by a terrifying formless force. As a result, intense whistling sounds filled the ears of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Qi Ju Grotto Heaven seems to be undergoing a huge change. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the rest are probably already fighting inside the Grotto Heaven. What should we do? Prince's impatience and the rest looked at Fangzheng. This time, Fangzheng was still the leader. Fangzheng felt pressure, the choice in front of him was very difficult. At once, he fell into hesitation. What should he do? At the center of Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven. Bam bam bam. The sound of the Qi pillars collapsing could be heard endlessly. Wherever the evil dragon went, it destroyed all obstacles. However, good things didn't last long. After these pillars of air collapsed, they turned into powerful air currents. Countless air currents entangled with each other and covered the evil dragon's body. They constantly pressured it and surrounded it from all directions, trying to kill it. The evil dragon roared, but its momentum continued to slow, the pressure coming from the front was increasing. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Dragon Palace were not having a good time either. These Qi currents were like huge tsunamis, the two rank 8 immortal Gu houses were like small boats in the raging waves. Huge Qi currents collided with the two immortal Gu houses, causing them to shake intensely, sometimes even causing the immortal Gu houses to spin on the spot. A deep blue Qi current shot forward, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building quickly dodged. But the deep blue Qi current was too huge and fast. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building had to use all its strength to escape after 3 breaths of time. This is lightning. The southern border Gu Immortal exclaimed, I have never seen such huge lightning currents, this quality is enough to be a rank 8 immortal material. Gathering lightning currents had to be done during thunderstorms. It was not difficult to gather lightning currents, but high-rank lightning currents immortal materials were rare. Rank 8 lightning currents were even rarer. If not for the urgency of the situation, the southern border Gu immortals would want to gather these lightning currents. It is all Wu Shuai's fault. Such recklessness has caused Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven to erupt. Luo Zhu gritted his teeth. Wu Yong had a grim expression. Qi-Ju's true inheritance is the most important target. The lightning currents earlier caused Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to lose some Gu worms, but Wu Yong quickly replenished them. These immortal materials formed an extreme environment because of the high density of Dao marks. If there were wind path Qi current immortal materials, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building would be like a fish in water. Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven's change made the environment extremely vile, but overall, Wu Yong's situation was much better. Because Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was affected, but Wu Shuai's side was even more affected. Dragon Palace's speed was much slower than Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. Sharp Blade Qi, Pitch Black Hard Qi, Dark Death Qi, all sorts of Qi currents were incomparably huge, all of them were rank 8 level. Wu Shuai braced himself and controlled Dragon Palace to forcibly resist them. The evil dragon had already been left behind. Its body was too huge, it was affected by at least a dozen Qi currents at the same time, it could no longer be of much use. This is Qi-Ju Grotto Heaven's foundation. Wu Shuai's expression was grim, his eyes were flickering with uncertainty. He was at a disadvantage, but the situation was not decided yet. The two heavens immortals in the hall were also shocked speechless. If not for Dragon Palace's protection, who would dare to enter such a dangerous place? Many rank 8 Gu immortals felt their own insignificance and weakness. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju is indeed worthy of being someone who once fought against Limitless Demon Venerable. The two rank 8 immortal Gu houses did not give up, they moved towards the center with difficulty, trying to snatch Qi-Ju's true inheritance. Outside the Grotto Heaven, Fangzheng no longer needed to hesitate. Let's retreat first and observe the situation. Fangzheng ordered, Demon Judgment Board quickly retreated. Prince's impatience and the rest were silent, they approved of this decision. Because of the huge change in the world, Qi currents were surging in all directions, Qi tides were forming again. Fighting in this Qi tide would cause Gu immortals to suffer backlash. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were no exception. It seems that my deduction was not wrong. The heaven and earth chi in our immortal apertures are different from the outside world. Thus, be it opening the immortal aperture or fighting intensely, as long as it reaches a certain level, a new chi tide will appear. Demon Immortal Chi Ju is a Gu immortal of the 5 regions. He is here. Now that there are countless holes, it is like a grotto heaven has been opened. Furthermore, Wu Shuai and the rest are fighting with the Southern Alliance Gu immortals inside the grotto heaven. This huge chi tide has appeared. Let's watch from the sidelines and try to reap the benefits. Celestial Court's Gu immortals conversed as they looked at Chi Ju grotto heaven. Powerful chi tides flowed into Chi Ju grotto heaven through the holes. Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and the rest felt that it was difficult to move forward. The violent and powerful chi currents became even stronger. Even though rank 8 immortal Gu houses were strong, they could not control themselves against these chi currents. They were often swept away. Thump thump thump. The 2 immortal Gu houses got closer to the center. The immortals could hear the dull sound of drums. What is going on? What chi currents are making drumming sounds? No, it is a heartbeat. Quickly look. The 2 immortal Gu houses finally arrived at the center of Chi Ju grotto heaven. All of the Gu immortals saw this scene. At the place where countless chi currents converged, it was like the eye of a tornado. The surroundings were violent, but this place was calm. In this tranquil environment, there was a chi harvest fruit that was extremely small and exquisite. It was constantly absorbing the violent chi currents around it. Countless chi currents, no matter what kind, were absorbed by the chi harvest fruit. They instantly changed in nature, becoming a part of the chi harvest fruit. Different from the previous situation, there was a baby's placenta inside the chi harvest fruit. The chi harvest fruit was like the stomach of a pregnant woman. A human baby was curled up inside. It was growing bigger bit by bit. How can this be? What is going on? This is a monster. It is absorbing rank 8 immortal material chi currents endlessly to strengthen itself. It is about to be born. Quickly stop it. The immortals' expressions changed. Wu Shuai was just about to activate Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move, but the chi harvest fruit seemed to sense it. It shook and lightly self-detonated. The baby was born successfully. He had small arms and legs. He seemed to be malnourished. At this time, the phantom image of a crater appeared above his head. This crater was filled with profundity. It was emitting the aura of rank 9. But this aura was far more complete and perfect than the incomplete human sea that Wu Shuai obtained earlier. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The baby suddenly raised his arms, as if he was holding the phantom image of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. He let out a long cry. At the next moment, the surrounding chi currents flowed into the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth like tired birds returning to their nests. The speed of the chi currents was astonishing. In just a few breaths of time, they were all sucked into the mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the other immortals were no longer surrounded by chi currents. In the sky, only the baby and the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses were left. We are out again. Luo Zhu found himself in the outside world. No, the whole of Chi Ju grotto heaven turned into chi currents and was sucked in by him. Wu Yong could not conceal his shock. This was out of his expectations. He felt like he had been used. This was a trap. Who are you? Wu Shuai's voice resounded from Dragon Palace. The baby had already grown into a boy. He inhaled and inhaled the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth into his nose. Next, he looked around, looking at Dragon Palace and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He immediately discovered the hidden demon judgment board. The boy smiled lightly, singing leisurely, ascending the mountain to seek immortality. Every step is dangerous. Floating dust like flowing light, dark goo hidden in the heart. Golden jade like a dream, 10,000 years of loneliness. 5 regions 9 heavens technique, all in one breath. After he finished singing, he said with a young but experienced tone, "Who else can I be? I am Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju? The immortals' hearts shook intensely. Wait, if he is Demon Immortal Qi Ju, is that secluded domain of heaven and earth the Shi recorded in the Legends of Renzu? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Zhou Xianxia thought of something. The Legends of Renzu had two extremely mysterious secluded domains of heaven and earth. There were not many detailed descriptions. Chapter 2014. Demon Immortal Qi Ju. The mysterious Gu Immortal exposed his identity. Everyone went silent at once. The three Gu Immortals were shaken. In history, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was someone who fought evenly with limitless Demon Venerable. Inside Dragon Palace, Wuxia frowned. He suddenly understood a lot. It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Demon Immortal Qi Ju failed to revive. Otherwise, Demon Immortal Qi Ju would have definitely appeared. There could be two reasons for this. One was that Fate Gu was not completely destroyed back then, the second was that Spectral Soul succeeded in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. All the signs show that he had already infiltrated Celestial Court back then and controlled the situation. He would not allow someone like Demon Immortal Qi Ju to revive. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai snorted coldly, his thoughts flickered. Roar! At the next moment, the evil dragon moved. Earlier, the evil dragon was obstructed by the vast Qi currents, it was covered in injuries. But now, the entire Qi Ju grotto heaven was absorbed by Demon Immortal Qi Ju, his methods were unimaginable. The evil dragon regained its freedom, it regrouped and charged at Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This pounce immediately stirred up the boundless wind and clouds. The giant body of the evil dragon was like a moving mountain range, covering the sky and covering the earth. Not to mention Demon Immortal Qi Ju's childlike body, even the majestic dragon palace could not compare to the evil dragon's body. Good timing. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's vision was filled with Zangsheng. He was not flustered, he smiled leisurely. He did not dodge, he stretched out a small hand and pressed towards Zangsheng. Immortal Killer Move, Great Qi Capture. With a loud sound, endless milky white Qi currents burst out of Demon Immortal Qi Ju's body, forming into a giant hand with 5 fingers. The giant hand was the size of an immortal Gu house at first, but it expanded to the size of a hill. 3 breaths of time later, the entire Qi current hand had expanded rapidly, it was on par with the evil dragon's head. But the milky white Qi current hand was still growing. Zangsheng had already arrived. Bam! The two collided, but to everyone's surprise, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Qi current hand could not withstand a single blow, it was destroyed. Zangsheng's speed did not change as he charged towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not dodge, he looked at Immortal Qi Ju calmly. Zangsheng only continued charging for a few breaths of time before its speed plummeted. Then, it let out a furious roar, as if it was in great pain. My great Qi capture move can be gathered and scattered. It could gather energy to move mountains and seas, and disperse energy to invade internal organs. How will you deal with it? Demon Immortal Qi Ju said proudly. The Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju used one move to suppress Zangsheng, this was the true strength of a pseudo-venerable. Emperor Gu King Ju Master. Sigh, once Fate Gu is destroyed, the whole world will be in chaos. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had clearly died 1,000,000 years ago, it is all that Scourge Fong Yuan's fault, he had a chance to revive. In Emperor Ju, Demon Hao Gu, Sealed Court, Judgment Gu Qi of Mu and Chen Di King Gu. After the Fate War, Righteous Path declined and Demonic Path rose. Duke Long, who was the pillar of Celestial Court, died, Feng Jioga, whom they had high hopes for, betrayed them, Fong Yuan was the culprit who destroyed Fate and was still at large. And now, Demon Immortal Qi Ju appeared. Alas, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals felt, the future of the Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was bleak. They had never thought of recruiting demon Immortal Qi Ju. Even though he was Limitless Demon Venerable's enemy in history, there was no possibility of him merging with the righteous path. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, just the word demon was enough to explain the problem. There were only wrong names, but never wrong nicknames. Xiao He Jian, what are you trying to do? You actually summoned such a powerful enemy for our Two Heavens alliance. Inside Dragon Palace, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted. Xiao He Jian could not retort, his expression was pale. He felt lingering fear, but he was also glad. Thankfully, he joined the Two Heavens alliance, otherwise, he would have become the sacrificial lamb of Demon Immortal Qi Ju's rebirth. This is a trap, I am also a victim. Xiao He Jian complained. This is a trap, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's arrangement. At the same time, Wu Yong, who was inside Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, sighed. Luo Zhu sighed, Demon Immortal Qi Ju cultivates Qi Path, he could actually predict 1,000,000 years in the future? What kind of attainment level is this? Wu Yong frowned slightly, his gaze pierced through Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, looking at Dragon Palace. He understood Demon Immortal Qi Ju's arrangement, but he had a doubt, did Wu Shuai know about this secret? At this moment, Wu Yong recalled, earlier, Wu Shuai controlled the evil dragon to charge around. Was he acting recklessly and using strength to suppress others, or was it intentional to destroy Demon Immortal Qi Ju's arrangement? Clearly, it was because of the evil dragon's actions that Demon Immortal Qi Ju appeared in advance. Wu Yong was a formidable person of the present era, he had a meticulous mind, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Wu Shuai's actions were fishy. It is possible that Wu Shuai knows about Demon Immortal Qi Ju. After all, his relationship with Fang Yuan has always been unclear. It is not strange that Fang Yuan knows about this since he possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada. Wu Yong thought of Fang Yuan. Did Fang Yuan come or not? Inside Demon Judgment Board, the Celestial Court Immortals were also guessing. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. If he knew about the secret of Demon Immortal Qi Ju's appearance, he might be hiding at the side, waiting for a chance to attack. Because of this, Demon Judgment Board had been biding its time. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was also observing the situation. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju was not willing to let them off. Today is the joyous day of my rebirth, come, let me see what methods the Gu Immortals of the present era have. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the appearance of a young boy, but his tone was old and experienced. He attacked again. At once, milky white Qi currents surged like a tsunami, enveloping Celestial Court, the Southern Alliance, and Wu Shuai. Humph. Old scoundrel Qi Ju, don't be careless, we are not afraid of you, we are just worried that Fang Yuan is hiding at the side. Wu Yong spoke as he controlled Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to retreat. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fangjing transmitted, that's right. Demonic Path Senior, even though you are famous in history, you cannot compare to the #1 demon of the present era, Gue Fang Yuan. This person has already destroyed our Celestial Court's fate Gu, without him, you would not have been able to rebirth. Fang Yuan. I will remember this name. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stretched out his arms as Qi current surged, but you will not be able to leave. His entire body was like a bottomless pit, constantly spewing milky white Qi currents. These Qi currents had a unique nature, ordinary immortal killer moves could not destroy these Qi currents. At once, the 3 rank 8 immortal Gu houses fell into it, their speed fell sharply. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, he controlled Dragon Palace to advance instead of retreating, attacking Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed loudly, very good, you are finally acting up. A trace of light smoke shot out of Dragon Palace. Dream Path Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not dodge, he was hit by the light smoke and instantly dispersed. Wu Shuai's expression became strange, he was like a fisherman casting a net, he used all his strength to cast the net, but the fish in the net were like bubbles in the water, extinguished upon contact. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's body appeared again, but this time, he was far away. He took a deep look at the Dragon Palace, full of fear. "Alright, I'll remember you." He abandoned Dragon Palace and targeted Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Demon Judgment Board. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building burst out with intense winds, while Demon Judgment Board let out a soaring blood-red light, displaying their abilities. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's moves were simple and imposing. He suppressed the two immortal goo houses one after another. After a dozen or so rounds, his eyes shined with bright light as he cheered, "Good, good, good, to think that the world has already developed Wind Path and Blood Path. This is truly exciting. My arrangements were not in vain, my rebirth in this era was not in vain. Other than you, who else is there in this world?" Demon Immortal Chi Ju asked again. Wuyong smiled coldly. "Forget about the others, just Eastern Sea alone has one person. He also cultivates Chi Path, his battle strength is stronger than yours. He possesses Chi Sea, he is called Chi Sea Ancestor, he is the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path." "Oh? There is another person who cultivates Chi Path?" Back then, Chi Path was already on the decline, to think that it still had such great achievements. "Very good, I will definitely meet this person." Demon Immortal Chi Ju laughed heartily. Wuyong added, "Other than Chi Sea Ancestor, there is also a Sound Path demonic immortal called Fengjioga. He also subdued the evil dragon in one move, it was much easier than you. In the battle not long ago, he publicly betrayed the Celestial Court, there are no traces of him now, the Celestial Court also does not dare to pursue him." "Fengjioga? Good, I will remember it. Is there anyone else?" Demon Immortal Chi Ju's eyes shined. Wu Shuai interrupted at this moment, "You will have to get past us first, old man." The moment he said that, Dragon Palace attacked again. Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled lightly, he pointed with a finger, "Lower Chi." Milky white Chi currents surged and swept Dragon Palace down. At this time, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building crashed towards Demon Immortal Chi Ju along with a storm. Demon Immortal Chi Ju pointed with another finger, "Upper Chi." Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was immediately swept away by the Chi currents, it flew up uncontrollably. Demon Judgment Board arrived. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stretched out two fingers and pointed at this building, gasped for breath. With a boom, the Demon Judgment Board suddenly stopped in mid-air. The expressions of all the goo immortals in the building changed, the immortal essence they injected into Demon Judgment Board became intermittent, this rank 8 immortal goo house was like an old man on the verge of death, it could not even breathe properly. "Juniors, I will not play with you anymore. Send my message, Feng Yuan, Chi Sea Ancestor, and Fengjioga, I want to meet all three of them. They cannot hide, they cannot hide." Demon Immortal Chi Ju said this before his figure vanished, never to be seen again. The immortals were bewildered and vigilant, after exterminating the milky white Chi currents, they were sure that Demon Immortal Chi Ju had already left. "Should we give chase?" someone in Dragon Palace asked. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, "Where? Why don't you tell me?" The goo immortal who asked turned pale, he lowered his head and did not dare to speak. "Let's retreat." Wuyong smiled, he did not forget to boost morale, even though we did not gain anything this time, to be able to fight with an existence like Demon Immortal Chi Ju, this trip was not in vain. Chapter 2015. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was reborn and suppressed the Celestial Court, Southern Border, and the two heavens. This battle quickly swept through the entire goo immortal world like a hurricane, shocking everyone in the world. I did not expect Demon Immortal Chi Ju to revive. This world is really going to be chaotic. I wonder how many almighty beings will be reborn. If demon immortal Qi Ju could revive, then there's no reason the past venerables couldn't, right? Oh my god. No wonder Great Dream Immortal Venerable is the strongest venerable in history. To be able to kill his way out of the encirclement and become a venerable in such a terrifying environment, he's definitely not weak. While countless Gu immortals were speculating and discussing, the three parties were busy reorganizing themselves. Dragon Palace. Sigh, I originally thought that I would be able to obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance, who would have thought that it was a trap. Now that demon immortal Qi Ju has appeared, we even offended him, what should we do? It's all Xiao Hejian's fault for putting our two heavens alliance in such an awkward situation. Many variant human Gu immortals looked at Xiao Hejian with hostility. Xiao Hejian snickered internally. He knew that Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was trying to suppress him. He joined the Two Heavens Alliance because of his outstanding strength and reputation. He was already a threat to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch status, thus he was suppressed. Have you all said enough? Wu Shuai snorted coldly from the main seat, looking displeased. At once, the Dragon Palace quietened down and the immortals shut their mouths. Xiao Hejian then pretended to be ashamed and bowed deeply to Wu Shuai. His tone was very sincere, Lord Alliance Master, this subordinate is guilty, but before he could continue, he was interrupted by Wu Shuai, enough, you shut up. Even if Demon Immortal Qi Ju comes again, we have the evil dragon and Dragon Palace, what is there to fear? The most important thing right now is the Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was revived from this Qi harvest fruit. Clearly, we have not fully explored the mysteries of this Qi harvest fruit. How should I clear the Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens? If you don't deal with it in time, I'm afraid your grotto heaven will be in danger. Yeah. You're right, Guild Master. My paradise has already started producing Qi harvest fruits. They absorb the heaven and earth Qi from the paradise, so there's no way to get rid of them directly. This is happening to my paradise as well. Now is not the time to take revenge on the celestial court, nor to guard against demon immortal Qi Ju. The most important thing is to deal with the Qi harvest fruits in the grotto heaven. For a moment, all the immortals in the palace changed their expressions, and the topic shifted to the Qi harvest fruit. However, the communication between the immortals was completely fruitless, and a panicked atmosphere soon filled the hall. Even Xiao Hejian was no exception. Although his grotto heaven had yet to produce a Qi harvest fruit, it was only a matter of time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch no longer had the mood to suppress Xiao Hejian. The Qi harvest fruit in his Ice Crystal heavenly abode was the strongest, and the disaster was especially severe. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord looked distressed. His heavenly grotto heaven did not escape this calamity and produced a Qi harvest fruit. Although the Qi harvest fruit was small, it was growing at an alarming rate. However, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was much less panicked than the others. If the Two Heavens Alliance cannot resolve this, I can go to the Celestial Court to find a way to save it. At this juncture, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord felt that his decision to side with the Celestial Court was a wise one. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had high hopes for the Celestial Court. Because the first Celestial Court's immortal king was primordial origin immortal venerable, he cultivated Qi path. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly informed the Celestial Court about this and asked for help from Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had sent Fangzheng and the rest to Qi Ju Grotto Heaven, but Demon Judgment Board had not even entered Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. They did not know what was happening inside. After obtaining Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's information, the Celestial Court understood the truth. Regarding Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival as well as the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, Qin Ding Ling placed great importance on it. Because Celestial Court was no exception, it also produced a Qi harvest fruit. She immediately gathered the immortals to research and discuss countermeasures. The Celestial Court had deep foundations. Even after the Fate War, they were still the #1 super force in the 5 regions. Especially when they had primordial origins Qi path true inheritance, they had a huge advantage in Qi path, they could be said to be at the top of the world. And most importantly, the Celestial Court's research on Heaven Path had great results. Even Limitless Demon Venerable had made a bet with Star Constellation in the past to obtain this Heaven Path research. Heaven, Earth, and humans all have veins, humans have human veins, Earth has Earth veins, and Heaven has Heaven veins. The two heavens grotto heavens are almost always located on Heaven veins, thus they have endless benefits. The grotto heavens can be nourished by Heaven veins and produce more resources. But now, Heaven and Earth are changing, Qi tides are appearing frequently. The reason for Qi tides is the unification of the 5 regions and the merging of Earth veins. But the truth is, Heaven veins are also showing signs of merging, it is just that it is not obvious yet. The Celestial Court's immortals discovered that Heaven and Earth were merging into one. The 5 regions were just the beginning, the 2 immemorial heavens would merge into one soon. The 5 regions were separated by the 2 heavens, their Heaven and Earth Qi were different. But now that Heaven and Earth Qi had completely merged, Qi tides would appear at the places where they converged intensely. Wherever the Qi tides went, all sorts of rich Qi path immortal materials would be produced, Qi harvest fruits were the essence of them. The reason why the 2 heavens grotto heavens had Qi harvest fruits was because they were located on Heaven veins, they were at the heart of the storm. That is to say, as long as we move these grotto heavens away from the Heaven vein, we will be able to resolve the Qi harvest fruit disaster? Qin Ding Ling asked. In theory, yes. At least, once we move them away from the Heaven vein, the Qi harvest fruits in the grotto heavens will stop growing. The Celestial Court's immortals replied. Qin Ding Ling frowned. Once a grotto heaven is placed, it is hard to move it. Even if there are special methods to move it, our Celestial Court is too big. But our Heavenly Court is too huge. Over 3 million years ago, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable provided an immortal aperture as the foundation. The successive generations of immortal kings also contributed immortal apertures. During this period, countless members fused their immortal apertures here. How can we move Celestial Court? The Celestial Court's immortals were speechless, they fell into a deathly silence. Maybe. Demon Immortal Qi Ju has a way? Amidst the silence, Fangzheng suddenly spoke. Qin Ding Ling's eyes shined with bright light. There was indeed such a possibility, and it was very likely. Since Demon Immortal Qi Ju could use the Qi harvest fruit to revive, his understanding of Qi harvest fruits was unparalleled in the world. But it was extremely difficult for Celestial Court to cooperate with him. The Demon Immortal Qi Ju recorded in history would never cooperate with Celestial Court. Rather than hoping for him, we might as well cooperate with Qi Si Ancestor. That's right, we alone cannot resolve Celestial Court's crisis. To resolve Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit disaster, we need a Qi path great expert. Duke Long had once given half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to Qi Si Ancestor. During the Fate War, Qi Si Ancestor really did not show up, he remained neutral. We have the foundation to cooperate with him. But Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan's relationship, in my opinion, this is a small matter. Ever since Qi Si Ancestor reappeared, we can see his motives from his actions. He wants to become the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path, be it holding the Qi Si banquet or resisting the Two Heavens alliance, we can see this. His way of doing things was completely different from Fang Yuan. Even if they cooperated before, it is not a big deal. Can't my Celestial Court resolve this matter alone? It is difficult. You know that the immortal graveyard is destroyed, Star Constellations will has not shown up again. If we can really cooperate with Qi Si Ancestor, we might even be able to recruit him into Celestial Court. My Celestial Court really needs a pseudo-venerable battle strength. Chapter 2016. Immemorial White Heaven. Colorful aurora danced in the sky, it was a dazzling sight. Eastern Sea Rank 7 Gu Immortal Qing Huizi was flying in the sky of Aurora Lights, using immortal killer moves to collect these Aurora Lights. The multicolored light was collected into his hand, and he pinched it into a ball. The balls were then sent into his immortal aperture and buried in cloud soil. After a period of time, these Aurora light balls would break out of their shells and sprout, growing into seedlings. With the addition of lightning water and magnetic sound, flowing light fruits would be produced. Flowing light fruits were rank 6 immortal materials. They were formed from dense Aurora lights. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, all sorts of colors. Qing Huizi did not directly plant flowing light fruits, he had his own unique planting methods. Precisely so, he became one of the 3 main Gu immortals selling flowing light fruits in jewel yellow skies. With the Qi tides attacking the heavenly wind Qi wall, I can also enter immemorial white heaven through the cracks of the Qi wall to search for immortal materials. This is my fortuitous encounter. Qing Huizi sighed to himself. Aurora lights were very common in the 2 heavens, they were produced in great quantities. Qing Huizi took the Aurora lights. The success rate of planting flowing light fruits fell greatly, he could earn a lot from this. Qing Huizi collected the Aurora lights while paying attention to the heavenly wind Qi wall below. He did not have much strength to survive in immemorial white heaven, he could not even break the heavenly wind Qi wall. Thus, he had to pay attention to time. Once the heavenly wind Qi wall showed signs of mending due to the Qi tides, he would return to Eastern Sea. This was no joke. Once Qing Huizi was careless, he would be trapped in immemorial white heaven. With his strength, he might not even be able to wait for the Qi tides to attack again before dying in the dangerous environment of immemorial white heaven. One could say that Qing Huizi was risking his life to collect these Aurora lights. Gu Immortal cultivation was not easy. Qing Huizi was already a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but he still had to plan for his livelihood. Right at this time, Qing Huizi suddenly heard a loud cry. Next, winds and clouds surged. Qing Huizi was shocked to find that the heavenly wind Qi wall below him was being pulled by a terrifying formless force. In just a few breaths of time, the heavenly dipper Qi wall with a circumference of tens of miles had been sucked into the central whirlpool. What's going on? Qing Huizi was scared out of his wits. Could it be an immemorial wild beast? However, I have never heard of such a mighty primordial desolate beast. The heavenly Gang Qi wall dissipated completely, revealing a concave secret realm of heaven and earth. Next, this secluded domain of heaven and earth entered the nose of a Gu immortal who looked like a boy. When Qing Huizi saw this Gu immortal boy, his body and mind shook, it was like ice was poured on his head, pouring into the depths of his heart. Ah, demon immortal Qi Ju. Qing Huizi fell into despair. Why am I so unlucky? I was just gathering rainbow clouds and I actually encountered demon immortal Qi Ju. Even though the battle at Qijue Paradise hadn't happened for long, it couldn't be hidden at all. The whole world already knew about it. Even though there was no everybody's vision killer move that allowed the world's Gu immortals to witness the entire battle, demon immortal Qi Ju's appearance and methods were spread far and wide. In the Gu immortal world, there were several people who were publicly known to not be provoked. They were terrifying existences that should be fled upon meeting. The first was Feng Yuan. This demon had many methods and incredible strength. He acted without any qualms. He was extremely ruthless and ruthless. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him. Wu Shui was also on the list. He was the Dragonman leader. He controlled Dragon Palace and enslaved Di Zongsheng. He had deep hatred towards humans. And demon immortal Qi Ju was a newly added character. As for the celestial court and Qi Si ancestor, because they were on the same side, they would not bully the weak. Thus, he was not on the list. After Qing Huizi saw demon immortal Qi Ju, he immediately recognized him. He was stunned on the spot. He was like a statue. Demon immortal Qi Ju frowned as he looked at his palm. His palm was still small and tender, his body was still that of a boy. Thinking about the scene of his rebirth, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju felt annoyed. If he had more time, he would have been able to rebirth perfectly, he would have the body of an adult. But because of the evil dragon's rampage, he had no choice but to revive prematurely, his body was fixed and his potential was limited. After absorbing this heavenly wind chi wall, he finally made up for the losses from the intense battle earlier. After resting, he was about to set off again. "Junior, come here." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju looked at Qing Huizi as he called out casually. Qing Huizi shuddered, he had a bitter expression, he could only fly towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju obediently with fear. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju smiled as he flicked his finger, a ghostly chi current flew out. The chi current quickly enveloped Qing Huizi completely. Qing Huizi subconsciously wanted to struggle, but Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's shout resounded in his ears, "Don't move." Qing Huizi gritted his teeth, he did not dare to move recklessly. He gave up on struggling, he allowed the chi currents to enter his body and flow around his soul. After flowing for a while, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju finally absorbed all of the chi currents in Qing Huizi's body into his own body. In an instant, he received a vast amount of information, his understanding of the current era deepened by dozens of times. This is an exciting great era indeed, interesting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's eyes shined as he clicked his tongue. Next, he ordered Qing Huizi, "Take out all of your goo worms." Qing Huizi's face twitched, for an instant, he wanted to resist. But soon, his rationality prevailed, he obediently handed over all of his goo worms to Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. This action made Demon Immortal Chi-Ju re-evaluate him. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju took these goo worms and inspected them one by one. He only looked at Qing Huizi's light path immortal goo for a while, his focus was on the top quality mortal goo. Especially goo worms like Soul Search goo, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was very interested in them. In the end, he actually returned the light path immortal goo to Qing Huizi. Qing Huizi was very surprised. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju smiled, "Junior, you are very tactful, you did not resist me. Who do you think I am? Why would I covet your measly immortal goo? Get lost." Qing Huizi was in disbelief at first, before becoming overjoyed. Junior will never forget Senior Chi-Ju's great kindness. "Ha ha ha, I searched your soul, what kindness is there to speak of?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed, "You can hate me all you want, it doesn't matter. Even though this era is good, in the entire world, without venerables, there are few who are worthy of my attention. Even though I lack immortal goo, I am not at the stage of snatching light path immortal goo. If I want to snatch them, I want chi path immortal goo." Qing Huizi had a thought, "Senior, you want to go to Chi Si?" But at the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju waved his sleeves impatiently. Qing Huizi was immediately enveloped by a chi current, he could not move, he was sent flying away by the current. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snorted, he did not even look at Qing Huizi as he flew towards Chi Si. "I wonder how strong this Chi Si ancestor is, hee, I hope his chi path immortal goo will not disappoint me." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was very confident as he flew towards Chi Si. He flew rapidly in the sky of Eastern Sea, his body was surrounded by chi currents, he was extremely fast as he crossed sea areas. He did not conceal his tracks, he created a huge commotion along the way, the might of a demonic path overlord was clearly displayed. Along the way, he met several Eastern Sea goo immortals, these people fled in fear. Along the way, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju suddenly had a shocked expression, he stopped in the sky. He sensed his secluded domain of heaven and earth shaking. "Don't tell me?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was slightly dazed before he thought of something, joy appeared on his face. He temporarily threw his plan to go to Chi Si to the back of his mind, he changed his direction and flew towards the southwest direction. After a while, he arrived at a sea area. The sky here was filled with white clouds that obscured his vision, he could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the thick clouds, it could only slightly brighten the sky. The sea looked calm on the surface, but there were countless torrents inside. These torrents were of all shapes and sizes, they all had different water qualities. They moved between each other and flowed in this sea area, there was no pattern to them at all. Without immortal defensive methods, mortal corpses would be turned into dregs by the torrents in an instant. It was the turbulent flow sea area. Demon Immortal Qi Ju inspected it carefully. After a while, joy appeared on his face. Amazing, amazing. There must be a fragment of Qi in this sea area, it created such a chaotic scene. To think that after my rebirth, my luck would be so strong. I will take this fragment and fuse it into one first, then I will go and find trouble with that Qi Sea ancestor. Chapter 2017. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The disaster was still ongoing, the situation was slowly falling into an abyss. Fang Yuan's losses were huge this time. In order to save the resource points, he had already sent the variant humans and immortals in his immortal aperture to various places, ordering them to pay close attention to the resources and to distribute mortal goo that could detect providence. Adding on Fang Yuan's time path clone and his main body, he was exterminating the providence that was created. Finally, he managed to preserve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's resource points. However, as long as the Heaven Path Dao marks were not refined by Fang Yuan, the providence that was created would continue to increase in number. Even though Fang Yuan used his full strength, he could not stop the situation from worsening. He could barely preserve the resource points, but the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was huge, the resource points only occupied a small portion of the space. In most areas, Heaven's Will was produced. It was like a densely packed army, gradually surrounding the resource points of various places. Fang Yuan knew that his clan situation had reached a crucial moment. He could not clear the providence in his immortal aperture in time. To prevent the Grotto Heaven's providence from colluding with the Five Regions' providence, he had no choice but to create a secret space in Qi Si's formation to isolate the providence's detection. In the outside world, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Demon Immortal Qi Ju said that he wanted to meet Qi Si ancestor and the rest, this was not just for show. Internal and external problems. Next, let's see the effect of this immortal formation. Fang Yuan's attention was placed on a rule path formation. This formation was located in mini blue heaven, it floated in the air, it was modified from the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he already knew that the situation would develop to this stage, thus, he made preparations and started to think of a solution. A long time ago, he had an inspiration and decided to imitate the Qi tides to deal with the providence in his immortal aperture. And this rule path formation was the result of his research. A batch of rank 8 immortal essence was already stored in the immortal formation. With a thought from Fang Yuan, this vast formation that covered over 10 miles of land began to be activated. Hoo hoo hoo, the whistling sound of the wind could be heard from the spell formation, which began to shake heaven and earth. Countless streams of air appeared around the spell formation, filling the air like steam. It was so white that one couldn't even see their outstretched hand. All of a sudden, a mysterious light burst forth from the formation. The mystic light struck the white gas, and it was as if a giant hand had pushed it hard. In the next moment, about 30% of the white steam surged forward. The mystic rays penetrated into the white gas, constantly modifying it, causing the loose white gas to become more and more condensed. Finally, the white gas that was pushed out successfully turned into a wave of gas and began to push towards the southeast. Along the way, the huge wave of Qi was like a huge brush, thoroughly washing away the surrounding Qi of heaven and earth. In terms of power, the Qi tide created by Fang Yuan could not compare to the orthodox one, but it had extraordinary power, it could easily take away the lives of mortal Gu masters. This was also why Fang Yuan set up the formation in mini blue heaven, it was to prevent himself from slaughtering living beings and asking for trouble. This chi tide moved for an hour, it was moving straight until it almost reached the aperture walls of mini blue heaven. Fang Yuan inspected the results. He found that the providence that he had set up earlier was completely wiped out, there was no trace of it left. Fang Yuan activated the formation to quell the internal problems while patiently waiting for Demon Immortal Qi Ju to challenge him. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high chance that Demon Immortal Qi Ju would come to fight during this period of time. After waiting for some time, on this day, there was a change in the sky above Qi Sea. White Qi waves appeared in the sky, they were grand and grand, they surged towards Qi Sea like an avalanche. Within the Qi waves, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's child body could be vaguely seen, his demonic might was overwhelming. Soon, his aged voice reverberated in the world, Junior Qi Si, I, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, have come for you. Qi Ju, why are you here? Fang Yuan slowly appeared, he activated Qi Si's formation as he stood on the surface of the sea, looking up. Demon Immortal Qi Ju chuckled, I have just revived, I do not have any immortal goo with me. I heard that you are the only remaining peak rank 8 Qi Path expert in the current world, I came to borrow goo from you. Ha ha ha, borrow goo? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he could feel Demon Immortal Qi Ju's domineering attitude, the immortal goo is with me, but whether you can borrow it or not will depend on your own ability. Demon Immortal Qi Ju raised his head and laughed, his young face was filled with intense battle intent, awesome. Junior, you are very much to my liking. Come, take this move of mine first. Immortal Killer Move, Great Qi Capture. Immediately, a milky white Qi current hand flew out, it was like a small mountain as it pressed down on Fang Yuan. It was this move that made Di Zongxian cry out in pain, it was not only powerful, it was also very profound, it could gather and disperse energy, enemy goo immortals could not deal with it easily. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, his expression was calm, he did not panic. He stretched out his palm and pushed upwards. Rumble. A Qi wall covered the surrounding 100 li, it was like the sky was rising, it had a grand aura. The Qi wall and the hand collided, the hand was forced back, it could not stop the Qi wall from rising. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly, he pointed with his finger as the Qi current hand disintegrated, it turned into countless tiny Qi currents that tried to enter the Qi wall. But this attempt ended in failure. The Qi wall that Fang Yuan created was not only grand and grand, it was also very tight, Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not enter it at all. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed slightly, what a great Qi wall, what is the name of this move? Fang Yuan spoke frankly, I created it hastily for you, I have not named it yet. I wonder if you have any ideas? Demon Immortal Qi Ju squinted as bright light shined in his eyes. Qi Si Ancestor created this move hastily, it was much more terrifying than creating it a long time ago. Because this meant that Qi Si Ancestor's Qi Path attainment level was very high, he could modify his own Qi Path killer move in such a short period of time based on the situation of the battle. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not know that the truth was that Fang Yuan modified the 5 regional limit formation, the Qi Wall killer move was just a supplementary move. Even though Fang Yuan lost Wisdom Gu, he still had plenty of Wisdom Path methods. The Qi Wall continued to rise, pushing back the white Qi currents that covered the sky. When it reached Demon Immortal Qi Ju, the Qi Wall suddenly changed, 2 hands, one black and one white, attacked him from the left and right. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not dodge, he allowed the black and white hands to grab him. The hands started to exert force, but at the next moment, a loud sound came from the palms, she. The 2 black and white hands were immediately absorbed into a concave secluded domain phantom. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to be shocked, he acutely sensed that this secluded domain of heaven and earth above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head was much more complete than before. Demon Immortal Qi Ju knew that ordinary methods could not work against Qi Si Ancestor. He used his trump card. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi. Fang Yuan tried to attack. All sorts of Qi Path killer moves were swallowed by Shi Land when they reached Demon Immortal Qi Ju. It was like a bottomless pit. No matter how Fang Yuan tried, he could not fill it up. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the upper hand above Shi Land. He was undefeatable. He even started to comment on Fang Yuan's various Qi Path killer moves. This black and white hands has a good concept. It should have used Yin and Yang Qi, using the attraction and attrition between the two to increase the power of this move. Your Qi Path defense is also pleasing to the eye. Every thread of your clothes is made of astral Qi. Are you trying to imitate the heavenly wind Qi wall? It is a pity, truly a pity. If you could still pose a threat to me after my rebirth. Regrettably, I have just dismantled the turbulent flow sea area recently. Shi Land is almost complete. This move of mine counters Qi Path in the world. Junior Qi Si, you are no exception. How about it? Do I have the ability to borrow your immortal goo? Demon Immortal Qi Ju was called Qi Ju because of this move. It countered all Qi Path in the world. Any Qi Path killer move would be swallowed by Shi Land, unless the killer move's power surpassed Shi Land's limit. Regrettably, Demon Immortal Qi Ju had almost completed Shi Land. His battle strength had a qualitative change. Fang Yuan heard this from the side and had a thought. Qin Ding Ling came personally. So the external help that appeared in my luck is because of her. Demon Immortal Qi Ju pointed at the incoming Demon Judgment Board. The air surged and condensed into lumps. In an instant, hundreds of milky white Qi lumps shot towards Demon Judgment Board like meteors, causing explosions. Demon Judgment Board's momentum stopped as it shook intensely from the explosions. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was about to say something when his expression changed. He quickly retreated and moved away at lightning speed. It turned out that the blood-colored rainbow light that Demon Judgment Board shot earlier had turned around and attacked him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flashed past the blood-colored rainbow light, but golden light suddenly shot out of this blood-colored light. The golden light quickly condensed above Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head and turned into a huge golden scissors. Crack crack. The golden scissors cut at Demon Immortal Qi Ju's head repeatedly. It seemed to have missed. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed. This is a luck path method. He quickly activated an investigative killer move and felt heartache. Oh no, this golden scissors is reducing my luck. Demon Immortal Qi Ju placed great importance on maintaining his own luck. He had successfully revived earlier and dismantled the turbulent flow sea area to replenish Shi Land. He had already expended a lot of his luck. This time, the golden scissors attack made his situation even worse. Qi Si, Celestial Court, I will remember this. If there is a chance in the future, I will settle this with you. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's voice reverberated in the world. After saying this, he immediately drilled into the white airflow that soared into the sky, quickly retreating from the battlefield and disappearing. He retreated just like that? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guyue Fangzheng was slightly dazed. In contrast, the other members of Celestial Court had solemn expressions. Qin Ding Ling sighed as she pointed at Fangzheng. This is the terrifying aspect of Demon Immortal Qi Ju. He remains calm at all times and has a clear judgment of the situation. Just us alone will only cause trouble for him, but in the current situation, Qi Si Ancestor will not ignore it. With Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength, it is not hard for him to resist the alliance of us and Qi Si. But this way, the situation will worsen. His plan to forcefully borrow Qi Path Immortal Goo will have no chance of success. Rather than that, he might as well retreat and conserve his strength. Fangzheng was enlightened when he received the hint. I understand. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is a person from 1,000,000 years ago after all. He had just revived and did not have much contact with new paths. Earlier, when dealing with Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path attacks and Lord Qin's Luck Path Golden Scissors, he mainly dodged them. There is also a problem with the Qi harvest fruit in that shattered bone grotto heaven. If we can solve this problem, we can rope in Granny Skeleton and other human forces. Great plan. If we rope in these human forces, the Two Heavens Alliance will definitely suffer a huge setback and might even disintegrate. Those who are not of our race definitely have different intentions. The Two Heavens human goo immortals are of the same clan as us. As long as we show our enthusiasm and sincerity, it should not be difficult to rope them in. Xia clan's immortals discussed, many clapped and laughed. The atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face as he sat on the main seat, looking at the various expressions of the goo immortals present. If they knew that their plan had been discovered by the enemy before they could even implement it, who knew how they would feel? Fang Yuan's gaze swept around before stopping on Qin Dingling's face. Although this person only cultivates Luck Path, she is already qualified to lead the Celestial Court. At her level, she should have reached the level of being able to communicate with other paths. Ordinary Wisdom Path rank 8s are only at this level. Don't worry, we will get rid of the Information Path Alliance agreement on you. But your Dragon Man identity is slightly troublesome. It was Fang Yuan who helped you change your identity. The Dragon Man method he used has likely been greatly modified. It will be very difficult to get rid of this in a short period of time. No matter, I am already used to it. Bai Ningbing said indifferently. She was either restricted by Fang Yuan, or she joined the Shadow Sect and was controlled by Old Man Inkstone. Later, she joined Fang Yuan and became a new Dragon Man. Now, she was being held back by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Bai Ningbing was right, she was already used to it. Almost at the same time, in Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. And, this is the soul core I recently obtained. It is very strange, please take a look at it. And Sun bowed respectfully and presented a soul core with both hands. Lady Cold Ash took the soul core and carefully examined it, her expression becoming more and more strange. She had seen countless soul cores, but this soul core gave her a feeling she had never felt before. Just the dark light flowing on the surface of the soul core was extraordinary. Suddenly, the soul core turned into a pitch-black lightning bolt that struck Lady Cold Ash's face and quickly seeped into her body, instantly restraining her soul. Lady Cold Ash's body tensed up, she reacted, she was plotted against by a relative. And Sun, you. Lady Cold Ash took good care of her nephew and Sun and promoted him many times. She did not expect to be betrayed by a relative this time. Lady Cold Ash wanted to resist. She suddenly stood up. And Sun jumped in fright and quickly took a big step back. But at the next moment, Lady Cold Ash's strength dissipated and she fell back to her seat. She let out a groan, black light spread in her eyes and quickly filled her eyeballs. Soon, she stopped struggling and stood up silently. And Sun knelt on the ground, greetings to Master. Lady Cold Ash spoke in Spectral Soul's voice, this body is not bad. I will use it like this for now, get close to Wu Shui. Spectral Soul did not have guts goo, he could only devour the soul core and slowly digest it. After this period of time, he had already recovered some strength, he immediately attacked Lady Cold Ash. In the public blessed land, he smoothly entered Dragon Palace and met with Wu Shui. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, on the right was the recently joined Rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, on the right was the recently joined Rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. Below them were the leaders of the variant human Gu Immortals. For example, Lady Cold Ash's position was close to the entrance of Dragon Palace. From this position, the political situation of the Two Heavens Alliance could be seen. The variant humans were clearly the majority, they held the majority of the authority. Meanwhile, the human Gu Immortals were at a disadvantage. They tried to resist, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Wu Shuai was a variant dragon man, it was natural for him to be close to other variant humans. If I kill all of them, how much of my strength can I recover? Spectral Soul looked around as killing intent rose in her heart. Sensing her gaze, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, who was standing opposite Lady Cold Ash, nodded at her, showing goodwill. Spectral Soul had already obtained all of Lady Cold Ash's memories. She had a thought, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, maybe I can make a move against him. A human rank 8 Gu Immortal soul is more suitable for me to recover. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was thinking, this Lady Cold Ash can be used. Granny Skeleton's contribution earlier came from her. After this discussion, I might as well find her for tea and probe her intentions. If I can rope her in for the Celestial Court, my contribution will be even greater. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's thoughts were normal. In his opinion, Lady Cold Ash did not lose hope, she wanted to ally with the other human forces to resist the Alliance and raise the status of the human forces in the Alliance. But now, her method was completely useless, Granny Skeleton did not come at all. Moreover, the Celestial Court had already informed them of their next strategy, which was to divide the entire Two Heavens Alliance. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord saw a lot of merit in this. Just as Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash were scheming against each other, Wu Shuai spoke from the main seat, I'm sure everyone knows why I gathered everyone here today. That's right, it is the Qi Harvest Fruit disaster. Most of you here have already produced Qi Harvest Fruits in your Grotto Heavens. These Qi Harvest Fruits are absorbing the heaven and earth Qi of the Grotto Heavens to grow, they are directly threatening the foundation of the Grotto Heavens. But ordinary methods cannot directly destroy these Qi Harvest Fruits. If we act rashly, we will be destroying the foundation of the Grotto Heavens and destroying our own homes. Now, I will gather everyone together to brainstorm and come up with a good solution. After Wu Shuai's speech, the Immortals offered their suggestions. During this period of time, many of them had racked their brains over this matter and were deeply troubled by it. These Gu Immortals might lack experience and battle attainment, but their foundations were very solid. Thus, they proposed a large number of methods. However, even though there were many methods, which one would be effective? Nobody could guarantee it, nobody could say for sure. None of them cultivated Qi Path. The Two Heavens Alliance did have some Qi Path Gu Immortals, but their Qi Path attainment levels were low, they could not be counted on. There are many methods, if we try them one by one, there should be a solution. Thus, what we need to do is to keep trying. Who is willing to try it first? Wu Shuai concluded and asked. Dragon Palace's main hall fell into silence. Nobody was willing to be a guinea pig. After all, clearing the Qi Harvest Fruits was extremely important to the Grotto Heavens. It was like performing surgery on their hearts. If there was any mistake, the Grotto Heaven would be destroyed. Even if they were lucky and the Grotto Heaven survived, its foundation would be greatly damaged and it would suffer huge losses. These Gu Immortals are so pitiful. Thankfully, I joined the Celestial Court long ago. Even though Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord looked anxious and worried, he was very calm on the inside. He had already learned from the Celestial Court that the Celestial Court had already found a way to resolve the problem of the Qi Harvest Fruits. Thus, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was not flustered. But the truth was, Qin Ding Ling was only trying to stabilize Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and make him more loyal. To resolve the Qi Harvest Fruits, it is neither hard nor easy. Spectral Soul knew some methods, but he would not contribute them. Right now, he was thinking about how to deal with Wu Shuai. There were many people here, he could not attack. But how could he find a chance to be alone with Wu Shuai? The biggest obstacle is still this palace. Spectral Soul felt some wariness. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal goo house in essence. Spectral Soul was not afraid of this. He was worried about the dream path methods that Dragon Palace had. Spectral Soul had to be very vigilant against this. If he was caught by dreamy light smoke, he would lose immediately. Wu Shuai saw that the immortals were silent for a long time. He knew what they were thinking. He smiled lightly. Since none of you are willing to try, we will find someone else to try. There are many grotto heavens in these two heavens. There are still people who have not joined us. Their intentions are unfathomable. The eyes of the goo immortals in the hall shined. They felt that Alliance leader's idea was simply brilliant. Thus, the immortals agreed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others even flattered Wu Shuai. Which grotto heaven do you think is more suitable? Wu Shuai asked. At the next moment, everyone had their own opinions. Many targets were proposed. Among them, the one that was mentioned the most was Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Could it be that someone lives here? Is it a hermit from the mountains? Li Xiaobai carefully got closer and shouted. Student Li Xiaobai accidentally passed by a treasured land and took the liberty to pay a visit. Please forgive me, sage of the mountains. But there was no sound coming from the treehouse. Li Xiaobai shouted a few more times and found that there was no one in the treehouse. He walked towards the pine tree. When he got to the bottom of the pine tree, Li Xiaobai made a new discovery. It turned out that this treehouse was not built on the pine tree, it was one with the pine tree, as if it grew out of it. Li Xiaobai wanted to enter the treehouse to investigate, but after going around the tree, he found that the treehouse was one with only windows and no doors. What should I do? Li Xiaobai thought as he subconsciously placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly, the tree bark started to crack and change. In an instant, a spiral staircase appeared and went around the tree trunk, leading to the treehouse. A door also appeared on the treehouse. Li Xiaobai only hesitated for a moment before walking up the staircase and entering the treehouse. There were 3 rows of bookcases in the treehouse. They were erected along the 3 walls. There were many goo worms in the shelves of the bookcases. The fragrance of books pervades the world, the reputation of talented scholars. The bookhouse inheritance awaits the fated one. At this time, a piece of information appeared in Li Xiaobai's mind. Li Xiaobai inspected it and became joyful. So this is an information path inheritance. Even though it is only a goo master level inheritance and has no immortal goo, there are many rank 4 and 5 goo worms. There is also detailed cultivation information. It forms a complete system. It suits me. Speaking of which, my luck has been rising recently. It seems that my main body has already stabilized the situation. This was a top-level goo master inheritance. Not only did it have many goo worms, the pine tree itself was an exceptional mortal goo house, book house. Li Xiaobai stored the book house and returned the way he came. He successfully found his horse and rode it down the mountain, heading towards the capital city. At the peak of the mountain, there were 2 figures. An immortal and a mortal. The immortal was Huasong, while the mortal was the rank 5 goo master teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang had witnessed the entire process of Li Xiao by obtaining the inheritance. He said gratefully, "Teacher, thank you for promoting my student." As it turned out, Teacher Jiang's teacher was Huasong. Huasong smiled. "He is your student, according to our relationship. He is my grand disciple. He is a member of our faction. How could I ignore him? When the World Poetry Competition started, I already noticed him. He clearly had the strength to pass the round, but because he met you, he had to hide his abilities. I had hoped that the 2 of you could pass the round together. But his luck was bad. he kept meeting you at the crucial moment and was eventually eliminated. I am ashamed. Teacher Jiang lowered his head. Ha ha ha. Huasong patted Teacher Jiang's shoulder. You are very good, you can teach such an outstanding student. If this Li Xiaobai really disregards his teacher and defeats you in front of everyone in order to become famous, I will definitely punish him in secret. But Li Xiaobai respects his teacher and has a good nature, even though he failed this time, so what? It is this kid's fortune to be able to enter teacher's eyes. But teacher, why didn't you? Teacher Zhang's tone was hesitant. Huasong sighed, even though I am the host of the World Poetry Competition, if I abuse my authority, I will be criticized by other Gu immortals, I will lose face in front of Lord Huayu. Moreover, Li Xiaobai is still too young, he lacks tempering, suddenly promoting him to an immortal might lead to a disaster. It is better to let him walk more paths in the mortal world, an unpolished jade is worthless. Teacher is right, I was too shallow. Teacher Jiang submitted and said gratefully, I understand teacher's painstaking efforts. You did not want me to feel guilty, so you gave Li Xiaobai such an important inheritance, right? It's good that you know. Huasong smiled, you are my student, after this selection, you will be heavily nurtured to become an immortal. Next, you need to focus and not be distracted by other matters, cultivate wholeheartedly, don't embarrass me. Yes, teacher, I will do my best. Teacher Jiang cupped his fists, showing a solemn expression. Even though profound literature Grotto Heaven adhered to neutrality and did not want to participate in any conflict between forces, they understood that chaotic times were coming, so they did not hold back in nurturing their own Gu immortals. Teacher Jiang and the others were quickly settled down, they had abundant resources and many Gu immortals were personally teaching them. Teacher Jiang trained diligently every day, his life was extremely fulfilling. Even though he did his best to learn and perform, he was only ranked in the middle or lower tier, this showed the attainment and talent of these Gu masters. Even the Gu immortals teaching them were secretly satisfied. These people were the essence of profound literature Grotto Heaven, they were excellent seeds of Gu immortals. Half a month passed, Teacher Jiang and the others were about to welcome the most crucial moment of their lives, immortal ascension. With so many teachers protecting me, the success rate of my immortal ascension is very high. Once I become an immortal, my life will be completely subverted. Teacher Jiang was looking forward to it, he studied even harder. However, right when the first person among them was about to undergo immortal ascension, there was a loud explosion, the whole of profound literature Grotto Heaven shook fiercely. Next, an evil dragon that was like a mountain tore through the aperture wall and descended, filling the sky of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Large numbers of enemy Gu immortals appeared all over profound literature Grotto Heaven, they attacked at the same time and ignited the flames of battle. Teacher Zhang's side was the target of special attention. Die! Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to suppress them. It is the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, it cannot be blocked. Retreat! The Gu immortals defending this place paled in fright, they had no choice but to retreat. Rumble! After a series of tremors, smoke and dust surged, rocks were sent flying. This meticulously arranged learning palace was completely destroyed, Teacher Jiang and the others could not dodge in time, they were crushed into flesh and bones, dying on the spot. The Gu immortals teaching them felt their hearts bleeding at this sight. Their many days of teaching were about to bear fruit, but the greatest future potential of profound literature Grotto Heaven was destroyed in this one attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my profound literature Grotto Heaven adheres to neutrality, we have never made things difficult for you. But today, you actually attacked our territory and slaughtered the innocent, you are truly unreasonable, you have committed heinous sins. Old Immortal Huayu was alarmed, his face was flushed red from anger, his furious voice resounded throughout the world. Chapter 2026. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. On the spacious square, Shao Qixing's group was confronting a group of Divine Bean soldiers. The scale of this group of Divine Bean soldiers was even larger than Shao Qixing's group. How do we fight? Sun Yuanhua had just asked when the Divine Bean soldiers had already started their assault. Shao Qixing stopped the people who were preparing to attack and smiled, "Everyone, please act as reinforcements and watch me deal with them." Shao Qixing finished speaking and flicked his fingers repeatedly. A large number of goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms landed on the ground and quickly turned into human shapes. Most of them were ordinary soldiers, a small number were clearly elites, and an extremely small number were even sturdier and more valiant. These are Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, and Sergeant Gu? Gu Ting squinted his eyes slightly. It should be. Wei Wuxiang roughly counted, there are about 500 people. It seems that Shao Qixing is doing quite well in the military camp. He has actually accumulated so many human path goo worms. Formation. Shao Qixing shouted and activated the Arrow Army formation goo in his aperture. The soldiers under his control immediately gathered. The centurion led the sergeant led the sergeant, and the sergeant was surrounded by soldiers. The entire army was like a huge arrow. Without dodging or evading, they directly charged towards the Divine Bean soldiers that were charging towards them. Kill! The army led by Shao Qixing let out a deafening battle cry, but the Divine Bean soldiers were deathly silent. The two sides were like huge waves colliding, and after colliding, they began to infiltrate each other. Shao Qixing's eyes were like lightning, shooting out starlight as he concentrated on controlling his own troops. In the chaotic battle, the troops under his control were always united into small groups, maintaining the most basic military formation. In contrast, the Divine Bean soldiers were scattered and disorganized. After the initial stalemate, the situation gradually fell into Shao Qixing's control. Once he gained an advantage in a certain area, this advantage snowballed and continued to grow. Soon, the partial advantage turned into an overall advantage. Eventually, Shao Qixing's side obtained a complete victory. The Divine Bean soldiers were all killed. How is it? Shao Qixing returned victorious. He looked at the other Gu immortal seeds with an excited expression, showing off his pride. Zhao Shuyi rolled her eyes and ignored him. Brother Shao is indeed amazing. Chen Dajiang gave a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Shao Qixing laughed heartily and said to Chen Dajiang, "If you had followed me back then, you would also have such achievements today. Let's continue forward." "It's just a mural," Wei Wuxiang said. "Don't be careless. These soldiers are just soybean soldiers, the most basic of the Divine Bean soldiers," Gu Ting said. The group continued to move forward, continuously conquering the Divine Bean soldiers. A moment later, they arrived at the busiest street of Divine Emperor City. The Divine Bean soldiers were slaughtering the citizens in the city. It was a mess. When Sun Yao saw this, she was so angry that her eyes spat fire. The first time she entered this place, she came to this street and experienced the flourishing scenery. Who would have thought that such a beautiful scene would be completely destroyed by the Divine Bean soldiers? There were corpses and blood everywhere. "I'll have to rely on you all to make a move," Shao Qixing said with rare modesty. "The terrain here is narrow and the field of vision is not clear. My men and horses can't pass through." The other Gu immortal seeds naturally had no objections. They rushed to the front lines and attacked together. Shao Qixing stayed at the back, controlling the soldiers around him to move forward slowly while observing carefully. He knew in his heart, since he came here to compete for Genesis Lotus true inheritance, these Gu masters around him were his greatest competitors. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Now was the best time for him to understand these people. These elite Gu masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were truly extraordinary when they attacked. Shao Qixing had a lot of accumulation, but these Gu masters were not inferior. Yingxing Ji continuously took out Dr. Gu and turned into human form, saving the wounded and dying everywhere. Chen Dejiang, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of constables. He also held a blade and a chain, participating in the frontlines battle. Sun Yao, on the other hand, made Shao Qixing look at her in a new light. She was surrounded by 3 dancers, their long sleeves fluttered as they weakened the Divine Bean soldiers. At the same time, Sun Yao also possessed the human path killer move, joy in helping others. This move was very effective in strengthening her allies. As for Wei Wuxiang, he was flickering in and out of sight. His figure was like a fish in water in the chaotic battlefield. This guy has already grasped Thief Gu. Shao Qixing realized. These elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects showed their brilliance once they attacked. Shao Qixing also felt heavy pressure and became vigilant. I really can't underestimate these people. This chaotic battle lasted for the time it took to brew half a cup of tea before the entire street was cleared. Without stopping, Shao Qixing and the rest advanced towards other painting worlds. The Divine Bean soldiers were exterminated by them one after another. Of course, they were not the only ones retaliating. The natives of the painting world also organized many teams and fought back with all their might, trying their best to kill the Divine Bean soldiers. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in with the other teams and conversed secretly. These Divine Bean soldiers are really amazing. There are so many types of them, it is an eye-opener. These people from the 10 great ancient sects have also matured. We need to conceal ourselves carefully and not be discovered by them. They were the earliest people to enter the painting world. Right now, their accumulation surpassed Central Continent's people by a large margin, but Yi Fan and Hong Yi could only act in secret. After all, the outside world of the 5 regions was the main body. Once they were discovered by the Celestial Court, the situation would be terrible. The counterattacking teams killed faster and faster, their efficiency constantly increased, and their casualties rapidly decreased. After they had sufficient experience, they completely understood the types of Divine Bean soldiers. Yellow Bean soldiers were only cannon fodder, Green Bean soldiers could shoot flying arrows, Red Bean soldiers had to be careful of their self-destruction, Black Bean soldiers had the toughest bodies, and so on. After understanding the characteristics of different Divine Bean soldiers, they launched targeted attacks. These Divine Bean soldiers were far weaker than they looked. The counterattacking teams kept winning and regaining more and more territory. Finally, they gathered at one place and came to the city wall of Divine Emperor City. Outside the city wall was a vast sea of Divine Bean soldiers. Shao Qixing saw this scene and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The enemy was too powerful. It was not something his team could handle. Only by joining forces with other teams could they defend the city. The Divine Bean soldiers surged forward without any formation. They were a mess as they charged forward. Shao Qixing and the rest occupied the city wall and looked down from above, constantly killing. The Divine Bean soldiers were like ants. They started to climb the city wall. The defending side resisted with all their might, not retreating a single step. The entire battlefield was like a huge meat grinder. A large number of lives were lost every second. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, Shao Qixing fell on his butt. He had no strength left in his body. His snow-white military robe was already dyed red with blood. Continuous cheers came from the surroundings. They had won. This largest group of Divine Bean soldiers had been completely annihilated. The outcome was decided. Next, it was time to clean up the remaining small groups of Divine Bean soldiers in the paintings. Wait a moment, we seem to be able to leave Divine Emperor City. Following the Divine Bean soldiers' route of invasion, we can counterattack their nest. During the process of cleaning up, everyone made a huge discovery. The army gathered again and finally reached Fang Di Chang. In this painting world, Fang Di Chang's strength was greatly reduced, but he still had a group of Divine Bean soldiers with him. So you are the mastermind, the main culprit. You will pay the price for your sins. Why why did you slaughter the innocent? What grudge do you have with them? The crowd was furious, but Shao Qixing and the rest secretly glanced at each other before moving towards the back without leaving a trace. So the source of the Divine Bean Soldier calamity is actually him. He is Fang Clan's Gu immortal Fang Dichang. He had once refined Divine Bean Palace. To think that he is still alive, and is even stirring up trouble in the painting world. Don't tell me the sect sent us here to eliminate him? Strange, why didn't the Celestial Court directly kill Fang Dichang? Maybe this is a test purposely left for us, or maybe we have to follow the rules of the painting world to deal with him? Shao Qixing and the rest conversed quickly, their expressions were extremely solemn. They were already the focus of their sect's nurturing targets, thus they knew a lot about the Gu immortal world, especially the participants of the Fate War. They knew a lot about them. Kill. Take revenge for our friends and family. I want to tear him to pieces. The Gu masters in the painting world attacked Fang Dichang. A bunch of dregs. Fang Dichang sat at the center and commanded calmly. The Divine Bean soldiers around him changed their formation smoothly like flowing water. Especially when all kinds of soldiers cooperated with each other with great tacit understanding. The natives of the painting world suffered heavy losses. Shao Qixing and the rest were also very shocked. There are clearly not many soldiers, how can they fight to this state? This is a Gu immortal commanding them, the difference is like heaven and earth. What should we do? Fight or retreat? Fight. We have the advantage in numbers, even though Fang Dichang is strong, the gap between us is not that of an immortal. We have a lot of hope. Slaughter immortal. Someone shouted this slogan, but Shao Qixing and the rest were extremely excited. Once they made a move, the Gu masters fighting at the front immediately felt a strong sense of support. In fact, not just them, Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed in the battlefield, contributing secretly. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. The Divine Bean soldiers kept changing their formation under his command, defending as firmly as Mount Tai. Shao Qixing and the rest fought bitterly for a long time, but to their shock, they found a terrifying gap between the enemy and their side. The Divine Bean soldiers around Fang Dichang were almost non-existent. What should we do? An immortal is an immortal after all. Not to mention that Fang Dichang is a wisdom path Gu immortal. Shao Qixing and the rest's condition fell to rock bottom, their fighting spirit faded and they had thoughts of retreating, not daring to compete with Fang Dichang. But right at this time, Fang Dichang's body suddenly shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He snorted coldly, looking at the sky as he sneered, "Genesis Lotus Will, you finally couldn't help but make a move." Fang Dichang was suppressed by Genesis Lotus Will. He could no longer control the Divine Bean soldiers as freely as before. Shao Qixing and the rest immediately felt the pressure on them decrease. They were pleasantly surprised as they charged forward. The Divine Bean soldiers around Fang Dichang continued to shrink until they were all slaughtered. Fang Dichang had no choice but to personally take action. He slaughtered his way through the army, no one could match him. Good times did not last long. His condition continued to decline and he started to get injured. After some time, Fang Dichang's body was bathed in blood as he staggered. To think that I, Fang Dichang, would actually die here. Fang Dichang gave a sorrowful cry as he self-detonated. Boom! The Gu masters surrounding him were all blown to smithereens, not even their corpses remained. After a short moment of shock, the surviving Gu masters cheered and cheered. We won. We finally killed the demon. Sob sob sob, father, mother, I have taken revenge for you. What about you, Shenshang? Shenshang also shook his head. I also cannot find a way to leave this place. I have already secretly investigated those Gu immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. They came and went because they obtained the approval of Genesis Lotus Will. But I believe that as long as I continue to hide and research, my human path attainment will continue to accumulate, there will be a qualitative change. At that time, I will be able to find a way to leave this place. Fang Yuanzwil took a deep look at Xianxiang. He could tell that Xianxiang was enjoying this place. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's investment was truly huge. He created a world to deduce human path. In this place, human path was supreme, other paths were just supplementary. Human path had the greatest development, the other paths were very weak. At the same time, this place followed the rules of the mortal world. The gap between immortals and mortals was very small, it was beneficial to the development of human path. There was also the isolation of inside and outside. Outsiders who entered this place would be isolated from the 5 regions, they would not even be able to communicate with jewel yellow skies. This prevented the spread of information and the contamination of information. Thus, this secluded human path paradise was created. Xianxiang cultivated human path. Coming here was like a glutton encountering a peerless delicacy, he was like a fish in water, he was deeply attached to this place. Fang Yuanzwil was currently residing in one of Xianxiang's beggar gu. There were only 2 paths in front of him. One was to wait for the main body to rescue him, the other was to follow Xianxiang and cultivate, using Xianxiang's strength to escape. Information regarding the Divine Bean Soldier calamity was gathered in Qin Dingling's hands. Fang Dichang self-detonated? Qin Dingling frowned slightly. This result made Qin Dingling slightly disappointed, she had been hoping to capture this Fang Yuan clone alive. Then, through him, she could deduce the location of Fang Yuan's main body. To think that Fang Yuan's clone would actually commit suicide, but this is in line with Fang Yuan's ruthless nature. Qin Dingling did not have many suspicions. It would be great if we could capture him alive. In the painting world, the gap between immortals and mortals is not big. It is a pity that these gu immortal seeds have not matured enough, they could not grasp this opportunity. Qin Dingling sighed inwardly. Shao Qixing and the rest thought that it was a huge contribution to slaying the immortal, but in Qin Dingling's heart, it was a bad evaluation. But even so, Qin Dingling decided to heavily reward these gu immortal seeds. They were all important targets for nurturing. After settling the matter of rewards, Qin Dingling placed her attention on the battle in Eastern Sea. The battle in Eastern Sea was the battle between humans and variant humans. Both sides were led by Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai. They fought in the immemorial 2 Heavens and Eastern Sea. The battle was getting more intense. After Qi Si Ancestor sacrificed himself to save profound literature Grotto Heaven, he took the opportunity to unite several Grotto Heaven forces in the 2 Heavens. Even though Wu Shuai lost, he did not show weakness. On one hand, he gathered the 2 Heavens to his side, on the other hand, he launched sneak attacks and invasions on those Grotto Heaven forces that were observing from the sidelines. Wu Shuai's strategy was very clear and straightforward. Before attacking the 5 regions, he had to cleanse the 2 Heavens and stabilize the rear. On one hand, this was because the distance between the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens was short, they could send troops to each other. If Wu Shuai did not do anything, when his army was outside, the Grotto Heavens would only need to pretend to attack to make Wu Shuai's army lose their footing. On the other hand, many of Wu Shuai's Grotto Heavens produced Qi harvest fruits of various sizes. Every time Wu Shuai attacked a Grotto Heaven, he would use the method that variant human gu immortals thought of to try and get rid of the Qi harvest fruits. Wu Shuai's side needed such experiments. Under Wu Shuai's radical strategy, more and more human forces in the 2 Heavens sought Qi Si Ancestor's protection. Qi Si Ancestor defended the Grotto Heavens while consolidating his forces. But overall, he was still at a disadvantage. Wu Shuai's 2 Heavens alliance grew much faster than Qi Si Ancestor. He actively protected the interests of variant humans, more and more variant human Grotto Heavens joined him. In the 2 Heavens, variant human Grotto Heavens outnumbered human Grotto Heavens by a lot. The final batch of variant human forces that were observing from the sidelines joined Wu Shuai. On one hand, they had no choice in the situation. On the other hand, if they did not join, there would be no hope of resolving the problem of the Qi harvest fruits in the grotto heavens. Wu Shuai's reputation soared, but the problem of the Qi harvest fruits was still troubling him. The Two Heavens Alliance tried many methods, but they all failed to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits. Qi ancestors' progress in researching the profundity of the Qi harvest fruits was also slow. Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor fought, even though there were frequent conflicts, there were not many casualties. That was because the focus of both sides was not to eliminate the other, but to get rid of the problem of the Qi harvest fruits. In this world, the person who knows the profundity of the Qi harvest fruits the most is probably Demon Immortal Qi Ju. It is a pity that I am not strong enough to deal with him. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had already resolved the problem in Providence, but Fang Yuan still had no idea how to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who Fang Yuan was talking about, had arrived at Western Desert. He should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew at a low altitude, searching around. He could not borrow Gu from Qi ancestor, so he used Qi Path investigative methods to search for other Qi Path Immortal Gu. In the end, along the way, he found several Qi Path Immortal Gu. These Qi Path Immortal Gu were mostly wild Immortal Gu, they were naturally produced after the Qi tides. A small portion were snatched by Demon Immortal Qi Ju from other Gu Immortals. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was not ruthless. As long as he obtained the Qi Path Immortal Gu, he would let the Gu Immortal leave. Along the way, Demon Immortal Qi Ju gradually left Eastern Sea and arrived at Western Desert. I deduced that a Qi Path Immortal Gu should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was thinking when a Gu Immortal suddenly appeared in his investigative range. Chapter 2028. Demon Immortal Qi Ju saw that this Gu Immortal had a headband on his head, he wore a green robe and had a tall and handsome posture. He had a thought, the Qi Path Immortal Gu that I deduced, is it on this person? With this thought, Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacked. With a loud rumble, a huge white air current giant hand grabbed towards Red Heart Traveler. Almost at the same time Demon Immortal Qi Ju discovered Red Heart Traveler, Red Heart Traveler also discovered Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not recognize Red Heart Traveler, but Red Heart Traveler already had first-hand information about Demon Immortal Qi Ju from the Celestial Court. Seeing the white gas hand flying towards him, Scarlet Heart Traveler's heart jumped and he quickly dodged and retreated. Red Heart Traveler was a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, a former Board Lord of Demon Judgment Board. He had great battle strength. During the Fated War, he came to the Western Desert and disguised himself as a fiendish immortal of the Blood Path. He attracted the attention of many super forces of the Western Desert's righteous path and held back a large number of hostile forces for the Central Continent. In Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, Red Heart Traveler had the confidence to fight against almost all Western Desert Gu Immortals. But his current opponent was Demon Immortal Qi Ju, one of the strongest Gu Immortals in the current world. Red Heart Traveler was very clear that he was not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match. The difference between him and the enemy was too great. The loser of this battle would definitely be him. Hence, Red Heart Traveler's retreat was very straightforward. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju saw a blood-colored halo rise behind Red Heart Traveler's head. The latter's speed suddenly increased and he easily dodged his Qi current hand. Demon Immortal Qi Ju exclaimed lightly, muttering to himself, "Blood Path again?" In the current world, the Blood Path seems to be very popular. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was naturally not willing to let Red Heart Traveler off so easily. He chased after him. The two immortals, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly traversed thousands of miles. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was shocked to find that his main movement method could not catch up to Red Heart Traveler. Of course he did not widen the gap. I've already improved my movement technique, but I didn't expect that I still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Who was this person? A rank 8 blood path Gu immortal. Demon Immortal Qi Ju searched through his memories and slowly found some clues. He had searched Qing Huizi's soul and obtained a lot of information. Red Heart Traveler's true identity had not been exposed, but he had wreaked havoc in Western Desert and had such a sensitive identity of rank 8 blood path. Information regarding him had already spread to Jewel Yellow Skies, and all the Gu immortals in the world had heard of him. After chasing for a while, Demon Immortal Qi Ju suddenly roared, "Where are you running to?" After he finished preparing, he activated a killer move. Red Heart Traveler suddenly felt the airflow around his body roll up, seriously affecting his speed. He sighed internally, he could only turn around and fight Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's moves were vast and majestic, milky white Qi current surged, it was like a tsunami with unstoppable might. The moment they truly exchanged blows, Red Heart Traveler fell into a disadvantageous position without any surprise. However, his methods weren't weak either. Bloody light pervaded the air and flowers of blood bloomed. There was no evil energy at all. Instead, it was warm and righteous, standing firm. This immemorial soul beast had a strange shape, it had a sinister appearance, it had a tortoise shell, 4 tiger claws, a dragon tail, a snake neck, and a human head. Its hair was disheveled, its eyes were filled with anger and ferocity. This was a legendary immemorial desolate beast, it even had many immortal Gu. "Ah, you found Qing Cho." Seeing that Demon Immortal Qi Ju was entangled by the immemorial soul beast, Red Heart Traveler cried out in shock. This immemorial soul beast was Qing Cho. After Divine Bean Palace was seized by Fong clan, Qing Cho left Divine Bean Palace and hid in a corner, there was no news of it. But during the Fate War, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City merged into one, Genesis Lotus-Will came out to control the situation. After the Fate War, Genesis Lotus-Will naturally handed all kinds of information to Celestial Court. Qin Dingling not only knew Fong Di Chang's true identity, she even obtained information about Qing Cho. Divine Bean Palace had imprisoned Qing Cho for so many years, Genesis Lotus-Will understood it too well, it had a secret method to search for it. After Qin Dingling obtained this secret method, she secretly ordered 9 spiritual fairy to search for Qing Cho and subdue it. Qing Cho was a legendary immemorial beast, not only did it have outstanding battle strength, it also had an innate ability to discern everything about spectral soul. If Celestial Court obtained it, not only could they deal with Fong Yuan, they could also deal with spectral soul, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 9 spiritual fairy had found Qing Chao's location not long ago, but she did not have enough strength, she had no confidence in forcefully attacking it. Now that Red Heart Traveler encountered Demon Immortal Qi Ju, she came up with a plan to lure Demon Immortal Qi Ju into a fight with Qing Cho. "This is great, at this rate, we can watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards." Red Heart Traveler laughed. "Qing Cho is not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match, we can only act according to the situation." 9 spiritual fairy conversed while using all her strength to move deeper underground, the further away from the battlefield, the better. However, contrary to Celestial Court's expectations, Demon Immortal Qi Ju soon sensed something amiss, he opened his mouth and breathed out endless Qi currents that filled the surroundings. He threw himself into it and quickly vanished. Qing Cho had no opponent, it also chose to leave the battlefield and escape into the sky. Deep underground, Celestial Court's 2 immortals looked at each other. Red Heart Traveler suddenly said, "Oh no. We can't keep that Blood Sea true inheritance." 9 spiritual fairy was dazed for a moment before reacting, "You really found that Blood Path true inheritance?" Red Heart Traveler nodded and sighed, Celestial Court's clues were not wrong, the crucial thing was that the Qi tides exposed some clues about the Blood Sea true inheritance. I searched for half a month before finally arriving at the final location. But there, I encountered Demon Immortal Qi Ju. 9 spiritual fairy was silent. On the other side, demon immortal Qi Ju returned to his original location. It is indeed here. He inspected for a while and found that the Qi was still here, it had not moved. After trying for a while, he successfully obtained this Blood Sea true inheritance. Blood Sea Ancestor had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border and other places. Among them, there were only 9 true inheritances. Right now, this one was already in Demon Immortal Qi Ju's hands. Blood Path True Inheritance, amazing, with this true inheritance, it will be several times easier for me to deal with Blood Path Gu Immortals. And this Blood Qi Immortal Gu is also suitable for me. Ha ha ha. Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed loudly. Mo Li suddenly spoke with a resolute expression. Leader, are you crazy? The surrounding Gu masters quickly urged. Mo Li's attitude, however, was firm. I am useless. I cannot take revenge for my wife and children, but I will do my best to see the culprit punished with my own eyes, by a Gu immortal. If I don't even grasp this chance, even if I survive, I will regret it for the rest of my life. These words resonated with the other Gu masters. They responded and expressed that they wanted to go with Mo Li to witness justice. Uncle, I want to go with you. Peng De said. Stay behind, lad. Mo Li looked at Peng De, his expression softening. Peng De smiled bitterly. Uncle, you have saved me time and time again, you are the closest person to me in this world. Since I am following you, I will not separate from you at this crucial moment. Let me continue to follow you, uncle. Mo Li looked at Peng De deeply for a while before nodding and saying in a hoarse voice, Lad, follow me. The group of Gu masters followed the direction the Gu immortal flew in, leaving Sand Wolf City ruins. Along the way, the giant beast footprints on the sand were very obvious, allowing them to maintain the most correct path. They traveled like this for a day and a night, when they suddenly heard thunder from the horizon. This is not lightning, it is the Gu immortal fighting the giant beast. Listen, there are beast roars coming from the wind. The Gu masters were very excited, they increased their speed and wanted to get closer. But right at this time, a pitch-black Qi current shot out like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. A trace of the Qi current scattered and landed near a Gu master. One trace of the black Qi curled up and brushed past a Gu master's shoulder. That Gu master suddenly cried out in fear, his skin and flesh started to rot and he quickly turned into a skeleton. Everyone was shocked by this change, they quickly scattered in all directions. Fortunately, that trace of black Qi went with the wind and did not linger around. It is too dangerous to continue moving forward. This is only the aftermath of the Gu immortal fighting the giant beast, we have no way of resisting it. If we continue to get closer, we will be throwing away our lives. Most of the Gu masters wanted to retreat, turning around and leaving. I still want to try again, all of you can leave. All of you can leave. Mo Li was the only Gu master left. Peng De still wanted to follow him, but this time, Mo Li's attitude was very firm. He chased Peng De away. Mo Li trudged for some distance alone. When he climbed up a sand dune, the scene in front of him made him take in a deep breath of cold air. Far away in the horizon, there was a huge black fog. This fog was clearly the pitch-black Qi current from earlier. In this rumbling black fog, Mo Li could vaguely see a mountain-like beast silhouette and flickering lightning. Mo Li breathed in deeply and was about to move forward when he was suddenly hugged from behind. Uncle, do you want to die? Don't move forward, you will die. Peng De shouted. Brat, why haven't you left yet? Mo Li was anxious. Peng De's face was full of eagerness and sincerity. Uncle, you're my savior. How could I be ungrateful and watch you throw your life away? I know you want to die, but your condition is not right. With my strength, you could not even sense me when I followed you all the way. Uncle, live on, don't throw away your life. But Immortal did not listen. Brat, scram. I won't scram. Scram. This has nothing to do with you, you still have your youth. Don't throw away your life here. Uncle, I want to save you. I don't need you to save me. Even if I die, I will take revenge. Even if it is just an insignificant attack, as long as it lands on that damned beast, I will be satisfied. Rumble. Just as the two were entangled, a hurricane came from the battlefield in the horizon. The hurricane was like a wall, supporting the sky as it rapidly swept towards the two of them. Oh no! Pengda and Immortal had no time to dodge, they were quickly engulfed by the hurricane. Immortal was silent for a while before saying in a deep and resolute voice, I know it is dangerous to go back, but if I cannot even see the true appearance of the murderer of my wife and child, I will not be satisfied. Uncle. Pengda did not know how to persuade him. He understood Immortal's pain and hatred at this moment, precisely because of this, he could not persuade him. Immortal continued, Brat, Uncle owes you a favor. After we travel a bit further, Uncle will put you down and leave you enough food and water. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to cross the desert alone and reach the nearest town. Uncle, I won't go, I cannot leave you alone. Stop fooling around. I am not fooling around, you are the one fooling around, Uncle. Just as the two were arguing, the sand under Immortal's feet moved, forming a huge whirlpool that swept the two towards the center. Immortal quickly activated his goo worms, but it was useless. Immortal was pale with fright. What is going on? My goo worms are all useless. Pengda also tried to no avail, his face was extremely pale. Is this quicksand? We are going to be swallowed. This piece of quicksand was too strange. Neither of their methods had any effect. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the center of the quicksand whirlpool, their bodies were gradually sinking into the sand, their expressions were ashen. Am I going to die? Pengda muttered. Immortal sighed deeply. I have dragged you down, Pengda. I do not blame Uncle, this is all my own choice. Pengda only felt his heart beating wildly, his mouth was dry, he did not know what to say. The feeling before death was truly terrible. But soon, Pengda's attention was attracted by another matter. He found that the usually strong Uncle Immortal was actually shedding tears. Immortal started sobbing in an extremely rare manner. I am going to die, but I have not taken revenge yet. In fact, I have not even seen my enemy's true appearance. My strength is too weak, too weak. I do not even have the qualifications to approach my enemy. The difference between immortal and mortal is too great. I am only a mortal, I am like an ant. Pengda opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Immortal, but did not know what to say. At the next moment, hot sand poured into his mouth. Pengda quickly shut up. Next, his whole body was engulfed, his vision turned dark. Am I going to die? I am going to die like this? He, so pitiful, I did not expect my journey to another world to end like this. I really do not want to die, I really do not want to die. In his dark vision, specks of starlight suddenly lit up. I am not dead. Pengda sat up, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was now at the bottom of a dry well, there was a quicksand whirlpool at the mouth of the well, but strangely, the quicksand did not fall down. There was a mysterious force here that stopped the quicksand, only allowing Pengda and Immortal to fall in. Uncle, Uncle? Pengda immediately noticed Immortal and called out twice before Immortal reacted. Lad, you are awake? This is the immortal world, we are rich. Li turned around with an excited and shocked expression. This is likely an inheritance left behind by a Gu immortal. Uncle, are you sure? Pengde opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This was all too surreal, the ups and downs of life were too sudden. He was not a rash person who had just transmigrated. The current Pengde and Li had traveled many times, they had a rough understanding of the Gu world. The existence of Gu immortals and Gu immortal inheritances had always been the topic of discussion for Gu masters when they were free. To think that such an unreachable thing would appear in front of them at this moment. Damn it, damn it! Why is it not reacting? Li tried many methods, getting increasingly anxious, but the starlight in front of him did not react at all. Li was an experienced Gu master after all. Even though he did not have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, he was much more efficient at figuring out the usage of these Gu worms than Pengde. Finally, Pengde grasped the usage of each Gu worm with great difficulty. He found the threshold of using killer moves. Go Pengde, try to succeed in one go. Li encouraged Pengde, uncle, watch me. Pengde did not succeed in using his killer move for the first time. The killer move failed and he suffered a backlash. He spat out blood and fell to the ground on the spot. Pengde, how are you? Li quickly went to inspect Pengde's body. Pengde spoke with difficulty, uncle, I have disappointed you. But don't worry, next time I will definitely, ugh. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Next, he looked at his chest in disbelief. His chest had already been pierced by Li's hand, his heart was destroyed by this sneak attack. Uncle, uncle. More blood gushed out of Pengde's mouth. Li slowly raised his head, his eyes were filled with tears, but his face was extremely distorted. It was unfamiliar and terrifying to the point that Pengde's heart shuddered. Li's voice was extremely hoarse, I want revenge, I want revenge. But the true inheritance chose you, I have no choice. Pengde. You are too young, you have practiced for so long, but you can't even grasp a killer move. I can't wait, I can't count on you. Li said this as he retracted his hand. Pengde fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes staring helplessly at the well. He was dead. But Li did not stop, he activated his Gu worms and captured Pengde's soul. Chapter 2032. Deep within a certain earth trench in central continent. Calamity Luck Altar quietly floated in the air. There were tall and steep cliffs on both sides, below it was a bottomless abyss. Calamity Luck Altar gave off a faint light, its aura was not concealed at all, any beast that tried to invade it would be chased away by it. And in the cliffs, there was a huge cave that Fairy Myrtle and the rest had created. Purple light flickered in the cave, a wisdom path formation was set up, Fairy Myrtle sat in the center, while Old Man Zheng Yuan sat in a supporting position. On one hand, he used human path methods to cooperate with Fairy Myrtle, on the other hand, he had control over a portion of the Immortal formation to guard against Bing Sai Chuan. After all, this was the first time these two sides were cooperating, they could not be too careful. At the periphery of the formation, there were also several formation cores. Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, and Ing Wu Xia were in the formation cores, they were the most crucial clues. Purple light flickered, rising and falling like tides. After a long while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, stopping this wisdom path immortal formation. The overflowing purple aurora gradually dissipated. How is it? Bing Sai Chuan's question came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing, there is still some way to go. But this method is definitely effective. These three have signed an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, they are the closest. As long as we capture more similar Gu immortals, we will be able to deduce Fang Yuan's exact location. The formation was dismantled, the Gu worms flew back into Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture. Wuxia and the rest stood up. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly, this is not difficult. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan did not just send us, he also sent a large number of transformation path Gu immortals. He Lulan added, according to what I know, these transformation path Gu immortals were recruited by Fang Yuan after he annexed an immemorial grotto heaven. After the Destiny formation, Fang Yuan disappeared, and his whereabouts are unknown. These people are now scattered all over the Zhongzhou state. Wuxia shook his head, but these transformation path Gu immortals do not have a close relationship with Fang Yuan. We should find Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin, these two are crucial people second only to us. Fairy Myrtle had finally collected all the Gu worms used to set up the formation. She did not have formation flag Gu or similar methods, every time she collected the formation, she would have to dismantle the formation, it was quite troublesome. She looked at Calamity Luck Altar that had been guarding at the side, then why don't we split into two groups and search for White Rabbit and Miao Yin? If you encounter Fang Yuan's transformation path Gu immortals along the way, you can act accordingly. Bing Sai Chuan's reply came from Calamity Luck Altar, sure. We still need to communicate more about our future cooperation. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Of course. Even though this cooperation was small in scale and took a short time, it had a huge significance, both sides started to trust each other. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar took away He Lulan, while Bai Ningbing and Wuxia stayed with Fairy Myrtle, the two sides continued to move separately. Immemorial Two Heavens. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Fairy Crescent Moon, are you not surrendering even in death? Xiao Jian, Lady Cold Ash, and the rest looked down at the dying Gu immortal in the ruins. Fairy Crescent Moon had rank 8 cultivation level, she was the owner of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven, she had the terrain advantage, but she could not fight against so many enemies, she was on her last breath now. She spat, her face filled with hatred, you bunch of bandits, my Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven stands aloof from worldly affairs, we did not provoke you at all, nor do we have any grand ambitions. I will not surrender to you. Then go and die. Lady Cold Ash was already impatient, she pointed with her finger as a grey rainbow shot out, piercing through Fairy Crescent Moon. Lady Cold Ash hooked her sleeves, Fairy Crescent Moon's soul flew into her hands along with the grey rainbow. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal soul, devouring her is much more effective than devouring the soul core, it is also easier to absorb. Lady Cold Ash was Spectral Soul, but he had deceived the entire Wuxia alliance. Xiao Jian looked at her plainly, Lady Cold Ash, you were the vanguard in this battle, you slaughtered countless people and collected a vast number of mortal souls, as well as many Gu immortal souls. These are your spoils of war, but this rank 8 soul was specially taken care of by Lord Alliance Leader. You cannot keep it for yourself. Spectral Soul was slightly stunned, he smiled as he handed this rank 8 soul to Xiao Jian, since Alliance Leader wants it, how can I dare to keep it? He snorted coldly in his mind, I will give this to you for now, in the future, I will settle all our debts with you. Xiao Jian nodded in satisfaction, he received Fairy Crescent Moon's soul and consoled Lady Cold Ash, let's go, let the others clean this place. Follow me to meet Alliance Leader and report the entire battle situation. I can finally get close to Wuxia. This is a good chance. Spectral Soul heard this and his heart shook. However, when the two immortals arrived at Dragon Palace, they only saw Wuxia's sitting on the main seat. After Wuxia's heard the report, he praised, Lady Cold Ash contributed the most in this attack on Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven, not bad, work hard. It is our duty to work for Alliance Leader. Lady Cold Ash was very disappointed, but she had a smile on her face. Alright, all of you can leave now. In the future, you will be rewarded according to your contributions. Wuxia waved his hand. The two left Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul was still unresigned. It is such a pity that I could not see Alliance leader in person. Xiao Jian glanced at her, feeling some disdain for Lady Cold Ash's character. She was still trying to flatter Alliance leader when he was not present. He said plainly, "Do you think Lord Alliance leader is someone you can meet whenever you want? To resolve the crisis of the Qi harvest fruit, he has been in closed cultivation in Dragon Palace. We only need to follow Alliance leader's orders." "Yes." Xiao Jian's expression eased. He patted Lady Cold Ash's shoulder. "Do your job well and follow me. One day, you will be able to climb up and play an important role in the Alliance. I will need to rely on Lord's guidance for all of this." Spectral Soul put on a show, but internally, he was planning when he could secretly capture this Xiao Jian as well. "It's good that you understand." Chapter 2033. Western Desert. The intense battle between rank 8s was still continuing. Qing Chou roared furiously, its tongue shot out at lightning speed. Bam bam bam, the blood-red figures surrounding Qing Chou were easily pierced by its tongue, collapsing and exploding. Every time a blood-red figure exploded, Red Heart Traveler's face would turn paler. But his brows were tightly furrowed and his teeth were clenched. His fighting spirit did not decrease as he maintained the battlefield killer move with all his strength. At this rate, Red Heart Traveler will not be able to hold on for long. 9 Spiritual Fairy, who was fighting with Qing Chou, had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler's condition. They had spent much effort to restrain Qing Chou, allowing Red Heart Traveler to maintain the battlefield killer move and trap this legendary immemorial desolate beast temporarily. However, Qing Chou possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. After it realized that it could not break this battlefield killer move, it focused its attacks on Red Heart Traveler in an attempt to break through. Once Red Heart Traveler could not hold on and the battlefield dissipated, Qing Chou would definitely leave. With this experience, it would definitely be extremely vigilant. It would be extremely difficult to capture it again in a short period of time. Forget it. I can only use this move. 9 Spiritual Fairy gritted her teeth, making an important decision. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Spiritual Transformations. Her body suddenly shook, and she returned to her human form from her beast form. She was a transformation path great expert. According to common sense, her battle strength should be higher after transformation. But now that she was in human form, her aura surged and was even stronger than before. 9 rays of light shot out of her immortal aperture, forming a huge 9-colored light barrier. The light barrier was divided into 9 layers, each layer was brightly colored. Qing Chou had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler. 9 Spiritual Fairy's sudden eruption shocked it. It quickly diverted its firepower. But at this stage, 9 spiritual transformations could be considered to have completed its preparation. There were no more flaws. 9 Spiritual Fairy shouted. The 9-colored light barrier shook as the 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling. Next, the mixed-colored light sphere transformed into a rhinoceros with a large head and small body. Its body was covered in colorful lights as it charged at Qing Chou. Qing Chou gave a strange cry. It temporarily gave up on Red Heart Traveler and charged at this rhinoceros without dodging. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. After the two enormous beings collided, it was actually Qing Chou that took a small step back, while the big-headed rhinoceros remained in place. Qing Chou was shocked and furious. It didn't expect this rhinoceros to be so powerful. In its view, this rainbow-colored rhinoceros was translucent. It could even see 9 Spiritual Fairy at the center. It did not give off the feeling of having a solid body. But after this clash, Qing Chou understood that this rainbow rhinoceros could only be stronger than its previous physical form. Qing Chou is at a disadvantage. This is the first time since the battle started. Nine Spirits transformation is indeed worthy of being a legendary transformation path killer move. Red Heart Traveler was both happy and worried when he saw this scene. The price of using 9 Spirit transformation was very high. After a Gu Immortal cultivates it, they could only use it 9 times in their lifetime. 9 Spiritual Fairy chose to use one of such a precious killer move on Qing Chou. It showed her determination to obtain it. Qing Chou roared. Its ferocious nature was stimulated as it attacked 9 Spiritual Fairy again. Peng De sneered, he, you are a mere mortal, you want to take revenge on an immortal beast? So what if it is an immortal beast? Mo Li's eyes were blood red. He stared at Peng Da's soul with a malevolent expression. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance, I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely become a Gu Immortal and take revenge. Peng Da laughed. There is another possibility, this immortal beast has already been killed by the Gu Immortals. You have no target to take revenge on. Mo Li was stunned, he was silent like a rock. After a while, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the throat of Peng Da's soul, acting like a madman. No. It will not die, I will not allow it to die. It will definitely die in my hands. Mo Li continued to shout, I want to become a Gu Immortal, I have thieving heaven's true inheritance, I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. Speak, quickly explain to me how to use the next Gu worm. Mo Li grabbed Peng Da's soul and activated his Gu worm at the same time. Traces of white smoke quickly appeared at the place where Mo Li's palm touched Peng Da's soul, producing a sizzling sound. Peng Da's soul immediately let out a sharp scream. He was in great pain. I'll speak, this is called Circuit Gu. Circuit Gu? What in the world is that? Peng Da's soul hesitated. How do I explain this thing? You are not an otherworldly demon, you cannot understand what circuit is. Simply put, it is a path that lightning walks on. Mo Li immediately scoffed. What is so hard to understand about this? It is not like I haven't read the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu clearly recorded that in order to find a way out, Lightning Gu chose to cooperate with Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance and eventually walked out of immemorial blue heaven. This should be the true meaning of circuit. Peng Da's soul was stunned. Mo Li praised, thieving heaven demon venerable is truly worthy of being a venerable. He actually had such a wondrous idea, he must have obtained inspiration from the Legends of Renzu to create Circuit Gu. After all, the Lightning Forest was a dangerous area. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had a huge geographical advantage here. Rashly invading was likely to be a thankless task. Xiao Jian frowned. Who can go down and capture Forest Lightning Grotto Lord? Lady Cold Ash did not hesitate, she stood up again. Xiao Jian revealed a satisfied smile. Cold Ash, if you win, you will have the greatest contribution in this battle. Thank you, Lord. Lady Cold Ash was about to move. Wait. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord also walked out. The Lightning Forest is a dangerous place, let me accompany immortal friend Cold Ash there. If there are any accidents, I can assist you. Let's do that. Xiao Jian agreed to Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's request. Thus, the two immortals charged underground, while the other Gu Immortals and Xiao Jian stayed in the air, watching the battle while waiting patiently. Lady Cold Ash charged underground, arriving in front of the Lightning Forest. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance and let out countless soul beasts. The soul beasts charged into the Lightning Forest like a surging tide. Rumble, lightning continued to strike down, explosions occurred continuously. The soul beasts suffered heavy losses, using countless lives to forcefully open up a path. Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord successfully charged into the depths of the lightning forest. I did not expect Lady Cold Ash to unravel the lightning forest like this. She really disregarded the cost. She is determined to curry favor with Xiao Hejian. There have been many rumors recently. It seems that Lord Alliance Leader wants to make Xiao Hejian the Vice Alliance Leader. Our alliance only has one Vice Alliance Leader, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Wu Shuai wants to balance his subordinates. It is not strange for him to make such an arrangement. Even though Lady Cold Ash is a human goo immortal, she does not want to end up like Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Thus, she wholeheartedly wants to enter the Alliance's higher-ups and protect her grotto heaven. She has put in a lot of effort. The goo immortals watched the battle while conversing secretly. After a while, Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord reached the center of the lightning forest and saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord again. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was refining rank 8 lightning goo. Seeing the two immortals, he quickly stopped the goo refinement and shouted furiously, "Stop! If you take another step forward, I will destroy this lightning goo." Seeing this, the immortals could not help but be surprised. So this lightning goo is still a wild immortal goo. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine it? What is going on? I understand. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition is not small. Oh, what do you mean? If I'm not wrong, this lightning forest was originally just an ordinary lightning path resource point. But at some point, a wild lightning goo was produced. Because of this lightning goo, the original lightning path resource point gradually turned into a small lightning forest. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine this wild lightning goo, but added bricks and tiles to this lightning forest to help it grow and expand. As the scale of the lightning forest grows, its source lightning goo also continues to grow. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven continuously invested in it and finally made this wild lightning goo advance to rank 8. The goo immortals of the two heavens alliance conversed and quickly understood the truth of Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was a lightning path goo immortal and was not proficient in refinement path. But this lightning forest was a natural evolution of the heavenly path. Nature was refining goo. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord ingeniously used the power of nature to continuously add fuel to the flames on the original foundation. Ancestor saved profound literature Grotto Heaven, you have given me a new lease on life. From now on, if you need my help, I will do my best without any hesitation. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Qi Si Ancestor, laughed heartily as he helped old immortal Hua Yu up. No need to be so polite. The immortals at the side were overjoyed. Ancestor is mighty. Wu Shuai's experiments have destroyed many Grotto Heavens. Ancestor's first attempt was a huge success. Wu Shuai cannot compare to him. I wonder when Ancestor can resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for us. That's right, the Qi harvest fruits in our Grotto Heavens are already extremely huge. We are getting closer to self-detonation. The situation is very dangerous. The Gu Immortals praised loudly as they urged Fang Yuan to take action again. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Even though this experiment succeeded, I sensed a flaw in it. I only need to cultivate for 3 more days to modify it. At that time, I will get rid of the problem for everyone. Wouldn't that be even better? The immortals were overjoyed. They said in unison, "We will listen to Ancestor's arrangements." Fang Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Celestial Court. Soon, Qin Dingling received the news. She showed joy on her face. Good, good. Back then, I chose to cooperate with Qi Si Ancestor. It was the right decision. Qi Si Ancestor did not disappoint them. Not only did he create a method to resolve the Qi harvest fruit, he even succeeded in one attempt. According to the information, not only had profound literature's abode safely eradicated the energy harvest fruit, but the explosion of the fruit had formed a harmless Qi tide that swiftly swept through the entire abode, increasing the resources of the abode by a great deal. Qin Dingling was in a good mood. During this period of time, Celestial Court had already walked out of the shadow of the Fate War. After Qin Dingling and the other Celestial Court immortals worked hard and planned, good news came one after another. First, the variant human forces were restrained, then Qing Chou was captured, and now, the problem of the Qi harvest fruit was about to be eliminated. But now, should we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit in Celestial Court or snatch Lightning Goo? Qin Dingling could not make a decision alone. She gathered the Celestial Court immortals for a discussion. Qi Si Ancestor is truly a Qi Path great expert. With this method, his force is undefeatable. Wu Shuai's alliance is still experimenting with this method. Their Qi Path attainment is very low. As long as Qi Si Ancestor can stall for time, there might be no need to fight. Wu Shuai's alliance might collapse on its own. Qin Dingling heard this optimistic evaluation and shook her head. Wu Shuai is a formidable person. Even a rabbit will bite when forced, not to mention this dragon man. Once he gets news of this, he might immediately start a war with Qi Si Ancestor. That's right, Qi Si Ancestor can safely get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, but Wu Shuai cannot. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Wu Shuai. It is very likely that Wu Shuai will attack. If that is the case, we need to act earlier and let Qi Si Ancestor take action to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for Celestial Court. You are right. Once the battle starts, Qi Si Ancestor will not be able to split himself. He will definitely face Wu Shuai's full strength attacks. Right now, the situation is like water and fire. Once they fight, it will not end easily. A life and death battle might really occur. As they discussed this, Qin Dingling looked at Nine Spiritual Fairy. How is the refinement of Hatred Goo going? Nine Spiritual Fairy shook her head. I just had a breakthrough. Hatred Goo is in a strange state. It has already fused with Qing Chou. We found a way to refine Hatred Goo not long ago. If we want to refine Hatred Goo, it will take a long time. Qin Dingling praised before changing the topic. These three Qi Immortal Goo are the cores of triple Qi retraction. They are the true treasures of the Celestial Court. Only members of the Celestial Court can possess them. Qin Dingling saw Fang Yuan's expression and was very happy. She hinted to Qi Si Ancestor that if he wanted these Goo worms, he would have to join the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan heard this and showed a trace of hesitation on his face, but he laughed internally. His expression just now was just an act. If he truly cultivated Qi Path, the temptation of these three Qi Immortal Goo would be unparalleled. Fang Yuan had tried many times before. These three Qi Immortal Goo were the cores of triple Qi retraction. They were irreplaceable. If he forcefully used other Qi Path Immortal Goo to replace them, even if he managed to modify triple Qi retraction, it would lose its value in battle. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had obtained the complete primordial origin Qi Path true inheritance, he did not gain much from it. Furthermore, Qi Si Ancestor was only one of Fang Yuan's identities. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not lack rank 8 Immortal Goo. Attitude Goo, Mutation Goo, Wisdom Sword Goo, Years flow like water, Soul Beast Token, Regret Gu, Spring, Summer, Big Chi, Realm, Addition, Steel Life, Water Refinement, Advance Refinement, Dream Token. There were simply too many of them. In Fang Yuan's eyes, only rank 9 Immortal Gu could make him excited. Rank 9 Immortal Gu were too rare. He originally had one, Wisdom Gu. Unfortunately, this Immortal Gu was tampered with by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan had no choice but to sacrifice it in the Fate War. Qin Dingling borrowed 3 Qi Immortal Gu to let Qi Si Ancestor familiarize himself with it. She arranged for several Gu Immortals to modify the Qi Path Immortal formation with Qi Si Ancestor. With the help of the Immortals, the Qi Path Immortal formation was completed in a few days. Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court Immortals started to set up the formation. The main person in charge of this Qi Path formation was naturally Fang Yuan. But the other formation cores were guarded by Celestial Court Gu Immortals. On one hand, Celestial Court was helping Fang Yuan, on the other hand, they were there to supervise him. Qi Si Ancestor was an outsider after all. Even though he had an alliance agreement, he was still a member of Celestial Court. How could Celestial Court not take precautions? In fact, it was not just the supporting Gu Immortals who took precautions. The core Immortal Gu of this Qi Path formation, Heaven Qi, Earth Qi, and Human Qi, were also temporarily lent to Fang Yuan by Qin Dingling. Once there were any changes, Celestial Court could immediately retrieve them and make Fang Yuan lose control of the entire Qi Path formation. And this Qi Path formation's modification process involved several Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Even if these Gu Immortals had low Qi Path attainment, they had good insight. It was very difficult to hide it from them. At that time, Ancestor, you can lead our Celestial Court's Immortals back to Eastern Sea. You can say that you came to our Celestial Court to ask for reinforcements. You did not want Marshal Wu to launch a sneak attack that will shut their mouths. After that, we can combine our strength and kill Marshal Wu, completely getting rid of the Two Heavens Alliance. That is the way to victory. Fang Yuan did not speak, he only looked at Qin Dingling deeply. After a long while, he spoke with a heavy tone. Marshal Wu's side has definitely prepared for a long time for this large-scale attack. Does the Celestial Court know anything about their plans? Absolutely not. Qin Dingling shook her head, her attitude firm. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He struggled for a while before sighing helplessly. Forget it, I will stay here to control the formation until the Qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated. But during this period of time, I will need your Celestial Court to send reinforcements to support Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling also sighed. We will do our best in this matter. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, saying, once the Qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated, I will immediately return to reinforce it. But if I control the formation without rest, my battle strength will definitely fall. I hope the Celestial Court can give me 3 Qi Immortal Gu to help me kill the enemy. Qin Dingling's expression changed slightly. Although Fang Yuan was asking for compensation in a tactful tone, his appetite was too huge, it greatly exceeded Qin Dingling's bottom line. She shook her head and refused. 3 Qi Immortal Gu are the treasures of the Celestial Court, only members of the Celestial Court can. Before she finished, Fang Yuan interrupted, the Eastern Sea Immortals are also my subordinates. Qin Dingling still shook her head. I will remember Ancestor's sacrifice, but even though I am the leader of the Celestial Court, I cannot give you 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu. At most, I can only offer one of them as compensation. How can one compare to all the living beings in the Grotto Heaven? Fang Yuan was slightly furious. Boom! Just as the two were haggling, there was a loud sound in the sky. A rank 8 Immortal Gu house directly charged in with a ferocious momentum. The Immortals of the Celestial Court were all shocked. Because the Immortal Gu house that invaded the Celestial Court was Dragon Palace. How can this be? Qin Dingling could no longer discuss with Fang Yuan. She flew out of the formation and faced the enemy. The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai sat on his throne as he looked out from deep within Dragon Palace. Qin Dingling, we meet again. Wu Shuai, why are you here? Qin Dingling shouted. Several Gu immortals had gathered behind her. Wu Shuai sneered and kicked off a head beside his feet. This head rolled down the stairs below the throne, all the way to the center of the hall. His eyes were wide open. It was Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. But this time, I invited a strong reinforcement. Because of him, I learned of Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's betrayal. Who is it? The immortals were curious. Lady Cold Ash's gaze flickered. She already had a guess. Right at this moment, from the shadows behind Wu Shuai, a Gu immortal walked out. This Gu immortal wore a white robe. He had long black hair that reached his waist. His face was white as jade. His eyes were shining with cold light. Fang Yuan, it's him, it really is him. The immortals' pupils shrunk, their expressions changed, they were all shaken. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan spoke slowly, his voice was cold as ice. The Celestial Court bullied me. Now that I have recovered my strength, I am going to attack the Celestial Court. Duke Long is not here, who can stop me? His voice resounded in the hall. Nobody dared to make a sound. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest felt their hearts pounding. With a strong reinforcement like Fang Yuan leading the way, they immediately regained their morale and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan was someone who had defeated the Celestial Court. His battle strength was clear to everyone in the world. Chapter 2041. Roar. The evil dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather. Its mountain-like body charged at the front, followed by the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance, and finally, Dragon Palace. Primordial Chi Wall. This was a method left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It appeared again when Celestial Court was attacked, but it could not stop Di Zongsheng's charge. The 5 regions merged. This evil dragon has become even stronger. Furthermore, ever since the Fate War, the Primordial Chi Wall was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Even though it recovered, it is much weaker than before. Qin Dingling frowned, quickly determining the situation. The Chi Wall could only delay for a while, it could not stop the evil dragon. Lord Qin, do you need me to fight? At this time, 9 spiritual fairy transmitted. The former transformation path great experts of Celestial Court, Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip Immortal, had died long ago. Only 9 spiritual fairy was left among the transformation path experts. No, Qing Chao's taming is only one step away. Continue to refine hatred Gu. Qin Dingling immediately transmitted, shouting, Shabi 95, Ruan Dan, are you still not going to fight? A tiger's roar and a crane's cry resounded at the same time. 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts blocked in front of Di Zongsheng. The 3 legendary primordial wild beasts clashed, causing the earth to shake and the sky to tremble. In just a few rounds, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan were forced to retreat. They were in a miserable state. They were not Di Zongsheng's match in close combat. Thus, they started to activate their killer moves. Instantly, gray chi shot out like blades, pill lights burst out. Di Zongsheng roared, purple gold light appeared on his body, blocking all the killer moves. Next, the purple gold light dissipated. Di Zongsheng's dragon whiskers grew rapidly, shooting out like countless snakes coming out of their caves. They were extremely powerful. Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan could not block the attacks, they could only retreat temporarily. This evil dragon actually has an immortal Gu. it can use killer moves now. Qing Dingling's heart sank. She took a deep look at Dragon Palace. Di Zongsheng was a legendary immemorial beast to begin with. He had outstanding intelligence and could use goo worms to activate killer moves. But during the Fate War, it was enslaved by Dragon Palace in a hurry. It did not have time to equip itself with goo worms. Therefore, in the Fate War, it only relied on its own physical strength to fight. Therefore, he was unable to resist Feng Jioga's Song of Destiny and was instantly controlled. When he encountered other killer moves, he could only use his physical body to resist. After the Fate War, Wu Shuai had already started to consider equipping Di Zongsheng with goo worms. But Wu Shuai was tight on money back then. He did not have any extra immortal goo. Although the main body had many immortal goo, firstly, Fang Yuan's main body was moving around Western Desert. He did not meet up with Wu Shuai immediately. Secondly, the extra immortal goo might not be suitable for Di Zongsheng. However, Wu Shuai's luck was good. He grasped the opportunity and successfully became the leader of the Two Heavens Alliance. With resources on hand, Wu Shuai started to equip Di Zongsheng. Up until now, Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan's main body had split the Two Heavens forces. He used the excuse of trying to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit to destroy several grotto heavens, and made forceful transactions with the Alliance's goo immortals. Finally, Di Zongsheng had a certain number of goo worms and several basic killer moves. Di Zongsheng suppressed Ruan Dan and Shabi 95, forcing them to retreat to one side as he charged forward ferociously. Qing Dingling screamed as she flew up and entered the immortal goo house. Chapter 2044. What situation was this? Seeing that Lady Cold Ash was sent flying by Qing Chou, the immortals were stunned. The aura of a rank 9 immortal goo could not be faked, but this aura was too weak, and it was mainly the aura of a rank 8 immortal goo. This was the first time something like this had happened. An incomplete rank 9 immortal goo? The immortals felt that it was inconceivable. Goo refinement had always been a very careful process, be it human goo refinement methods or hairy man goo refinement methods, they were extremely meticulous. Fang Yuan was like this, Long Hair Ancestor was also like this. They had never heard of a goo worm that could still be used during the goo refinement process. But the truth was right in front of them, the immortals had to admit it. What refinement method is this? Many goo immortals were very excited. This is definitely a new chapter in refinement path. Spectral soul? Qing Chou has hatred goo, it should not be wrong. To think that Lady Cold Ash was actually spectral soul in disguise. From spectral soul's words, it seems that Fang Yuan is also here. Is he hiding in Dragon Palace? The immortals were shocked and uncertain. There were too many accidents in this battle. Celestial Court, the Two Heavens, Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan, and others had their own arrangements. None of them knew the overall situation. Even though Fang Yuan had been reborn, it was the same. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. He felt a trace of joy. Dragon Palace retreated even faster. Wu Shuai immediately called back the 3 dragon generals. he also ordered the other two Heaven's Alliance Gu Immortals to defend Dragon Palace and deal with Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai did not dare to rashly bring the other two Heaven's Alliance Gu Immortals into Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. They were also very suspicious. I can't wait any longer. Qi Si ancestor, Fang Yuan, gritted his teeth as he secretly made a move. He had planned to disguise himself for a while, but with Spectral Soul's exposure and Qing Chao's participation, he knew that he had lost control of the situation. He had to act quickly. Fang Yuan contacted Qin Dingling. The modification has results. Protect me, it will be very crucial next. Understood. A hint of joy flashed across Qin Dingling's face. This was the best news she had heard since the start of the battle. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals retreated and formed a tight defense line. They were very wary of Spectral Soul and Dragon Palace's Wu Shuai. Roar! Qing Chou charged towards Frost Ash Immortal Gu. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura became denser. It was as if Spectral Soul's appearance had triggered the deepest hatred in Qing Chao's heart. This intense hatred was rapidly refining Hatred Immortal Gu. When Hatred Immortal Gu was activated, it amplified Qing Chou in all aspects. Especially the offensive killer moves, their power rose sharply. They were terrifying. As Spectral Soul fought against Qing Chou, he was suppressed for some time. The hostility on his face intensified. After a few rounds, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas was small and dim, seemingly unremarkable, but when it flew onto Qing Chao's body, Qing Chao's movements became sluggish, and its attacks became disjointed. Spectral Soul's body shook. He turned into countless clones that surrounded Qing Chou. Qing Chou had Hatred Gu. It should be able to identify the real one. But against the countless Spectral Souls, it showed a confused expression. It lost its target. Spectral Soul's true body suddenly appeared on Qing Chao's back. He stretched out his hand as his palm and forearm pierced deeply into Qing Chao's body. Qing Chao's body shook intensely. It was in extreme pain. It roared at the sky. Qing Chou unleashed immortal killer moves repeatedly, disregarding its own safety. It attacked Spectral Soul who was on its back. Chapter 2046. Rumble. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace suffered a heavy blow. It shook intensely. A large number of tiles on the roof broke and fell. The moment they fell to the air, these tiles turned into goo worm fragments. They were blown away by the intense winds in the sky. Spectral Soul had caught up. He was extremely fast. Even when Wu Shuai pushed Dragon Palace to its maximum speed, it could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Spectral Soul's body was covered in a layer of pitch-black fog. Every time he attacked, Dragon Palace would suffer heavy damage. Wu Shuai had to focus on repairing it, but thankfully, he had many goo worms. He was well prepared. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. His expression was grim. He came to the Celestial Court with the identity of Qi Si ancestor. His goal was to resolve the Heaven Path Dao marks on him. When he achieved his goal, he immediately chose to escape. Who cared about the title of the number 1 demon? Fang Yuan never cared about it. However, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved now, but he needed time. What he lacked now was time. Next, Spectral Soul will chase after me relentlessly. The Celestial Court will probably do the same. They will not let me escape easily. It will be very difficult for me to escape this time. Fang Yuan's movement methods had been improving. Long ago, his strongest teleportation method was to transform into an ancient sword dragon and use sword escape killer move. After that was omnidirectional travel, followed by fixed immortal travel, as well as a killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core. But among these methods, even omnidirectional travel could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Fixed immortal travel might have a chance of escaping, but Fang Yuan was very weak now. He was constantly being interfered with by the Heaven Path Dao marks. If Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of this interference and completely refine these Heaven Path Dao marks, he would need a long time. Fang Yuan thought about it from another perspective, be it Spectral Soul or the Celestial Court, they wanted Fang Yuan to die. The former expended almost all of his wealth to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, but Fang Yuan intercepted him. The latter's base was ravaged by Fang Yuan and the spiritual pillar of fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court was the leader of the righteous path, and they cared about their reputation the most. In the end, during the Fate War, the Celestial Court's reputation was beaten swollen by Fang Yuan. In the past, the Celestial Court could not deal with them because they could not find Fang Yuan. In the future, they might not be able to deal with Fang Yuan. Once Fang Yuan regained his strength, the Celestial Court would have a hard time dealing with him. Now that the Celestial Court has found Fang Yuan, of course they will kill you. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Yuan was very clear about his situation. Thoughts collided in his mind as he actively tried to think of a way out. However, his expression immediately changed. It turned out that the Heaven Path Dao marks in his body had changed again. They started to stir up trouble. Their interference towards Fang Yuan had increased by several times. When Fang Yuan dealt with the Qi wall earlier, he made a huge commotion, but a large part of it was because of Qi Si ancestors' secret cooperation. He could not use his true battle strength. But even at this level, Fang Yuan had secretly used human path methods to resist the interference of the Heaven Path Dao marks with all his strength. He could only reach his limit. Outside, Spectral Soul was attacking Dragon Palace in a frenzy. The outer walls were filled with cracks, tiles were flying everywhere. There were Heaven Path Dao marks inside that restricted Fang Yuan's movements. The situation was very dangerous. It was even more dangerous than the Fate War. After all, during the Fate War, Fang Yuan could still use Spring-Autumn Cicada. But now, his greatest trump card had lost its effect. Fang Yuan had no chance to redo it. If he made any mistakes, he would die a pitiful death. Spectral Soul's killing intent penetrated Dragon Palace and caused Fang Yuan's hair to stand on end. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He had already thought it through. Go to Crazed Demon Cave. The Heaven Path Dao marks were interfering with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not use his killer moves easily. Even if he could, the effect would be very poor. Fang Yuan could only get out of this predicament with the help of external forces. As for the other dangerous areas, they were not of much help to Fang Yuan. After all, Dragon Palace was the fleeing party. It was at the front. If they barged into a dangerous area, Dragon Palace would be the first to suffer the retaliation. Instead, they would be at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul would have the advantage. But Crazed Demon Cave was different. In a certain layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan could use the Sovereign Immortal body to enter the next layer, while the other Gu Immortals would be blocked. As for whether Spectral Soul could pass, Fang Yuan did not know. But he could take a gamble. After all, Spectral Soul was not in his complete state when he was alive. And most importantly, Spectral Soul did not have the Sovereign Immortal body. Even if Spectral Soul uses a forceful force to pass, he would expend a lot of strength. Furthermore, the next layer is extremely vast and profound. I can continue to fight against Spectral Soul inside. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He activated Dragon Palace and changed directions, heading towards the north. As for Wu Shuai, he was in charge of repairing Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul saw that Dragon Palace was escaping. He breathed in deeply as he got closer. He stretched out his hand and attacked Dragon Palace. At the next moment, countless immemorial soul beast phantoms appeared. Each time they appeared, Dragon Palace's outer wall would crumble. After the soul beast phantoms flashed for an entire round, several pillars at the top of Dragon Palace started to show cracks. Wu Shuai had a grim expression. Oh no, this killer move is very powerful, it actually attacked the Immortal Goo house from inside out. Many of Dragon Palace's core Immortal Goo were damaged. Fang Yuan's main body squinted. The door of Dragon Palace was shut but his vision was not obstructed, he could see the situation outside Dragon Palace clearly. Fang Yuan said solemnly, Spectral Soul has used this soul path killer move before, but it is clearly more effective this time. Evidently, Spectral Soul modified it at the last minute. This was truly terrifying. Spectral Soul was extremely strong, even though he was no longer rank 9. He had battle strength on par with Duke Long. Even though most of his attainment level was stripped away, his soul path attainment level did not fall by much. Rumble. The lightning ball's self-detonation was terrifying. Spectral Soul was sent flying far away. The range of the explosion was huge. Fang Yuan's Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship were not spared, they were both affected. Qing Chou endured the shockwaves of the explosion as it charged toward Spectral Soul without any regard for its own safety. You beast! After being disrupted time and time again, Spectral Soul was extremely furious. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape. Spectral Soul saw Dragon Palace's movement and became even more furious. Little beast, don't think of escaping. Dragon Palace's speed fell as expected. Black fog rose from the destroyed area of Dragon Palace, it was severely slowing down. What killer move is this? When did Spectral Soul use it? Fang Yuan was shocked, he instantly had the thought of moving into myriad-year flying warship. But unfortunately, myriad-year flying warship was also emitting black fog, its speed was slow. The black fog soon dispersed, but Spectral Soul seized the opportunity, he defeated Qing Chou and approached Dragon Palace. At once, the three sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul, but Qing Chou was already overwhelmed by hatred, it had no intention to cooperate. Qing Chou only wanted to deal with Spectral Soul, but it did not care about Fang Yuan, it used all sorts of killer moves against Dragon Palace. To protect himself, Fang Yuan had to deal with Qing Chou at times. After a few rounds, Spectral Soul gained the upper hand again. Even though he was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Soul, he was extremely strong, his battle style was different from Duke Long's dominance, he was more ruthless and crafty, his killing intent was bone-chilling, he was ruthless and crazy. But he had a terrifying understanding of the situation, he often attacked and made use of Fang Yuan's and Qing Chou's strength to exhaust each other. The number of times Spectral Soul attacked was decreasing, but in the chaotic battle between the three sides, his advantage was becoming firmer. The pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, turning into a lump of dream realm that floated in the air, forming a temporary barrier. Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship used this chance to pull away. Spectral Soul went around the dream realm and chased after it again. But Qing Chou lost its rationality, it fell into the dream realm. Roar! The aura of hatred goo on Qing Chou's body erupted, it actually broke out of the dream realm and attacked. This is... Qing Chou actually charged into the dream realm, it was not trapped. It is hatred goo. The legends of Renzu had a vague description of it, hatred has no dreams. Fang Yuan was also shocked by this. Qing Chou clearly did not have any dream path methods, it actually used hatred goo to break out. Dream path was ahead of the entire era, it could be said to be invincible, but it could not counter hatred goo? Hatred has no dreams, Or rather, against the rank 9 hatred Gu, the scale of the dream realm earlier was not enough? Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Like the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke, if it hit Spectral Soul, it could only trap him for a while, he would break out later and cause Dragon Palace to collapse. Dreamy Light Smoke's level was still lower than Spectral Soul's. If it was raised to rank 9, it would be a different situation. Even so, whenever Spectral Soul encountered Dreamy Light Smoke killer move, he mainly dodged. He was extremely calm. He was extremely fast, moving like a phantom. It was like teleportation in short distances. It was extremely difficult for Dreamy Light Smoke to hit him. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that Spectral Soul could not deal with dream realms. I obtained the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul definitely has them. But he probably lacks the corresponding immortal Gu, he cannot use the killer move. After Fang Yuan sensed this, he immediately condensed a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and self-detonated. Bam 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 bam. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship were surrounded by dream realms. There was no gap left. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, stopping his attacks. This Fang Yuan. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's method of self-defense was too shameless, even the Celestial Court Immortals could not deal with it. Be careful of Spectral Soul. Qi Si Ancestor reminded. Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines. The Celestial Court Immortals were in an awkward situation. Spectral Soul looked at them coldly. Qi Si Ancestor stood at the front without hesitation. Qing Chou roared angrily as it continued to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul said in displeasure, "Beast! Since you want to die, I will kill you first." His body suddenly vanished, appearing on Qing Chou's back at the next moment. But right when Spectral Soul was about to attack Qing Chou, a Qi Path killer move attacked him. Chapter 2048. In the chaotic three-way battle, Fairy Myrtle's group and Demon Immortal Qi Ju suddenly joined the battle. The situation became even more complicated. Go block the Celestial Court. Spectral Soul ordered. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan attacked. Killer moves were like waves of light that swept towards Qin Ding Ling and the rest. Other than Qi Si Ancestor, Qin Ding Ling and the rest were inside the Immortal Gu house. They were not afraid of Spectral Soul's reinforcements. But the Celestial Court's Immortals were furious. They were not angry at Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan's betrayal, but at Spectral Soul's enslavement method. Towards Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan's loyalty, the Celestial Court trusted them greatly. The Celestial Court's Immortals knew why these two betrayed them. It was because of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul chuckled. How does it feel to fight your own people? Whether we can save them or not will depend on your methods. If we miss this chance today, we might not get it again in the future. The Celestial Court's Immortals heard this and their attacks froze. Qin Ding Ling's brows were sharp like swords. She frowned as she ordered, Spectral Soul wants us to hold back. He wants to stall for time. He does not need to care about Ziwei and Zheng Yuan's lives. If we kill them, we will be able to free them. At the crucial moment, Qin Ding Ling displayed the foresight of a leader. She was decisive and resolute. Spectral Soul heard this and raised his brows slightly. His movements became faster as he pounced at Qing Chou again. Qing Chou quickly fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Stop him. Seeing that Spectral Soul was going to use the same trick again to extract strength from Qing Chou, Qin Ding Ling quickly asked for help. Ancestor, please help. Even without her reminder, Qi Si Ancestor had already pounced at Spectral Soul. But at the next moment, a Qi current surged out like a heavenly river, obstructing Qi Si Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor stopped his movements as he looked at the attacker, Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled as he blocked the path. Qi Si, you were disrupted by the Celestial Court in the previous battle, you are still not satisfied. This time, let us have a fair duel. The hearts of the immortals of the Celestial Court sank. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was actually Spectral Soul's help. What kind of agreement did the two parties reach? Fairy Myrtle was also overjoyed. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was definitely an unexpectedly strong reinforcement. Purple light flashed in her eyes. She had an epiphany. A long time ago, Demon Immortal Qi Ju started to wantonly purchase inheritances in jewel yellow skies, involving all paths. He was a character from the olden antiquity era. He was reborn after Fate Gu was destroyed. With the help of these inheritances, he can quickly catch up to the current great era. The reason why Qi Ju is helping us is most likely because his lord has made a deal with Qi Ju and sold a large amount of inheritance to him. Fairy Myrtle's guess was spot on. Even though Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not expose his identity in jewel yellow skies, he did not conceal himself, his actions and intentions were clear. If the Celestial Court could discover Demon Immortal Qi Ju's actions, how could Spectral Soul not? Because of historical reasons, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and the Celestial Court could not cooperate. But Spectral Soul was also a demonic path cultivator. He had a vast number of inheritances. He was the most ideal transaction partner for Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Fang Yuan, you cannot escape today. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. He got onto Qing Chao's back again. At the next moment, he attacked. Qing Chao roared, but its strength was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul again. As an immemorial soul beast, even with the quasi-rank 9 hatred Gu, Qing Chao was completely countered by Spectral Soul. Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace were hidden in the Dream Realms, isolated from the outside. The current Spectral Soul did not know which immortal Gu house Fang Yuan was hiding in. Spectral Soul was only one person, he could not chase after two immortal Gu houses at the same time. But Spectral Soul made a decision almost instantly. He shouted, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, chase after Myriad Year Flying Warship. After this is done, I will reward you handsomely. Demon Immortal Qi Ju snickered as he used Qi Lan to absorb Qi Si Ancestor's killer move. He easily escaped and chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Meanwhile, Spectral Soul was still in charge of Dragon Palace. Fairy Myrtle also received the order and slowly retreated. What do we do? The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals asked Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling looked at Fairy Myrtle and the rest. She said without hesitation, kill Fang Yuan first. But the problem that troubled Spectral Soul earlier was also troubling Celestial Court's group. Which immortal Gu house was Fang Yuan in? Just guess, gamble on luck? Qin Ding Ling frowned. Even though she did not want to do this, Celestial Court lacked wisdom path Gu Immortals, they could only do this. I can help you. Fairy Myrtle suddenly stopped retreating. I have a method to deduce Fang Yuan's location. The Celestial Court's immortals were stunned. What method? How long will it take? Qi Si Ancestor asked. With our help, it will only take a moment. Bing Sai Chuan's voice resounded. The immortals turned around and saw that Calamity Luck Altar was flying towards them. They finally arrived. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. These people from Longevity Heaven were naturally summoned by her. Earlier, Fairy Myrtle and the rest had received orders from Spectral Soul to conceal Longevity Heaven and sneak an attack on Celestial Court. But the situation changed too quickly. Fairy Myrtle analyzed the situation on the way and made plans to borrow the power of Longevity Heaven. After obtaining Spectral Soul's permission, Fairy Myrtle immediately contacted Longevity Heaven. Calamity Luck Altar flew closer as Bing Sai Chuan said, My master said that we do not need too many chess players in this world. The immortals' hearts shook. Bing Sai Chuan's master was naturally Giant Sun Immortal. All sorts of signs showed that this venerable had deep plans. He still had a deep will and strength left in the world. Currently, Fang Yuan was the one with the highest chance of becoming a venerable. Immortal zombie giant's son naturally did not want this to happen. For the sake of his future plans, he had to eliminate Fang Yuan before he became strong enough. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. She fell into a difficult decision. Cooperate with Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven? The former was a demonic path cultivator, while the latter was a strong enemy in the Fate War. They were both involved in the destruction of Fate Gu. Cooperate with these people? Qin Dingling only thought for a few breaths of time before saying through gritted teeth, okay. There was another part of the novel that was several times more difficult than the main text. Needless to say, everyone knew, that was The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was very difficult. Not only did I have to create a legend, I also had to create a legend that surpassed Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, Nuwa's creation of man, and Adam and Eve's level. Because the latter did not involve philosophy, but the Legends of Renzu contained philosophy, it was deeper, and could be read in detail. Because the dialogues and plots I designed had to follow a certain path. Let's give an example. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance killed Hatred Gu, but found out that Hatred Gu could not be killed. This plot was very simple, but it contained a very simple path. Revenge breeds revenge. Hatred cannot be used to extinguish hatred. To get rid of hatred, other methods were needed. Another example. Renzu refined wealth Gu, he used hardship Gu, worry Gu, and sorrow Gu. Next, stupidity Gu was deceived and died. Wisdom Gu was also deceived, but it escaped in the end. Eventually, Renzu lost both his hands and refined wealth Gu. This plot was a description of wealth. Earning wealth was very difficult, maintaining wealth required a sense of hardship, and losing wealth would cause sorrow. Foolish people would die in excess of wealth, while wise people would often be blinded by wealth, but truly wise people would eventually see through this point. Finally, wealth was created by the hands of humans. There were many more examples like this. I felt that The Legends of Renzu was much more difficult than normal web novels. It also got harder as it progressed. Because I had to write about Renzu's 10 children, how to destroy the 9 heavens, and some foreshadowing, Qian Kun Crystal Wall, in the later stages. The main text was difficult, but The Legends of Renzu was even more difficult. And what I had to do was to skillfully combine the two. This was an extremely difficult task. At least to me, it was extremely difficult. I had to write The Legends of Renzu chapter by chapter, and then skillfully insert them into the main text, adding the finishing touch to the main text. And the order of these chapters could not be messed up, they could not be reversed. To speak the truth, my pressure was immense. Especially recently, I often could not sleep, I could only barely fall asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. Thinking about the plot, thinking about The Legends of Renzu made my head feel like it was burning. I remembered that a few days ago, I made an appointment with an old Chinese doctor. But the night before, I was anxious and could not sleep. I organized the outline and slept at 2 or 3 in the morning. But the next day, I did not even have breakfast and rushed to the hospital. There was a traffic jam, causing the appointment to be missed, and I had to wait until the afternoon to register again. I might as well make another appointment, but that would have to wait until next week. Right now, China's medical resources were getting more and more scarce. I usually would not say such things, it was not because of my reputation, but because I felt that as a man, I would not act pitifully to gain sympathy. I was only saying it now to express reality. I hope everyone can understand my current writing state. Actually, there were many times when I was thinking, should I give up on The Legends of Renzu? Or should I just write it casually? I would be able to get stable updates every day. It was fine if the quality of the article was bad, but at least the readers would not be too disgusted. With updates every day, I would get paid every day, why not? But when I thought about it again, I could not. There were many readers who had been following me for many years, reading until now. At the later stages, I had to write such a dry and insincere article to brush them off. That was not possible. My original intention in writing this book was to write about a different demon, regardless of anything else. It was just a pure desire to write. Whether it sold well or not was secondary, whether my wallet was full or not was secondary, whether I could eat well or not is secondary. So, could I just be sloppy towards the later stages of the book? That was not possible. If I did that, I would be letting down my years of hard work and blood. I would be letting down my initial ambition and initial intention. What I wanted to see was that the later stages of the book were good, up to my standards, and above average. Everyone was reading along now, one chapter a day, but it was actually hard to tell if it was good or bad. Because the vision was limited. Only after reading a large portion of the book at a fast speed could one realize the standard of the novel. I did not want to see similar comments. Gu Dao Master was good in the first and middle stages, but it collapsed in the later stages. There were a bunch of logical errors, the author just ate random settings, the Legends of Renzhua was written like dog shit. It was really disappointing. This was a very crucial period for the book. It was very difficult. Not only did I feel unprecedented difficulty in writing, but every time my ideas failed, I would feel small and insignificant, a deep sense of defeat. But I would not give up, would rather focus on quality, putting aside quantity and remuneration. I hope that everyone can be more understanding and more tolerant. If you really can't understand, I suggest that everyone put it aside. Because to be honest, reading along like this would indeed affect the reading experience. I suggest that everyone wait until the book is completed before reading again. If there is a genuine subscription support, then thank you very much for your support. I really spent too much effort on this book. Finally, I am very sorry, there was still no update today. The results of the ideas these 2 days were still too poor, so I rejected it. I decided to make some changes to the outline. The plot of Feng Yuan being chased is very complicated, because I will use a different writing method. I still need to think about the characters involved in it before I can write it with confidence. I will make an appointment with everyone. In the future, as long as there was no update between 8 p.m. and 8:10 p.m., it meant that there was no update for that day. Everyone, please stop reading and wait for the update. In the later stages of the book, the updates are not very optimistic. I reckon that it will not be able to continue. It is very difficult to stabilize the updates. I suggest that everyone put it aside and look at other outstanding web novels. If you really want to read this book, you can start from the beginning. Many readers are reading it 5 or 6 times. I am confident that Venomous Gua can be read over and over again. Recently, there are many readers reading this book again, and there are also a few kind-hearted people who contact me through WeChat or QQ if they see any typos or mistakes. I will correct these mistakes as long as I see them. I am preparing to do a large-scale revision of this book during this period of time. I am using the Pinyin input method, and there are many typos. I did not do a good job in this aspect. I will correct it. I am very embarrassed after saying so much. Of course, I would rather use the time I used to write this manuscript to write The Legends of Renzu. But after reading so many reviews, I feel that there is a need to communicate with everyone. Thank you for your support all this while. Venomous Goo thanks you. If everyone does not support me, I can understand. Please have a safe journey, good people live a peaceful life. Thank you for your support. Because this is indeed because I did not do it well, I am not capable enough. In the later stages, even though I want to, I am unable to steadily update. I can only write like this to write a novel that meets my standards. I might let down some of my readers by doing this. But I feel that as an author, I must first not let down my own work. Venomous goo is like my child, I have raised it up step by step. I can't mess up this work when it's almost done. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.